soul. A whisper of death in every stroke. Armies rise in fumes and smoke. This is my war, my sacred dole. Paint the black, paint the gold. Bring the light to the grim and cold. The Emperor watches, don't you fold. Paint the black, paint the gold. Thousand points in crimson flame. Each a soldier, each a name. They bleed for glory, I bleed for art. The bolters gleam, the chainswords hum. In my head, their war begun. Piece by piece, I tear apart. Mix the shades, the shadows grow. Chaos calls, but I say no. I say no, 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 I say no. Paint the black, paint the gold. Bring the light to the grim and cold. The Emperor watches, don't you fold. Paint the black, paint the gold. Paint the black, paint the black, paint the gold. Paint the gold. Bring the light to the grim and cold. The Emperor watches, don't you fold. Paint the black, paint the gold. Paint the gold.
Yeah, buddy, here we are. We're back. We're still doing it. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for watching. We're here to do some painting tonight, you guys. A little painting and then some Fallout. We got the new episode of Fallout, episode 7, tonight on Amazon Prime. If you got Amazon Prime, get there, find it, do it. Meet me at 5 seconds. We'll count to 3 and we'll press play. Francois, thanks for hanging out, stopping through. Get your paint on. Nice. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, dude, I'm down. Hell yeah, dude. Nice, nice, nice. That sounds good. Yo, Cappy, what's up, dude? We're here, bro. We're doing it. We're going to get our paint on real quick for a couple hours, a few hours, and then at midnight, we're going to watch the new episode of Fallout that drops tonight. It'll be on Amazon Prime. Here we are, you guys. Thank you guys for being here and chilling, hanging out. We're going to get our minis on. Bella Truth, hello. Here we are, one more time. Another beautiful painting day for the week. And we're going to listen to a little bit of the Buddy of Border Prince. Tell his stories while we do a little painting. Thanks for hanging out, you guys. Grab your snacks, your drinks, all your paint party hangout enhancements. And here we are, we're doing it. It's all right. Season 1 was the best. Season 2's all right so far. It could be a little bit more, but you know how it goes. But yeah, if you got Amazon Prime, check out Season 1. Season 1 was pretty good. Area 51, what's up, dude? Welcome in, my guy. Oh, yeah? Dude, should we catch it now then? How early? Did they drop it at 5 today? Nice, nice, nice. Damn. Hold on. Let me think this over real quick. Nah, we'll get our painting on still, and then we'll still do it at midnight. We'll still do it at midnight. It's okay. All right, we're gonna pause that music. Throw on the homie of Border Prince.
Eardrums for the last few moments, but until he mentioned it, my subconscious had been editing it out. It was a sound I was so familiar with.
Hopefully that sounds all right and not too loud.
It's just vermin, I said. In my extensive experience of underground passageways, it had been a constant background noise. Then I remembered how desolate this world was, and that we'd seen no sign of life since we got here. I drew my las pistol slowly. Tarkus followed suit, picking up a nearby illuminator with his other hand and pointing it into the surrounding darkness. My first impression was that the floor was moving, the beam shining back from a rippling surface which reminded me of sunlight on ocean waves. And then with a cry of revulsion, I began shooting. The metallic carpet which surged towards us was composed of miniature duplicates of the spider machine, thousands of them, and the las bolts detonated in the middle of the swarm, with about as much effect as if I'd been throwing stones. True, every shot was rewarded with a satisfying impact and a spray of metal, but there were so many that even with Tarkus's help I couldn't even hope to slow them down. "First squad, to me!" the lieutenant ordered, and within seconds he'd been joined by half a score of his red shirts, who directed a withering volley of Helgun fire at the scuttling swarm. They began to break, to my momentary relief, but only to part like the tide around a rock before rushing on towards the main bulk of the camp. They hit it like a tsunami, swarming over the precious equipment and ripping it to pieces with their metallic mandibles. Guards and tech priests alike scattered in panic, but many were too slow, being pulled down and engulfed by that.
Now, as a Star Trek fan myself, I've actually played Star Trek Fleet Command a couple times over the years, either alone or with my live stream community. Star Trek Fleet Command is a strategy MMO for desktop and mobile, and you can download it for free. Throughout the game, you'll build a starbase, gather...
No! Damn commercials.
Amongst them, the cadaverous tech priest's eyes were wide as he watched the swarm of automata demolishing the camp. "Merciful Omnisire," he gasped. "What are those things?" "Beats me," I said. "I'm not qualified to comment on theological matters." It was a cheap shot, and I suppose I ought to be ashamed of myself, but I must admit to taking some quiet satisfaction in his venomous expression. I began edging the ragged group back towards the wall, hoping that with our backs to it at least, the machines couldn't get behind us. "Good thinking," Tarkus agreed, fanning his remaining subordinates out to form a skirmishing screen between us and the scuttling horrors. Stadler reached that obsidian surface first and pressed his back against it, as though hoping he could squeeze an extra couple of millimeters of space out of the cavern. All at once, his expression changed.
Damn, dude, I think we're gonna have to get Fallout out right now. Only because it came out early and
something invisible
yeah, dude.
him to pieces.
We might get our
behind.
paint on while we fall out, though.
Seeking a target,
probably not, but I'm gonna get some Fallout going, you guys. I can't.
Shattered corpse. A ghastly
yeah, we're gonna get Fallout going.
On gently humming grav units, the razor-edged blades of its fingers stained crimson, its torso ending in a long curved tail which looked like vertebrae. To add to the horror, the apparition was constructed of the same gleaming metal as the spider and its miniature offspring. "It came through the wall!" One of the troopers was gibbering in shock, his face white, at least the parts of it which were still composed of flesh. "It came through the wall!" He raised his Helgun and ripped off a burst on full auto. The entity drifted forwards unhurriedly, the flurry of bolts detonating against the wall behind it, defacing the enigmatic symbols etched there. With a deepening sense of horror, I realized that the volley had been on target, but the las bolts had simply passed through the apparition, whatever it was. The trooper was still firing, his fingers clamped on the trigger in a rictus of panic, as the drifting horror reached out casually and tore his face off. The man's screams were abruptly terminated as the thing's tail lashed out to transfix him. His
Next week
spasming
also?
corpse hung
Damn,
there
good
for a
looking
moment
out, dude.
before
Appreciate
dropping
you,
to the
man.
floor again.
Yeah,
The group
dude. They
disintegrated
snuck up
immediately,
behind
troopers
us
and tech
again.
priests alike fleeing in panic.
Tell me,
whichever
Cappy.
way their feet took them. I
Something
laid a
stinks.
restraining
Oh, yeah?
hand
Did
on
you watch it already?
Callion's arm as the
Is it
metallic
bad?
ghoul accelerated after them,
Does it smell like
casually
poo-poo?
smashing down a couple of victims as it passed. Stay put, I
see.
snapped. These things are trying to panic you. The strategy was obvious. Split everyone up and hunt them down one by one. If we stayed together, we could watch each other's backs and greatly increase our chances of survival. Tarkus had clearly realized this too. Regroup! He was bellowing, despite the obvious disinclination of any of his men to follow orders. Hellguns spat almost at random. A few of the lasbolts actually managed to hit the hovering ghoul as it solidified for long enough to eviscerate another unfortunate cogboy. But the vast majority of
It's
shots passed through
40k,
it or missed
Warhammer
altogether.
40k.
Reform at once,
These
you
guys right
sons of...
here.
His voice
They're
broke
called the
off,
Inquisitorial
abruptly,
Agents.
rising to a suddenly
And it's like
terminated
a
scream.
Dungeons
As
and
a bolt
Dragons
of
kind of thing,
livid
but these
green
guys are
light
space
enveloped
guys
him.
and
For a moment, I could see a bloody
I don't know,
mess of internal
space-
organs as he seemed to
space,
fade away from the outside in,
I mean they're space
dwindling
marines,
like
but I would I
candlelight.
don't know.
And then he
There's
was
like
gone.
space
as though he had never
monstrosities
existed.
and then
Emperor
the
on
space
Earth.
marines
I
that
tend
go
to
against
see
them.
what fresh horrors this place had disgorged, and a sudden rush of terror hit me in the gut. Thin skeletal automata.
It's
were
mid with
advancing
cobium.
across
Damn,
the
that bad,
camp,
huh?
casually blasting everything that still lived with those hideous beams. Wherever those messengers of death walked, people died, dwindled to nothing by their
Yeah, dude, we'll
hellish
we'll
guns,
figure it out. We'll
sliced
get it. We'll
apart
get
by
it
the
going.
combat blades attached to the barrels. To give them their due, the tech guards gave a good account of themselves in the main, their hell guns felling 2 or 3 of their assailants, but it seemed to take a lot of fire to down one. I even saw one with its chest blown
Yeah.
open stir and rise to its feet again, the eldritch metal of which it was composed flowing like liquid to heal its wounds. "Frack this," I said, dragging the Magus towards the mouth of the tunnel. If we stayed where we were, we'd be killed with the others, but there was a remote chance that we might find some kind of refuge if we slipped away, while these ghastly automata were slaughtering our companions. All we had to do, I kept telling
All
myself,
right,
was
meet
hold
me at
on
5
until the
seconds, you
assassins
guys.
arrived. How we'd know
We'll get
they
it
were
all set up here right
or
now in a
let them
second,
know we'd
but
survived
whoever's gonna
was a
watch
problem
party
for
it,
later,
get there.
which I resolutely refused.
Damn, I
to
can't believe it
consider
came out
right
early,
now.
you guys.
To my astonishment, we made it to the tunnels without
Yeah, so if
further
anybody's down to
mishap,
watch it, get
and
it.
I hurried Killian along as rapidly as I could, the sounds of carnage diminishing in our ears.
Well, we'll
The
just pause
slick
this guy
black
where he's
stones
at right now. Wait. Oh, I don't think he has it set to where I can rewind it. So whatever I have it paused right now, we're missing it. That's all right. No worries. No worries. Be happy. All right, turn that one off. And then we'll cut this one. No, wrong one. There it is. Cool. All right, you guys. We have this one. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, kitty. Hey, what are you doing over there? All right, you guys. We're at 5 seconds. We're going to count to 3 and we're going to press play. This is Fallout Episode 7. We're going to kill the lights. We're going to count to 3 and we're going to press play. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Bro. Steph and Chet were getting married tomorrow. What significance does that have? We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, GTA was updated? Weird. Wild. Wait, you can't co-host me with OBS. You can only co-host with Streamlabs, I think. Not Streamlabs. What's the other one? Where people go and like it's like two people talking. Oh, bro. Oh, it was just a dream. Damn. Thought it was just about to get real. You guys ever think she gets freaky with that eye? With that socket? Usually see VTubers that have guests co-hosts. Yeah, guests and co-hosts are with that other. It's not a program. It's like an online thing. Streamlab. I think it's Streamlab. Yeah, because I use Stream Elements and Streamlab is to do. I think it's called Streamlab. I think you can do it for free with one person. I think, and then if you want more than one person, because people can do up to like 8, you have to pay for it. But I think you can do it with one other person. But if you're gonna just be streaming your gameplay, you don't even need Streamlabs. You don't need it. You just need OBS. And OBS you could just do your gameplay and stuff. Well, and if you have a mic, your mic. If you have and you said you don't have a camera, but if your laptop has a camera or wherever OBS is at, if that has a built-in camera, you can use that also. It's up to you though. You don't need to. Oh snap. It's gonna be a bloody one. Got the red intro. Cappy, what do I mean by what? Under no cam, just your Chan's logo in the frame. Yeah, but yeah, you can join the private stream. Show it on your stream. Can't still converse with slight delay. We can still converse with slight delay. I still don't understand. We can still converse with slight delay. I mean, you'll have your chat also. I can just chat in your chat. I don't need to be on there. Yeah, but I'm not going to be streaming if I'm going to be watching your Dark Tide stream. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, no, dude, don't worry about me, bro. I was saying you stream it so you can get your content and your following and your thing going over there. If you're gonna do it, might as well stream it. Is what I was telling wherever I was telling the other day. Oh yeah, dude, if you're gonna do it, might as well stream it. That's how I got into the watch parties to begin with. Well, not to begin with. There were many reasons for it, but one of them was like, oh, dude, if I'm gonna watch it, might as well stream it. Yeah, no, that's all right. We're all right. Besides, what is it? Absence of some dark tide will make the heart grow fonder. So all the viewers will be like, oh yeah, we'll definitely be back when that's back. Well, here we are, bro. We're doing it right now. David Jones, what's up, dude? Here we are. Yeah, that's right. We're doing it, bro. Smoking, no smoking? Chilling, no smoking? Sounds good, Cappy. Thanks for hanging out, bro. Enjoy some Dexter, and we'll catch you here in a minute. Thanks for leaving the stream on. David Jones, you do you? By any chance you got Mario Kart or Super Smash Bros? Bro, oh dude, you're all set. Then you most likely have both those games. If you're rolling like that. Excellent, excellent. Oh yeah, dude, Cappy and I will be playing probably both those games on Thursday at some point. So yeah, dude, if you're welcome to jump in on that. Hopefully, do you have Nintendo online? You probably do if you've got a few Nintendo Switches. Oh wait, you don't have them? Oh, bro. Well, if you get one of them, we'll probably play some of that. If you want to hop in, we'll be there. Yo, bro. Woo. Probably made a big old mess. Bro, he didn't even know? Yo. Busted. Are we actually gonna get some lore? Only one of us is gonna be walking out of there. And it's not gonna be them. Yep. Hmm, 51 was right. Something does stink. Bro. I just seem to be having a medical episode over here. Bro, your arm fell off. Bro. Bro, so they don't remember anything. Just a clean slate, slave slates. Yeah, I know, right? They're alternate costumes. Uh, I think they were only in the vault for the first episode, right? Maybe the first two episodes. Maybe they got out on the second episode. They weren't in the vault that long. Not when. Yeah, maybe by episode 2. Welcome back, Cappy. Thanks for chilling. Yo, he said no. Yo. Ah. He's all nope. 36 minutes left? Hell yeah. Yeah, yeah. Born in the vault for sure. Yeah, there's a bunch of vaults. Vaults. But yeah, cryo sleep. Different vaults for different things going on. Bro. Yo. Busted. Damn. Damn. Bro. Damn. Yo. Hell yeah. That was great. Either buy now or buy now, bro. Yo. Is that what it is? That what it does? Yeah, I figured. I figured that's probably along the lines of what they were gonna do. That's why companies are afraid to certain companies are afraid to give Amazon their IP. It's like, bro, we let you have this. We already know what you're gonna do to it. Nah, 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 nah. All right, I'll have to take your word for it. I probably won't ever play them, but yeah, dude. But if you ever roll back to streaming the first two, yeah, dude, I'll drop by to hit those thumbs ups. Speaking about thumbs ups, where you guys at? Yeah, dude, exactly. It's not about the love of the franchise anymore. It's about how many people loved it to give us pump out how many dollars we can get. Oh, what? This was popular. How much money do you think we can make off of it? Oh, this was cool too. I can make another series about it for money. Oh, the big red button, you guys. Shit. Never hit the big red button, dude. Don't touch the red button. Hey. Well, at least you're getting real before it comes out. Because that's, you know what I mean? The only hopes that I still have about Stargate is that the original writers, or at least Matt Giroux, is still, you know, in there. Garrow. And, yeah, that's the only hope I have left. But, you know, they could always pull the, hey, you got to change the script and do this instead. Yeah, but that's not how it's supposed to go. Yeah, but if you want a new season, you're going to have to do it like this. And either, you know, either they're going to cave or not. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. You know, money talks too, so we'll see. Bro. Yo. Dark matter is better than universe? All right. Okay. That almost pretty much tells me that I have to see dark matter, doesn't it? Damn, dude. We're going to have to check that out. I probably already said that, but yeah, dude. That's a big claim, though. I'm down. Oh, shit. Walt Disney. Damn. Is that the cliffhanger? Damn. All right. All right. There was you guys. That was the new episode of Fallout. Yeah, all right. It was all right. It was it was, I think it was better than what? Last week's or the week before's? No, actually the week before. It's not last week's, but the week before's. That one was pretty boring. That one was slow. Rewatching Dark Matter. All right. Who's Kurtzman? I think you guys already told me once before. Kurtzman? Who's that? From what movie? Oh, all right, you guys. Back to the painting. Even though we didn't even really get started on the painting. Oh, bro. No. Damn. All right, you guys. Back to painting. Let me see. What do I want to do here? I'm gonna go turn off the other TV. I'll be right back.
Detailing skulls with apocalyptic glee. Thin your paints they scream, thin your paints they cry, but the Emperor's light shines in every eye.
Yeah. That. Go here. Do this. There it is. Back at it, you guys. What? What's up, dude? Tell me, bro.
Horus found refuge in the Eye of Terror, where they established a base from which to continue the campaign against the Imperium. They constructed a fortress tomb for the body of the War Master, and even in death still revered him as their commander. Nobody was appointed in his place, and the captains of the Legion would offer sacrifices and pray for guidance in his shrine. In the following centuries, they were the most active of the traitor legions, possibly trying to maintain their tradition of achieving more than the others.
Yeah, dude. The good old days.
Bodies to possession by demons in emulation of their dead Primarch. However, with every change in loyalty, the demons of the
David
rejected
Jones, what's
god
up, my dude?
retreated into the war, leaving their Space Marine hosts nothing more than desiccated husks. The Legion grew fewer and fewer, until it was threatened with extinction. Desperate experimentation and research by the Legion's sorcerer librarians finally uncovered a method of possession that did not destroy the mortal host. Saved, but still numerically inferior, the Sons of Horus fought a series of bloody wars against the other traitor legions, vying for resources, power, and superiority within the Eye of Terror. The culmination of the conflict was the destruction of the Legion's fortress by a combined force of their erstwhile allies, including the Emperor's children. Worse still, the War Master's corpse was taken, and there were subsequent reports that a being calling himself the Primogenitor was working with the Emperor's children to clone the body. With their Primarch taken from them and defiled by their enemies, the remains of the Legion finally swore fealty to a new leader, Abaddon, captain of the First Company. Abaddon knew that the memory of the War Master shackled his Legion to the failures of the past, so his first edict was renouncing the name of Horus and the ancient title of the Legion. Taking their last surviving battle barge, he led them in a lightning raid that destroyed the War Master's body and the whole cloning laboratory complex. For this action, and in every subsequent sighting, each Space Marine's armor was painted black. Since this time, Abaddon's Black Legion
Oh,
has
bro.
raided the Imperium,
Hey,
sowing havoc and misery on every world it attacks.
AT&T
Homeworld.
sucks, bro. That's my
Legion's
nightmare too.
homeworld of Chthoniya no longer exists, having apparently lost geostructural integrity and broken apart into asteroids and debris during the centuries following the
Does he
heresy.
still sound alright? Is it
Certainly
still loud
the
enough?
Once all-rich
Should
planet
hopefully be
was
alright.
riddled with mine workings, right through to its dead core. In fact, the numerous gangers that form the population may have originally been imported as work teams to maintain the crumbling tunnels.
Does it look like Ninja
However,
Turtles?
There is much conjecture that Chthoniya
If it
was
does look like
destroyed
Ninja
deliberately.
Turtles, Ninja Turtles
Since the
probably got
destruction
the
of their
idea
fortress in
from
the Eye of
this.
Terror, the Black Legion is
That's
no
what I've
longer
been
based
finding
on any
out a
particular
lot
planet.
with this
Instead,
franchise.
stationed
Yeah, look into
permanently abandoned
Warhammer, man.
spacecraft.
Look into
They possess
Warhammer.
a single
Warhammer's
ancient battle barge
badass,
from their
bro.
original fleet, as well as other vessels commandeered or captured over the years. In particular, many
Passing out in
Imperial
your chair,
Navy
hell
ships
yeah,
which
dude. We'll pass it
rebelled
out, bro.
during the Horus Heresy
We'll be
now
here.
seem
We'll
to
be
under
doing it.
Abaddon's
You know how it
command,
goes.
along with newer vessels he has ordered
Yeah,
constructed.
dude.
Combat
Let's see
doctrine.
what's going
The
on.
Legion is a flexible fighting force that can perform well and adapt quickly
And if you end
to
up
any
streaming,
combat
well,
situation.
I'm
It was
subscribed
trained
to your
respond
channel, so
sharply
it
and
should pop up
decisively
if
to the
you
tactical
end up
orders of
popping
the War
up.
Master. And consequently,
some
the
of that
chain of
dark tide.
command within the Legion was very efficient.
But yeah,
This
dude,
suffered
pass
significantly
on
during
now.
the early years
We're just gonna
of
get our paint on
exile
for a
when the
few
Legion
hours,
was
and
leaderless.
we'll
But
call it
Abaddon
a
has done
night.
much to restore discipline, mainly through fear
Maybe we'll
and
play some more
horrendous
God of
violence
War.
inflicted on those that displease him.
We'll see.
Horus's favoured doctrine of tearing the
Yeah,
throat of the
dude,
enemy
chairs
by
can be rough
eliminating their
sometimes.
high
They'll
command
sneak up
in a
on you.
swift strike remains a well-used tactic. Abaddon, the Despoiler. Abaddon was a captain of the Lunar Wolves' first company during the Great Crusade and followed Horus from ancient Terra to conquer the distant stars. He worshipped the War Master like a god, and Horus treated him as his most favoured son. Indeed, some whispered that he was, in truth, the cloned son of the Primarch himself, product of the earliest geno-experimentation. When the heresy came, it was clear that Abaddon's loyalty was to his Primarch.
Oh yeah, for those
not the
beads.
distant emperor of mankind. He led the Terminator armored sons of Horus
For those
in campaigns on
beads.
Isstvan, Yarant,
Do I,
and in the siege of the Imperial Palace on Earth. His anguish at Horus's defeat
Oh, I
and that
can
final
put him in here
conflict drove
too.
him deeper
Right.
into madness and hatred than any mortal should ever sink. He took Horus's lightning claw, tearing it from the War Master's armor.
And it
with a
said
howl
put
of
like
rage
2 or
which
3 in
echoed through
there.
the great ship. Abaddon has fought to
Do you think I
rebuild
should
the
just do
pride
just
and
one? Do you think
reputation of
one's
Black
enough,
Legion,
or should I
always
listen to what
leading
they
his
say and do
forces
2 or
into the most
3?
dangerous conflicts personally. At first, Abaddon won the grudging
Oh, of
respect
course I got
the
it all over my
traitor
hands.
legions, but as his deeds have grown mightier, he has succeeded in winning their support too. His impassioned words have rekindled the traitor legion's smouldering hatred of the Imperium, and warriors of all the legions have
I
fought
had
under
another
his
napkin
banner.
around here somewhere.
Abaddon has marshalled his strength with care, and now commands the loyalty of champions from all of the other traitor legions. Those who oppose him are crushed. Those who join him add their strength to the greatest army ever assembled within the Eye of Terror.
2 or 3.
Abaddon
All right.
has tested the strength of
I
the
did.
Imperium many times.
It got me. It
And
snuck
with
up
each
on me.
victory, his power grows. When Abaddon first returned, it was at the head of a diabolical horde which ravaged entire systems around the Eye of Terror before the Imperium could muster the strength to halt it. During this first Black Crusade, Abaddon made many bloody pacts with the infernal powers. In the crypts below the Tower of Silence on Uralan, Abaddon recovered a demon sword of prodigious power. With the howling demon blade in his fists, Abaddon became nigh on unstoppable. Whole cities were burned in
No, it's not-
by the
it's not too
ever-hungry
bad.
demons of chaos, and entire armies were torn apart by gibbering warp entities. Abaddon's power swelled to inhuman proportions as the gods of chaos rewarded him lavishly, and he undertook acts of fiendish bravery which horrified those who stood against him. His most recent and most devastating incursion was the Gothic War, during which Abaddon almost brought an entire sector to its knees. His fleets were augmented with a newly constructed flagship, known for good reason as the Planet Killer. Alongside this, he somehow activated and gained control of the Blackstone fortresses, mysterious constructions allegedly predating the Imperium itself that combined to generate prodigious destructive firepower. Abaddon attacked while the sector was cut off from reinforcements by warp storms, and caused huge damage to the Imperial battle fleet, destroyed a number of planets and devastated many more. Only the intervention of the Eldar enabled Imperial forces to stop the Chaos Fleet. The High Lords of Terror live in fear of the day that Abaddon unites all of the traitor legions into an unstoppable horde and returns to play out the last acts of treachery begun by Horus 10,000 years ago. Organization. After the
If
death of
fog
Horus,
comes out, or at
public
least that's
sector
too
within
much.
exploiting companies
Yeah,
disintegrated.
dude, that
And their
sucks.
later dispersal in various
People probably
spacecraft
complained after
further
last week. They're
fragmented
like,
the
dude,
Legion.
we're not even going to
Now
stay up
war
this
bands of
late
virtually any
to
size
watch
and
it if it's not going to be that
can be
good. We'll wait
found
till the
following
next
Black
day. And they're like,
Legion
no, 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 no.
ranking
Don't.
officers
We'll
from
come
older
out
times and
early
newly
for you.
emerged
One
leaders who have won favor
half day
with their
earlier.
violent deeds.
so everybody
At
can
times,
catch it.
such war bands
And they're
rallied
like,
together
all right, I
under the banner
guess.
of a
Maybe
great
this will talk.
champion or
This will
even Abaddon
get me to
himself,
talk less
in a
crap
major
about
raid
it
or
tomorrow.
incursion into the hated Imperium. However, loyalty to differing chaos gods often
Any more
leads to
movies?
eternal
Not
politics
tonight,
and conflict.
but
Possession by demons is
not
still considered
tomorrow
highly
because
favored, and many members
well,
of the Legion
kind of a
have
movie
the
tomorrow.
honor
It's
of
not
being
really
hosts.
movies. It's a TV show for Stargate. So
Beliefs.
tomorrow we got watch party for
The
Stargate.
overriding belief
Thursday
of the Legion
we'll be
prior to
playing some
War Master's
Nintendo.
demise was
Friday
the
we have a
ultimate
movie.
superiority
Friday we
of
got a
Horus and
movie.
themselves. In
Not sure
continually
which one, but
seeking
I'll
to
let you
prove
guys know
themselves as the greatest Legion, they
a
did
few
indeed
hours ahead of
achieve
time
most
if I
in terms of
announce it.
sheer numbers of worlds brought into the Imperial fold prior
Yeah.
to the heresy. Their defeat and exile was a crushing
And
blow
as for
to the
TV shows
collective
today,
ego
well,
of the
in
Legion.
about
It has taken all the strength of character of their new commander, Abaddon,
like
to restore
maybe
the Legion's sense of
18 to
pride
20 hours
and
from now,
refocus
we're
on
going to
their
do our
ultimate
Stargate
goal,
watch party.
to overthrow everything which the false emperor of mankind created.
You'll probably stream tomorrow?
Gene
All right,
seed.
hell yeah, dude.
The Legion's gene seed, prior to
I'll
the
keep a
incident on
lookout
Davin,
for you.
was reliably pure. However, Following their corruption by Chaos,
if I'm
Space
around,
Marines
I'll
started to exhibit
I'll try to
random
stop by and
mutations.
give you a
And it is
thumbs up.
likely
Are you
that
going to
this
be
trait
on
goes right down
YouTube
to
streaming
a
or
GC level.
somewhere else?
The regular practice of seeking demonic possession may also have accelerated the effect. However, such mutations are seen as a mark of favour from the Chaos deities and are generally displayed with pride. Battle cry. Up until the
Dan, have you
destruction
asked
of
your
Horus's
brother
body, it was
anything on like what
for
he
the
thinks
War
about
Master.
it?
Following this event, the various warbands each use their own.
I wanted the word.
Stupid commercials. Hate those guys.
Falbadon himself. Thank you all for watching. If you want to know more about the
Like
Black
4 or 5
Legion,
p.m.
I recommend the
alright.
Black Legion series by Aaron
Or
Dembski
both. I
Bowden.
don't know. Yeah. All right.
It's
Yeah, sounds
stuff,
good, dude. I'll
and,
I'll
really
I'll
delves
keep an
into
eye
the
out.
Black Legion, adds some additional elements. Also, I would recommend the first book of I think it's the first book of the Fabius Bile series. I recommend that series anyway because it's the best series Black Library's ever produced. Ever. Best series 40k ever. Seriously. But it also covers the resurrection of Horus, his cloning from Fabius Bile, and various other things that are linked to this sort of creation of the Black Legion and that era when Abaddon was taking over and stuff. So, you know, if you want to understand everything that's going on, those are the novels to read, and you will not be disappointed. And, I highly recommend them. I'll be doing more stuff with Chaos in the not-too-distant future. I'm going to do, like, a kind of Legion Wars thing. I just need to gather a bit more information to make it viable to do, because there's stuff out there, but some of it's disconnected, and, I'm not too sure how some of it's going to work out. But hopefully we'll have a new Black Legion novel soon. I think it's on its way, book 3, so looking forward to that. Anyway, I'm going to go. Thank you all.
It's all right. Easter eggs are cool, man. I like Easter eggs. Easter eggs are always fun.
As I ramble away. And I'll be back again with more stuff very, very soon. Please remember to like, share, make sure you're subscribed, hit the little bell thing, all that stuff. I'll see you next time. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
I probably won't. I want to, but by the time I'm done painting, I'm probably not going to want to. I'll probably be like, yeah, no, I'm going to bed, you guys, later. So if like you want to watch some God of War, like don't stay up and lose your sleep over me saying maybe some God of War, because most likely I won't. I mean, I might, but most likely I won't. Most likely after a few hours of painting, I'll be like, yeah, nah, I'm going to bed.
The Index Astartes. A history of the Space Marine legions and subsequent chapters.
You go to bed late? All right.
Up to
For sure.
the 13th
Yeah, we're going to do
Black
this for
Crusade. The Imperial Fist.
probably at
The
least,
Imperial Fists
I would
are one
say
of the most respected
3 more
chapters
hours
of the Adeptus
of
Astartes.
this.
Not only
maybe
is
2.5
their loyalty to
at
the
least.
Emperor acknowledged as absolute,
And then,
but their standing with the institutions of the Imperium is unparalleled. Their reputation.
yeah, and then
with
either
the
we'll call it a
enemies of the
night or we'll
Imperium
play some God
is
of
a
War,
greater
but
source of satisfaction
probably
to
call it
them.
a night.
They have gained battle honors
But we'll
against
see.
8 major alien races, been instrumental in holding the Imperium together through the darkest of times, and have the honor, being one of the chapters, to have defended the Imperial Palace in the greatest battle of the Horus Heresy. The Great Crusade had reached the ice hives of Inwit when Rogel Dawn presented himself to the Emperor for the first time. He arrived at the helm of Phalanx, the great mobile station that was to become the Imperial Fist's fortress monastery. The ship was his gift to the Emperor, and its like had not been seen since the dark age of technology. The size of a small moon, its foredeck could dock a dozen cruisers, and its superstructure was a towering forest of spines interlaced with flying buttresses. It shone like a small star,
Like in the
precious treasure,
AMs.
and a
Nice,
momentous
nice.
portent in the days of the Crusade.
I remember
The
when I used
Emperor
to be able to stay
duly
up until the
welcomed him and
AMs
appointed him the commander of the 7th Space Marine Legion.
when I was
The
young
Imperial Fists,
and full of
returning
spunk.
Phalanx to set up as their fortress monastery. The 7th Legion had been formed on Terra, as evidenced by its earliest battle honor, Roma. Now
I will
only
get bored
discernible
probably.
on a
I
ceramite
will
icon
say,
too
yeah, dude, no
precious
worries,
to be
bro.
displayed.
Yeah, only hang
You know,
out as long as you're chilling, having a
The
good
7th
time. If you
Legion
get bored,
had
want to go do
recruited
something
heavily
else,
from
go eat
Inwit,
some food,
and
watch
over
some other
70% of
shows.
its strength
No
were
worries, bro. You know where to find
The
me.
Imperial Fists were therefore a rarity.
No, dude, don't even
and the
trip.
Battle Brothers and Primarch were united very early in
Don't
their
even
service to
worry
the
about
Emperor,
it, man.
and
I know
quickly
how it
formed
goes.
an unbreakable bond.
But I appreciate you
Born
saying
from the
something.
same
A lot of
gene
people,
stock,
you know, they'll
Primarch
ask
and
a
Legion
question and then
had
they'll
the same
bounce,
uncompromising
and it's like, bro, like at least stick around to hear the
self-discipline
answer.
and order.
But yeah, no, thank
The
you, dude.
handful of Terran battle brothers brought a tradition of honor duels that was readily embraced by the Legion as a whole.
It's almost 10 p.m.
Brothers
for
still
me.
duel with swords, following the same conventions.
They're just
No
a
man
couple
knows
hours
the
ahead of
true
me.
age of this form of ritual combat, but it binds the brothers together, giving and receiving honor and remembering their Terran heritage, even if far from their home. The Legion's early actions were extremely successful. While the Great Crusade pushed forward, the Imperial Fists acted as the strategic reserve of the Emperor's forces, able to deploy quickly and reliably where and when required. The Imperial Fists struck the decisive blow in many battles. Their detailed planning made them especially efficient at sieges, and their resolute endurance made them superb city fighters. They remained the Emperor's Praetorians throughout the campaign, and when he returned to Terra to build a capital from which to rule an empire of 1,000,000 worlds, the Emperor took Rogel Dorn with him. Dorn was charged with the task of fortifying the Imperial Palace, an honor that did not go unnoticed by the other Primarchs. In
Oh, yeah,
this
stainless
time,
steel.
Rogel Dorn had sought no favor,
Got 'em
and
specifically
exemplified
for
the qualities
paints,
of
for
truth,
miniature paints.
courage, and humility more
Specifically.
than any other Primarch. Although some of the other Primarchs resented his closeness to the Emperor, most held him in high esteem.
Yeah, dude,
On
no
Macragge,
worries,
home
bro.
of the
Yeah,
Ultramarines,
that's why we do
Dorn's
different
statue
stuff, so
is one
different
of the
people
4
can
Primarchs
join
that
in
stands
whenever we're
alongside
doing
Guilliman's
different stuff. We
in
play
their
games,
War
watch
Heroes.
movies, watch shows.
Jagatai
We
Khan
paint.
is shown gifting Dorn
But if
with
you want
a
to bounce
dozen of
out
his
now,
finest
dude, yeah,
stallions
no
as a
worries.
gesture
We'll
of
catch you
eternal
soon.
brotherhood.
Tomorrow,
Shortly
we'll
after
be here.
the defeat of Horus in the illuminated preface of the Apocrypha Scaros. Dorn's
Yeah,
rivalry
yeah,
with
asking questions is
Perturabe,
good, dude.
Primarch of the Iron Warriors,
No
was the most
worries in
marked
asking
exception.
questions.
One of Dorn's qualities was that he always, without fail, told the truth. On Scaravan, the Iron Warriors won a great victory when they stormed the final refuge of the Badoon. They breached the defences and held while the other legions carried the city beyond. During the victory feast, Horus proclaimed Perturabo the greatest master of siege warfare in the Crusade. Fulgrim, Primarch of the Emperor's Children, then asked Dorn whether he thought even the defences of the Imperial Palace could resist the Iron Warriors. Dorn considered carefully, and then said that he regarded the defences as being proof against any assault, if well manned. Perturabo fell into a rage, and unleashed a torrent of vitriol at Dorn, accusations so unfounded their onlookers were dumbstruck.
For sure, yeah,
After
no
this,
worries,
the
no
two
worries.
rarely spoke. Neither legion serving in the same campaign again. The Imperial Fists were ever at the Emperor's side, and the Iron Warriors were part of Horus's vanguard. After the Imperial Fists won a major victory against the Orcs on the ash wastes of Necromunda, the Hive Lords consented to recruits being drawn from their population in gratitude. A fortress chapel was duly consecrated, but the Imperial Fists were there as esteemed guests, not as masters. Rogel Dorn asked no special rights on the worlds where the Fists recruited. Some Primarchs, such as the increasingly mercurial Perturabo, took every opportunity to garrison a world and claim its tithes. Dorn is famously recorded as saying, "I want recruits, not vassals," and was always satisfied to keep his legion as a military unit, with none of the civil responsibilities that came with having a homeworld. The Horus Heresy. When the Dropsite massacres on Istvan revealed the full extent of Horus's treachery, the Emperor, accompanied by the faithful Rogel Dorn, was on Terra, determined to prevent Horus claiming the throne of the Imperium without a challenge. Along with the White Scars...
I
and the
know,
Blood
dude.
Eagles,
Thanks,
the
bro.
Imperial Fists put
It's
up a
just
heroic
trial and error,
defense of the
man.
Imperial
Trial and
Palace
error will get
that has
you.
since passed into legend. Then, when
remember,
all hope
like,
seemed lost,
my
they
best
accompanied the
way of
Emperor
doing
in his
it was
last battle aboard
cut
Horus's
off
battle
the
barge.
first,
It fell
like,
to Dawn to discover the
I would
bodies
say
of the
1/3
Emperor,
of the
Horus,
screen.
and Sanguinius. After the final drama
but
had
I
run
show
its
the
course. His grief
the
was
very
immense.
left of it
Until that point, Dawn had been
in
true,
the good quality,
noble,
and then in the
enduring.
bad quality,
But now
I
he
don't
became
show
an
the
avenging
first third of
son.
it.
While the Ultramarines
But yeah,
maintained
trial and
order
error,
within the
and like
Imperium,
just
the
make sure
Imperial
you
Fists
keep an
hunted down the
eye
traitors,
on your
leveling
stream
fortress
that when
after
that yellow
fortress.
bar pops up, make sure you read what that yellow bar says. If it says something stupid like audio is below whatever kilobytes, no worries on that one. But if it says your stream content seems to belong to somebody else, that's when you gotta either block out the screen quickly or scoot it over a little bit. It's better to block it out and then put it back to where it was, but just slightly more covered. And then the little yellow bar will go away after a second. So keep it covered until it goes away, and then show it again, but show less this time. And eventually it'll stop giving you that yellow bar. And you'll be all right after that. No worries, dude. I'm telling you, do it, bro. You got to do what you got to do. It's not a big. There's plenty of time. Well, not plenty of time for everybody, but there's plenty of time for every creator to get some eyes on them. You know what I mean? So do it, bro. Don't feel like if you're doing it, if you don't want to rip it off because it's like, oh, maybe I'll be ripping off some of Buddy's viewers, or don't even think that way. Just do your thing. And if people want to go and hang out and chill there and stay there, bro, get it. Do it. Hell yeah.
Painglove as a legion and emerge redeemed as a chapter. Dawn knew that many of his battle brothers did not wish to found new chapters, as the Ultramarines were eager to do. There would be far too many left for one of the new 1,000-strong chapters. Leaving Phalanx, he led these diehards against the Iron Warriors in their lair. His doubts gone, Dawn focused on the enemy ahead. Perturabe was a master of fortification, whose writings had been retained by Guilliman in his codex. Dawn had always been his match, though, and what was more, his honest warrior's soul was indignant. The Iron Warriors had rebelled and lost. Their master was dead, and the Emperor still ruled. Yet still they dared raise their heretical banners over another imperial world, as if they had some right to be there. Dawn would not tolerate this. Without his customary caution and planning, Dawn led his men into the heart of the Iron Warriors' defences. The battle should have favoured the treacherous trench fighters, but the Imperial Fists endured. They countered every ambush and fought their way out of every trap. Rogal Dorn was a colossus who personally turned back attack after attack. Ammunition expended. Bravers fought in half-flooded trenches with combat knives, giving and expecting no quarter. Eventually it became apparent that the Iron Warriors could finish them. For all their skill and ferocity, the Iron Warriors lacked the faith to make the ultimate sacrifice that victory demanded. While they paused,
why not, bro?
The Ultramarines
Cappy, what
intervened.
happened?
Guilliman had decided that Perturabe's destruction was not worth the loss of Rogal Dorn, and had brought his chapter to
Yeah, I
drive
mean, it
off
is
the
my
Iron Warriors.
style,
Cleansed
but I
by
mean,
their sacrifice, the
what is
Imperial
that?
Fists
Imitation?
immediately began their reorganization.
Imitation,
Their
something,
successor chapters taking to the field in their stead. Dawn used this time to retrain the chapter, to embrace all aspects of the Codex Astartes. When they later emerged, their adherence to the Codex was matched only by the Ultramarines.
Hell yeah, dude.
The new Imperial.
Yeah, shoutouts are always good, bro.
Early
Getting
in their
people involved is
reorganization,
always good.
Space Marines from the Imperial Fists
Making them feel
parted
like
to
they're
found the Black
involved is always
Templars
good.
and the Crimson Fists. The willingness of Dawn to put his initial
Whenever I'm
misgivings
watching
aside
one
and
of
embrace the
my
Codex Astartes,
people that I
reassured
like to
the High
watch,
Lords
and
of
they
Terra.
make me feel
Because they
involved,
were not
and
tied
what do
to a
you guys
homeworld, they had a
think, and
mobile chapter
this and that.
force.
It's like,
The
oh, dude.
Imperial Fists
All
would be
right,
more
yeah, I do
responsive
feel
to calls
involved.
for help.
Not
In
just the what do
particular,
you think,
Rogal
but like,
Dorn was more amenable to requests from other
the
institutions
overall
for assistance
feeling
than other
involved, feeling
Primarchs,
like part
and
of
this
it.
built a valuable store of goodwill. When the age of apostasy engulfed the Imperium, none of the protagonists were willing to risk their good relations with the chapter, which continued to conduct a campaign against the Ebon League unaffected.
You only got
Often,
2 subs
the Imperial
today.
Fists were able to unify the rival factions to face a local threat, which would have
Yeah, I
otherwise
hear you,
found them
man.
divided
But
and
remember, it's
vulnerable.
not about the numbers. It's
Rogal
about
Dorn
having a
outlived
good
many of his
time.
brother Primarchs, and
If
each
you're
lost
enjoying
saddened him
editing and
greatly.
having a good time editing,
Also,
like,
as fewer
that's why you
Primarchs
wanna do
remained,
it.
Each began to
and if you
attract
become famous
unhealthy
along the way,
respect.
that's a
With the Emperor
bonus.
on Terra, some distant systems began to deify the Primarchs they encountered. To Dawn, only the Emperor
me
was worthy of
personally,
this
like, if-
attention, and he feared the
Like,
consequences.
it's like,
However,
I don't know, trying to
sacrifice
hit
came
that
easily.
one that'll get you famous,
Soon
that like
after the
one hit wonder
disappearance
kind of
of
thing.
Horus,
I don't know. It's just not
Primarch
really
of the
for me.
Raven Guard, the Imperial Fists were
I mean, they're
asked to
cool and
help
all,
against
it's
the Black
just-
Crusade, bludgeoning its way through the Cadian
Yeah.
Gate. Phalanx and the majority of the chapter were committed to shadowing the movements of Ulfwe, the Eldar Craftworld.
Yeah, that's the one. That's it.
Rogal Dorn
Imitation is
managed to piece
flattery.
together
That's
3
that's
companies
the one.
to join the
Good
Cadian
looking out.
campaign,
Thank you.
which he led himself. The Black Crusade threatened to envelop Cadia,
Thanks,
the Imperial
dude.
Navy had failed to see the threat until it was too late. With his infallible sense of timing.
Remember, don't enjoy me too much. They see us having too much fun over
surprised
here.
the
They're going to be like,
heretic
oh, we got to
anchorage
take him
in the
off.
Palanos belt before they could strike.
You know how they be over there at the powers that be.
Struck at the center of the Black Crusade. Their Thunderhawks wreaking tremendous damage on the unprotected troop ships, while Imperial Fist Space Marines teleported aboard the largest warships before they could raise their shields. Although the powerful Chaos Armada was able to overwhelm the strike cruisers one by one, they were unable to deal with the Imperial Fist assault teams rampaging through the enemy vessels. The boarding parties sought out the engine rooms and succeeded in disabling many warp drives. Their tasks accomplished, the boarders would call in Thunderhawks and move on to another vessel. Some managed to use their victims' own teleporters to move on, and a few even captured batteries long enough to redirect their fire against other Chaos ships. The uneven battle could only end one way, but Rogel Dawn was determined to inflict every last grain of damage, whatever the cost. He made his final stand aboard the crippled Sword of Sacrilege, a despoiler-class battleship that had been rammed by the last Imperial Fist cruiser. The final report by the serving Chief Librarian commended their souls to the Emperor before Dawn led a desperate attack on the Sword's bridge. There was no Chaos attack on Cadia. The Imperial Navy arrived in force while the traitors were still licking their wounds. Released by the sudden disappearance of Ulthwick, Phalanx and the Imperial Fists led the Imperial counterstrike. They caught the Chaos fleet in the midst of repairs and routed it decisively. Even without their Primarch, the Imperial Fists were able to get to the right place at the right time. They boarded the Sword of Sacrilege before it could flee and discovered what remained of Rogel Dawn. His engraved skeletal hand continues to be maintained in stasis, their holiest relic, and serves as a constant reminder of the commitment expected of a Space Marine. Gene Seed. The Imperial Fist Gene Seed is very stable and has never exhibited signs of mutation. They have, however, lost the use of some of the more minor genetic enhancements of the Space Marines.
South Carolina in February, nice, dude.
The Suzanne membrane that allows
What's
the
the
Space Marine to
occasion?
enter a state of suspended animation. Neither do they have the Betcher's gland, which allows
Red
the Space
Dwarf and
Marine
Andromeda
to
watch
spit
party just
corrosive
trying to
acid
figure out
in the
how to get it
With the
done.
exception of a peculiar,
Yeah,
and
dude, I'm way down
unexplained
for
need
some
scrimshaw
Red Dwarf and
and
Andromeda.
vast
What are you having
battle
trouble with, or what do you need
duty,
some
they have exhibited no
insight
weaknesses.
on?
One trait that
But
has
if you want my
attracted
2
scrutiny
cents,
is the
let me know
practice
what's
of using
up.
a device
But
called the
if
Pain
not, you
Glove
got this. You got
to
this.
punish
I believe in you.
infractions. Named after a more ancient device, the Pain Glove is
So if
actually
there's something in
an
particular, like,
all-encompassing
what are you
tunic
thinking?
of electrofibers suspended in a steel gibbet. The errant Space Marine is placed entirely within the device and kept conscious while waves of pain wash through him. Through this ordeal, the miscreant learns to focus past the pain and strengthen his link with the Primarch. However, the chapter tends to use the sanction with unusual frequency for a unit whose discipline is legendary. Considering the circumstances of Rogel Dawn's eventual death, it is clear that the Imperial Fists have a drive for self-sacrifice that they must continually battle to overcome. Combat Doctrine. Initially, the Imperial Fists were an inflexible formation. Each company had an identical organization, and company commanders tended to
You don't deserve to settle, so play a game that
Family stuff. Nice, nice, nice. Well, hopefully it's an easy move and not too difficult, and everything goes smoothly and safely out there. You know, it's always I don't want to say it's good to look over your shoulder, but it is. It's always good to look over your shoulder when you're not in town. You're not in your town, but it's always good to look over your shoulder, even in your town, on your block, in your own room with your cats. Oh, there she goes. Hey, down in front. Standing right in front of the camera. All right. Whatever. Punk ass cats.
I know some people really like them. I know some people really, really like them. But I've always found them quite boring. There isn't much to them. And I'm looking forward to see what they do with Dawn to make him a more interesting character. Because what I've seen in the Heresy is pretty boring as well, you know. But I guess that's the whole vibe they're going for, you know, staunch sort of, a rock, you know. Pretty boring. Yeah, it's good stuff. I'd like to see more about Inuit, and I think the Primarch novel will be quite interesting. You can see here, as with the Iron One is one compared to that, it's a slightly different take on the whole Iron Cage thing, which I think is good. And again, I think this fits quite nicely. I think we can make a really interesting story around the Iron Cage. Both Royal Dawn and Gillen sort of wider impact on the Imperium. This is where I've got all this from my mind, and it's swirled around there for years. I'm like, wow, that's like one of the most important things. Even though it probably wasn't, but I hope it will become it, because it does seem like a really great opportunity to pull up some really great ideas.
Damn, I never unmuted it. Come on, dog.
If you would like to
Whoops.
support the channel, you can use the links
Whoops.
below, or become a YouTube member, whatever you like. Please do like the video though, and subscribe.
Well, at least we'll start the next story
Also
fresh
coming
this
very,
way.
very soon. We'll be covering all the legions. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm just ranting. I'm gonna go. Bye bye. To the Inquisitorial Representative. My lord, as per your instructions, I have put all my energies into creating a comprehensive background history of the Archmagus Call. As we agreed during our earlier discussions, it is clear that our peers within the Ordos need to have a thorough understanding of this individual, and I use that term loosely, as we progress in this glorious reign of our beloved regent Rabute Guilliman. Already, we have seen dramatic shifts in the internal politics of our Imperium, and the usurpation and willful disregard for the rights and prerogatives of our glorious institution, much of which is at the hands of, or potentially at the urging of, Core, at least in my considered opinion. The following summary document sets out in brief the fruits of this labour, and I leave it to you to determine how and to whom it is to be disseminated. Sources and evidence are available upon request. The origins and history of Archmagus Dominus Belisarius Cawl. Although many of those amongst the traitors and corrupted hordes of the damned can claim to have witnessed the birth of the Imperium and its many travails thereafter, on our side of the Isle there are few, save for him on earth, his Primarch's sons, if they still live, and a handful of Astartes kept alive within the dreadnought sarcophagi that can claim the same. One exception to this is Belisarius Cawl. Although we do not have the exact date of his birth, we know it was either immediately prior to or during the Great Crusade. For most, this is an age of myth. For we, with the authority and the right to knowledge, it is little better than a myth. So corrupted have our records become. But what is clear is that this age was one of hope, expansion, and
Of course, I was muted.
innovation.
Thanks, dude. I appreciate
Still
that.
stulted and
We're gonna
barbaric
make the-
compared to our species'
The pants
technological
camouflage,
height,
so I gotta add
but a
some
marked
yellow because I don't have a
improvement
lighter
on the
green than
horror
that.
of the age of strife.
So we're
Cawl
just gonna
was
add a little
born
yellow to
into
green.
this age,
Already got the yellow
and
right
immediately
here.
was considered dangerously curious.
I'm just gonna put
So
some.
much so
some
that he would have
beads
been
into it
placed
real
on the
quick.
autopilot or lobotomized to serve
beads
as a
right here.
servitor had he acted so in our age. But this was a more enlightened time, with a less dogmatic approach to inquiry. Thankfully, we have learned from these lessons and stamp out such curiosity righteously when it appears. But Cole is a creature of this bygone time and still views innovation as a good. It helps, of course, that he has the ear of our glorious Regent Gilliman, of
I
course.
can't open it.
Cole, immediately from the birth vats of Mars, a whole subject I shall not delve into,
There
showed
it is, there it
superior
goes.
intelligence to his peers, and was progressed rapidly into the ranks of the priesthood. Many of his advocates and supporters whisper that he was blessed by the Omnissiah from birth, and is perhaps an avatar of some kind of the machine god. Martian theology is so borderline heretical that I shall not give it credence, but this is what his data spurted between his sycophants. Cole became the apprentice of one Magus Domina Hester Aspertia Sigma Sigma on the forge world of Trisoleon A4. This system was the site of the Wolf Cull, where the Space Wolf Legion, led in person by Leman Russ, attacked the arch-traitor Horus's fleet in an attempt to decapitate the heresy before it reached Terra. Cole was here for this mass engagement, which saw the Vilca Fenrica reduced to they would lose, they stood down and swore fealty to the War Master. Cole, being a pragmatist, feigned loyalty to this course, but when the opportunity came, joined forces with the Loyalists and struck back, slew his treacherous master and fled the system with his friend, one Friedrich Adam Ship Quo. More on Quo later. Hester Aspertia Sigma Sigma was a master of cloning, and the unique and barely understood method of soul merging. Before he fled the system, Cole destroyed her methods of reincarnation, so to speak, by destroying the clones of herself and her saved memories and knowledge, but not before downloading it into himself. Frankly, this whole method of soul merging sounds very close to the methods the homunculi of Camorra use, and as I understand it, the equally disgusting methods Fabius Bile utilizes. Anyone trading in such dark sciences is instantly suspicious to me. Cole spent the remainder of the heresy in transit to Ryza, arriving there after the victory of our glorious Emperor and his ascension to the Golden Throne, and the beginning of the Great Scouring. While there, he was approached by
dude, I'm
agents
down.
of one Ezekiel Sedaine.
I'm down, dude.
Ezekiel Sedaine was one of the greatest scientists.
Start
produced by
planning it, bro.
humanity, or at the very least,
when do you think
since
you'll
the
get it
age of
going?
Technology. He worked with the Emperor himself prior to the Unification Wars, when our Lord was making his preparations for global conquest. Sedaine was a seeker for knowledge in the anarchy of pre-unification Terra, eventually tracking down the Emperor's whereabouts.
Hey, isn't Andromeda with my
scaling the
boy Kevin
mountains of the
Sorbo?
Himalayas before it was ground down and rebuilt as the capital of our Imperium. In those
Check it out,
times, the
dude.
Emperor, though
You
powerful,
do
had
Andromeda,
not revealed himself as
and
the
I'll
savior
catch
of
it on
humanity,
your channel.
and instead was laying the
And if you
seeds of
want to
his
cruise
conquest.
by for
He
some
was
Kevin
known to Sedaine
Sorbo,
as the master of the
Hercules, the
mind,
Legendary
whereby
Journeys,
he would conduct
we'll be doing it
genetic
on my channel.
screening and presumably purges of the populations living in the surrounding regions at seasonal fertility festivals. No doubt, as part of his efforts to ensure the horrors humanity had unleashed upon itself.
Oh, there's like a
it
little
did not
tiny,
too
like,
degrade
gnat fly in
Terra's
here.
genetic stock.
Bastard.
Sedaine knew him as a master
Little
of the lost
tiny.
arts of science from
Gonna
Terra's
put some
golden
brown in
age,
there.
and he was
Need
taken into
brown.
the Emperor's great work. After many years, and the wars of unification had followed, Sedaine worked as part of and would later lead the Emperor's biotechnical division, following the revolt of Amar Astarte, who attempted to destroy the gene seed stockpiles. His main achievement in this project was the perfection of the Astartes black carapace, which was a turning point, and is, even in the Primaris Marines of the current age, one of the fundamental enhancements for our transhuman warriors. As great a
All right,
mind
that sounds
as
good, dude, I'm
Sedaine
down.
had, he was but a man. And though he had
I'm
the
down.
resources to be able to call upon every means of life extension and rejuvenant therapy known to mankind, age did eventually catch up with him. Thankfully for Zidane, there was at that time a rejuvenant elixir unlike any in humanity's possession today. This was the Ardenian elixir, a substance strained, it seems, from the ground-down essence of multitudes of this minor Xeno species. When first encountered during the Great Crusade, they were found to be a peaceful Xenos race. And so, although I am always doubtful of the efficacy of mercy, they were
No worries,
spared
dude.
and turned into an imperial protectorate.
You could always look at
Unfortunately
my,
for the
like, you've seen my
Ardenians,
old
their genetic
streams,
and
use mirrors.
spiritual
If you want, you can
makeup
use
was found to have
mirrors to make
almost
it, you know,
magical
kind of
restorative properties
different.
for humanity.
When I had
The
three mirrors
Ardenians
behind me,
were
you could kind of
found
see
to
3 different
extinction.
shots, but
Their entire
it's only because they weren't
population
lined up
ground down to
nicely.
their essences in vast
There's
coals.
little
in order
ways
that
you
this
make it kind of,
rejuvenating drug could
Oh,
be given to
yeah,
extend the
you know?
life of imperial servants of note. What more could a Xenos race hope to achieve?
but yeah, dude. Just
with
I
their
mean, just
lives
start off
than to
like
aid
I have mine,
mankind's
and then
great
improve it
and
from
good
there.
To live a little longer in carrying
Yeah.
out humanity's destiny. Using the last dose in the galaxy of this wonder drug to restore his health, Zidane gave himself time in order that he may meet, call, and make use of the soul-merging technology, in order that his consciousness could survive in the body of Core. It is not exactly
Dude,
clear
no
whether
worries.
the consciousness being merged
Oh, bro.
is a copy
You got
of the
this,
original
dude.
mind or the actual spiritual essence of the donor.
You got
Either
this,
way,
and I'm sure
and
your
unfortunately
setup will
for
become
Zidane,
even
as the
better
procedure
than
was
mine.
completed, it did not have the intended effect.
You can only
of
go up
essentially
from there, you
taking
know?
Over Call's body. Call's personality, at least, seems to have been the one that won the battle for control, and had simply devoured Zidane's mind in the same manner as he did with his old master. From here on, Call, already a genius and visionary by any reckoning, was now in possession of the minds of 2 other scientific masters. Zidane's knowledge of transhuman modification and pre-imperial science making him one of the most informed individuals in the Imperium, especially after the destruction of the heresy where so much had been lost. Additionally, although Call clearly maintained complete control over his body,
Oh, dude, stop being a
Zidane's
ripoff, man.
consciousness does seem to
Like,
have
that's just
altered
inspiration to do something
Zidane was
better.
not of the Martian priesthood,
And if
so
you're
was
doing
not
it
burdened
exactly,
by their
and you know,
religious
wearing a
strictures. This
beanie
more
like me,
secular
and wearing
approach
a,
to scientific
you know,
discovery
if you were just
is
doing it all
something
the
that left
same,
its
then yeah,
mark
but
on Call as the
you're
years
gonna put your
progressed.
own
An
flair
ability
to it. and
to adopt innovation.
It's gonna be your own
in a way
creation
that
built
more devout
upon
servants
something
of the
else. You know,
Omnisire
it's gonna be great.
would never even contemplate being so close to tech heresy.
Hell
The
yeah, dude.
Primaris Project.
That's what I like to hear.
As the great scouring ran its course, the Imperium returned to some semblance of stability, and the rebuilding began. At this time, the Primarch Guilliman became Lord Commander of the Imperium and head of the Senatorum Imperialis, essentially acting in the place of our now ascended Emperor. At some point, Guilliman and Call met, and it was agreed or ordered by Guilliman for Call to create a new form of Astartes. They would be stronger, faster, and more, hopefully, resilient to corruption. Call agreed to this, and for the last 10,000 years he worked on these legions, being granted authority by the Lord Commander of the Imperium, and being one of the most senior magi left alive following the heresy. Call constructed vast research laboratoria under the red sands of Mars and began the recruiting of Astartes aspirants from across the Imperium. He placed this enormous legion of hundreds of thousands in stasis as he gradually tinkered with the Emperor's design. Essentially, the Primaris are the basic Astartes template with additions of Call's own, or rather, his rapidly multiplying gestalt of minds, as he continued to soul-merge with others. Not only are the Primaris stronger in every way, but the gene seed itself has been purified, with the genetic mutations that have plagued several of the Primarch's bloodlines removed or repaired. Not only that, but apparently they are more resistant to chaotic corruption, and are more loyal or more predisposed to loyalty on a genetic level than the original Astartes. Call believes his work to be so complete that apparently he has argued that the gene seed from the traitor legions should be used to more closely reflect the Emperor's original plan for the Astartes, as each force possesses traits and inclinations which complement each other, allowing for a more powerful, adaptable and resilient force. The Lord Regent is understandably resistant to such an idea, and has categorically ordered him not to do so. However, rumours persist that some of the Primaris chapters that have been founded may in fact be descended from some of these traitor bloodlines. This is obviously a matter of concern which we of the Ordos are looking into.
Website you love.
Companion, shall we say, of Belisarius Cawl. He is the first attempt by Cawl to create the next generation of Primaris.
Dude, that beanie too.
Unfortunately for this being,
No
Cawl
beanie
went
allowed.
too
No, that's
far
fine.
And tried
I'm
too
just kidding,
much.
dude. Yeah, no, you do
The
you, but
being,
just do
though
your thing.
psychically
Be genuine
powerful
is
and
what it
physically
is.
more
Be
powerful than any
genuine.
Primaris, is a flawed and pain-racked
Be
creature.
genuine.
Melancholic
You're the
is
blueprint.
perhaps an
Hell
understatement
yeah.
for this creature's attitude to existence, but he is a ruthless and supremely powerful
Break the
warrior
mold,
whom
bro.
Cawl
Do better
places
than
a
I
great deal
do.
of
Do
trust
better
in,
than me.
often dispatching
Look it
him
all
on
copy
missions
and
and
grow.
errands
Exactly.
when he is not acting as Call's bodyguard. This being
Yeah.
should be considered a prototype. Too powerful,
Binging Dark
too
Matter, nice.
difficult to manage, too difficult to mass
He
produce.
has a crime
A
lord
singular
instead of the
being,
doctor, dude.
what we could possibly
Yeah, that's dope.
consider a Primarch to the Primaris.
Hell yeah, dude.
Quo. Another companion of Cawl is the being or beings known as Quo. The original Quo was killed by Sedaine as part of the bargain for the soul merging. Quo was Cawl's lifelong friend, and not wanting to be parted from him in a peculiar fit of sentimentality, has continued to clone Quo throughout the ages. This is not Quo, however, but a heavily modified version because Cawl, as with all his acolytes and servants, appears to modify them so they are fit for purpose. That involves, it seems, a limited kind of soul merging, whereby his patterns of thought are implanted into all his people. The idea appears to
dude.
be that this way, Cawl can allow them to act autonomously.
I've only seen him in,
knowing that
what's
they
that
will
other
do
one?
What he would
Cube.
do in a given situation.
He did good in Cube.
Again, the parallels
damn, bro.
to the degenerate
He's a good
Fabius
actor,
Biles
yeah.
methods
I'm
of
sure he's in a
gene
bunch of
crafting are
stuff.
quite
Canadian
striking.
stuff.
The 13th Black Crusade and the fall of Cadia. For 10,000 years, Cawl continued his research and construction of the new Primaris legions, and additionally conducted expeditions and researches into lost and forbidden knowledge. He exterminated Xenos races and found lost colonies of humanity. One instance of his supposed involvement was the cursed founding whereby advanced genetic manipulation was used in an attempt to mass-produce new Space Marines in a more speedy manner. This debacle ended in several traitor chapters being spawned, as well as rampant mutations amongst the forces created, of an extremely disturbing nature. Also, it is possible that Cawl was involved in the formation of the Minotaurs chapter, which appears on the surface to be organized as a kind of field test of how the Primaris would later be organized, with excessive use of plasma weaponry and some of the best arms and equipment that was available at the time to a Space Marine chapter. The knowledge he gained in these expeditions and researches was used in the Primaris project, gradually enhancing the Emperor's vision for the Astartes, but also for other projects. At the time of the 13th Black Crusade, Cawl was attempting to understand the nature of the Necrons' ability to manipulate reality, and the purpose and properties of Blackstone and the many pylons they had seeded across the galaxy in ages past. The history of the 13th Black Crusade and the fall of Cadia is a vast and somewhat confusing and odd series of events that we are still living with to this day. It is simply too long an episode to elaborate on too much, but the following should sum up the situation nicely. Cawl made his way to Cadia, having been convinced, or more accurately coerced, by an Eldar Harlequin well known to our peers in the Ordo Xenos, one Salandre Veilwalker, a most manipulative example of this subspecies of that decadent race. Unfortunately, this was not the only Xenos to be involved, something the general populace should never learn of, with Cadia's last stand having become a tale of sacrifice and bravery in these dark times. No, for the Necron creature known as Trazan the Infinite, having seen the likely results of the final victory of Chaos, decided to assist the defenders of Cadia and the Imperium as a whole, for his own entertainment more than anything else, it seems. With the Necron's aid, Core was able to activate the crippled planet.
That just means he's a good actor if he's doing his part in making you hate him as a bad character, as a bad guy.
Unfortunately, the
That's so good in that
despoiler
way,
would
too.
not be denied his prize, and after a grueling battle, the planet was torn asunder, and the few Imperial survivors forced to flee. Again, this whole series of events is, frankly, beyond belief. Eventually, Core, Saint Celestine, and Marshal Helbrecht entered the Webway and made their way to the Ultramar region, and eventually to Macragge, harried by various enemies along the way. In their train was a force of Eldar. They eventually made it to Macragge, which for some reason was under siege from the Black Legion, and as the enemy made a strike to attempt to slay Guilliman while he was still kept in stasis, Core revealed his true purpose in joining this particular adventure. He deactivated Guilliman's stasis field, which had preserved him from the death blow his corrupted brother Fulgrim had dealt him. A suit of armor, unlike any other, was placed upon him, and Yvraine, the avatar of the Eldar god of the dead, used the powers vested in her to heal the Primarch. This last part is not commonly known, as it is a deeply troubling turn of events, and most who know of this event are under the impression that it was Core's suit of armor which healed and acted as a life support system to the risen Primarch. Following this, Guilliman, along with his band of heroes, set out for Terra, once the Primarch had, of course, secured and stabilized the war in the 500 worlds. After a shocking series of incidents in the Maelstrom, and later the Webway, the remnants of this force appeared through a gateway on Luna itself, and a final battle between Guilliman and the sorcerer Primarch Magnus the Red ended in victory for the Imperial forces. Shortly afterwards, the Primarch Rabute Guilliman, praise his name, claimed the title Regent after a personal meeting with the Emperor, and Core began to unlock and mobilize his hidden Primaris legions, originally requested by Guilliman. After a fraught battle to foul Abaddon's attempt to cut off Terra from the Imperium using the null zone effect of Blackstone, and the Great Rift was sowing chaos and terror across the Imperium, the Indomitus Crusade began. During this period, Guilliman organized several mighty fleets in the Sol system, eventually leading them out in a war of reconquest to secure the Terran side of the galaxy, and also to cross over and reunite with those Imperial forces in the Imperium Nihilus. Notably, at Baal, the Primaris forces were initially organized into large formations known as Grey Shields. These were mixed forces, with Marines from different genetic bloodlines
I wanted
in the same squads. Massive wars
the pants
were
to come out a little
conducted in
lighter
this
with the
period,
camouflage,
the
but I
leading the
think
way,
that's fine for
and
now.
Core was at the center of this, as well as continuing the production of Primaris and spreading the knowledge of their creation to existing Space Marine chapters. However, this was often done at the point of a custodian's guardian spear,
maybe I should go lighter.
so that all understood the new
Maybe I
order.
should go lighter.
After several decades, the wars to stabilize the Terran half of the galaxy ended, and the Imperium Nihilus had several, most notably at Baal, as mentioned, footholds into the dark half of the galaxy. The existing Space Marine chapters accepted gladly the Primaris. Despite the obvious heresy of their existence, a certain kind of pragmatism is expected in this period. So close to annihilation was the Imperium. Dissent, essentially, was near non-existent, and where it did exist, via one method or another, the new order was imposed. Call Inferior. Call did not stay at Guilliman's side during the Crusade, but did gift him with the machine known as the Call Inferior. This is a closely guarded secret, and the Primarch no doubt believes we are ignorant of its existence on his flagship. We are not. It appears to be an example of an abominable intelligence, or at least a stunted copy of Call's own mind. which communicates with him via astropathic data spurts, that the machine for they point to the depths of depraved technology that Call is willing to utilize. Sotha. As the needs of war subsided, at least for Call himself, he found himself delving more deeply into the Necron's technology. This was easier than one would expect as Necron activity increased dramatically, particularly around the Adeptus Mechanicus territories, which appeared to be curiously based on the worlds, or near to the worlds, of the ancient Necron dynasties, which has obviously caused conflict between the two forces. This has been exacerbated by the obvious need and efforts of the Imperium and the Tech Priests to seize those worlds which contain large quantities of Blackstone, which is the main material utilized by the Necrons. In these efforts, Call notably butted heads with one of our peers, where his Quo servant destroyed an inquisitorial interrogation facility for reasons which aren't exactly clear to us still. Following this incident, he made his way to the planet Sotha, the former chapter homeworld of the Scythes of the Emperor, which had been devoured by High Fleet Kraken following a gene-stealer infestation. The chapter was almost made extinct in this war, but had been brought back to full strength with Primaris Marines. However, the old Marines had kept the real history of their chapter's defeat secret, and had chosen to leave their new brothers to forge a new path, volunteering to join the expedition to Sotha, believing they would die there, and that with their deaths their chapter would go on to glory without the shame of their founders. Additionally, the chapter fortress was built atop the Pharos, an artifact of Necron construct that had been utilized during the heresy. Again, a vast and long tale that we do not have time to discuss now. Call had learned it was powered and controlled by the shards of the Catan or Citan, depending on your pronunciation, and he hoped to gain knowledge of how the Necrons manipulated material reality to, perhaps, close the Great Rift and all warp anomalies, as well as to gain knowledge on how the Necrons use these Pharos devices as methods of interstellar travel and communication, by gaining access to the Pharos network across the universe, as an alternative to warp travel, in the same way the Emperor had been attempting to use the Webway prior to the heresy. The events on the planet are not particularly important to this history. What is important is that Call struck a bargain with the Catan Shard of Zaralush the Potentate. The Catan, of course, being at one point gods before the Necrons defeated them and broke them into shards and made them slaves. This shard had been chained to the Pharos for millennia, but unlike many of its, shall we say, peers, it had been able to retain a large portion of its personality and independence. When the Pharos was abandoned, it began to devour the other Catan shards to sustain itself. And this, perhaps, is one of the reasons why it had gained so much of its own personality and knowledge back. Call agreed to release the entity on condition that he be given the heart of the Pharos, but double-crossed it, sending it spiralling into a singularity far away, to which this now loose Catan is no doubt planning its revenge on Call, presuming it isn't captured by the Necrons and enslaved once again. Following this, Call flattened the Pharos ruins from orbit, completely levelling it, but also agreed to terraform the planet in the hope that one day the Scythes of the Emperor can call Sotha home once more. The heart of the Pharos has provided Call with vast amounts of data on how the Necron technology works, and also a map of all Necron Pharos sites throughout the galaxy. This is his main objective now, to gain control of this network. But he continues his other projects at the same time, and the needs of the Imperium's war machine are a constant distraction from his great work. Conclusion. My lord, Belisarius Cawl is a true threat to the Imperium. I believe we can say he is loyal, but his loyalty is to a future which we do not necessarily wish to see, and it is clear that his closeness with our revered Lord Primarch Guilliman makes him near untouchable, even if he wasn't a member of the elite of the Adeptus Mechanicus. In this new age, our glorious institution is facing threats to its authority never before witnessed. Gilliman's control is total, and we are not exactly in his favour given his known secular inclinations, and his control of, loyalty from the vast majority
that
of
sucks.
known Astartes forces, as well as other imperial institutions.
But it seems like
There are
he's
few
playing
enough
himself
Astartes forces remaining, as they
a
are
lot
now
of the
being
times.
gradually
Like, he doesn't really
replaced
act,
fully
he
with
just plays
these
himself.
primaries.
You know what I mean?
Even devout forces, or at least those forces with a streak of independence, such as the Black Templars and the Dark Angels, whom one would expect to resist this power grab by a Primarch which is not their own, appear to have accepted his authority without a murmur. We must continue to watch and observe, as is
I
our
sure
way,
do.
and to be ready to strike to ensure
Except the
that
Superman
the Emperor's
punch.
true vision is
I
not
think that's
subverted
so dumb.
by the ambitions and hubris.
Like, bro, I know you're
of
on another
those now at
galaxy
the
and another
helm of the
planet,
Imperium.
but like,
Our
on,
rightful
dude.
place, as we have guided.
we all seen that.
for
We
the
all
last
know what that's
10,000
from,
years.
especially the
There are
sci-fi
rumors that
lovers.
Gilliman is dissatisfied with
Don't do
Corvus'
that.
behavior
Don't try to be like
and
Superman.
true intentions. But the Archmagus has made no move to seize the office of Lord Fabricator,
Or whoever.
and appears content to
Or whoever.
continue his researches. This is
All right,
troubling.
I lightened it
The
up a little
idealist,
bit.
the zealot,
Probably not as light as it
useful
should
they
be,
are
but
always to be
but there it
watched, lest their enthusiasm
camouflage
endanger
pan.
the stability of the whole. For the
it
moment,
look like crap.
we must
It look all
wait
like crap when
and
it's all
watch,
close.
and
Zoomed
loyally
in.
serve our rightful region
Oh, well.
devoutly, as our duty dictates.
Oh well.
May the Emperor protect you, my lord. As ever, I remain your most loyal servant. Inquisitor A.B. Prince. Thanks everybody for watching.
Yeah.
Again,
exactly.
as I've said many times,
Thanks, everybody,
if
for
you watch my
watching.
videos, you definitely need to check out the Great Work novel. It actually makes Cole an interesting and understandable and not annoying character like he is without that novel. But I popped a link in the description below if you want to pick that up, and if you use my link, that it helps me. As you can see, your names are scrolling past. Thank you, lads. It's your support that helps me do this. It's a big part of it for me, and it really helps. If anyone wants to join this cohort of heroes, please use the links below. There's various means that you can. But yeah, to everybody who does, thank you, lads. I really appreciate it. It really, really helps, seriously. But yeah, I'm going to go now. I hope you did enjoy this. I'm going to be doing sort of more of these sort of character profile type things going forward. We can try and mix it up a bit with different things, 40k related. 'Cause it keeps things
I told
interesting
you.
for me, and I hope for you as well.
Darker,
If I'm
no,
enjoying
lighter.
everything, I think it
Oh,
makes it better
like
for you
the
guys, as
other
you can
green?
tell.
Darker?
You know, it's not just me. I don't know. I'm not just chasing the algorithm.
Yeah. The other
But,
green needs to be
yeah,
darker.
I'm gonna go. Thanks all
We
very
can go
much
over it
for
again
watching.
darker.
Please do remember to like the video, subscribe,
Yeah, we can
and
do
let
that.
me know in the comments what you think, and let me know any suggestions you think of
We'll see
characters
here in
you'd
a
like
minute.
to see. It's given this sort of rundown of their background history and that sort of thing, and any bits and bobs that are I might be able to slip in there that you might not know, that sort of thing. Let me know. But for now, I'm gonna go. Have a great week. Have a great weekend. Whenever it is you're watching this, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm gonna go again. Thanks everybody supporting the channel. See you later. Bye bye. Cheers.
Darker shading or something. Yeah. Yeah, like from far away it looks good. But yeah, it definitely needs that darker green.
Look at
Darker
this.
green
Hey,
for
man.
sure.
Good luck.
Oh snap.
The Emperor's Spears. For over 1,000 years, the Emperor's Spears have watched over the embattled stars of the Ilaria's Veil Nebula. They are the barbarian sons.
Yeah, but he's drooling it up
haunted
over there with
Stormworld
flies in his
Unicron,
mouth and his
battling
on his
headhunters,
chair,
standing defiant against the poisonous
sleeping.
darkness bleeding out from the
Where you
great
at,
rift,
Francois?
calling upon the most ancient of oaths, the Emperor's Spears, gather their surviving allies to ensure the light of humanity keeps burning in their besieged region of the Imperium Nihilus. The first confirmed sighting of the Emperor's Spears in Imperial space is a footnote in Eres Sikia's
Yeah, look how much darker
Historica
it should be.
Auguria, It notes that in the middle years of M40, the warship
See?
Daughter of the Storm
That's how
answered
dark
the
they should
astropathic
be.
cries for aid sent by a deep void Adeptus Mechanicus hydroponics installation. Witness reports recovered from the installation's corrupted archives list the chapter's deployment as
And
needlessly
way less
aggressive
brown,
and
thinner
heedless
lines of
collateral
brown,
damage.
which should be like a
For
lighter
this,
green.
It can be extrapolated that the xenoflora research of dubious morality did
Yeah, he's
not
going to be a
survive the
little,
Space Marine.
whoops,
A final note in
a
the
little
archive
lighter
is
tan
the
colored.
cerulean-clad brutes as lingering after the devastation in order to draw blades through the necks
So
of
glad that
fallen
wasn't the paint.
Xenos and harvest the dead aliens' heads. This first recorded account roughly matches references to the Emperor Spear's supposed origins in the 25th founding, also known as the Bastion founding. As is standard with the Imperial dating system, the exact date of the Bastion founding is a source of conflicting data, but temporal signifiers mark it within the latter 500 years of the 40th millennium. This would make the Emperor's Spears well over 1,000 years old. Sentinels of the Veil.
Yeah, bro, he's in the sun, G.
Ilaria's Veil subsector was once watched over by the most noble Celestial Lions chapter. Centuries passed, with the Lions struggling valiantly to defend such a vast realm alone, eventually resulting in a petition sent to Terra demanding reinforcement. The High Lords of Terra looked towards the blighted, burning worlds of Ilaria's Veil, and at last dictated a solution. The next Space Marine founding would not see the Lions joined by one bloodline of new brothers, but two, and so the Adeptus Velari, the Sentinels of the Veil, were formed. 3 chapters bound by sacred oaths, fated to watch over Ilaria's Veil. Nemeton was the world chosen for the Emperor's Spears, while Camon Sen was chosen as homeworld of the Androctonus Astra chapter, the Star Scorpions in vulgar argot. The Andronicus Astra, despite a proud existence, were fatally undone by flaws in their gene seed and eventually lost to the war. Their heraldry and their position as chapter 888th in honor rolls of the Adeptus Astartes was later granted to the Mentor Legion, a gift that did not sit well with the remaining Adeptus Velari. 3 chapters were enough to temporarily scour the region clean, but the Imperium is vast and subject to myriad threats. The loss of the Star Scorpions gravely wounded the Adeptus Velari, and the situation grew even more dire when the Celestial Lions began to hemorrhage warriors and ships due to inquisitorial accusations of malignancy. A region of space that had started to stretch 3 chapters thin was now held by only one. Keeping to their ancient oath, the Emperor's Spears swore they would hold the line against the darkness, while the Celestial Lions reforged their butchered chapter. The Lions' own nobility has slowed this process significantly, for rather than retreat entirely and rebuild, they still send forth strike forces to fight at the Emperor's Spear's side, refusing to completely abandon their younger brethren. Nemeton, the Storm World. Nemeton is orbited
No,
by
Wyatt. It's not Wyatt. It's
lesser rocks
Oh,
and
whatchamacallit.
dust from ancient planetary impacts.
I mean, I guess
granting
it's a
the
type
planet
of
a
Wyatt,
great
but
ring
it's
akin to Saturn in the Sol system.
Wraithbone.
Since the opening of the Great Rift,
Wraithbone.
many of
And
these
then we're gonna
void
go over it
boulders
with
have
some
been weaponized
Agrax
as
Earthshade, so it
torpedo
looks a little more
silos,
weathered.
fighter hangars, laser batteries, or jamming stations, in preparation for what the Emperor's Spears regard as an inevitable invasion. Due to its isolation, Nemeton's
Yeah, what do I know,
defenses
right?
have been layered and enhanced, even beyond that which would be expected of a Space Marine homeworld. A vast minefield permeates the Nemeton system, requiring inbound ships to possess up-to-date drift charts in order to navigate the system safely. The jewel in Nemeton's crown is the Forge Moon of Bellona, colonized millennia ago by a fleet from the Forge world in Caladion. These tech lords chose to settle on Bellona due to its abundant mineral riches. The Emperor's Spears have capitalized on this advantage. The chapter's druidic tech marines, unable to reach Sacred Mars, are trained on Bellona, and most of the Emperor's Spears warships also carry Skitarii support legions aboard. All 3 chapters of the Adeptus Velari once cherished the easy supply route and access to material offered by unity with Bellona, but the Emperor's Spears focused most of all on expanding their chapter's fleet over the course of the first millennia of their existence. With Bellona's industrious alliance, the Emperor's spears are capable of deploying a chapter fleet far beyond the usual capabilities of most Adeptus Astartes fraternities. The storm-blighted planet of Nemeton was brought to compliance by the proud Ultramarines Legion, who brought the gift of civilization to its barbaric people. Rather than accept this gift with gladdened hearts, as the centuries passed, the clans of Nemeton abandoned the marble cities constructed by their conquerors and returned to the wilderness. Now, millennia later, the surface of Nemeton is dotted with empty, ruined cities, considered haunted by the tribes, their beautiful marble work eroded by time and the planet's endless storms. Classified as an ocean world, Nemeton nevertheless possesses thousands of archipelago chains, serving as landmasses for the population. Equatorial island chains see the longest breaks in storm cover, suffering severe seasonal monsoons instead of the eternal grey storms of more northern and southern regions. This tends to make the equatorial island clans darker in skin, with white tattoos, while the northern and southern islanders are usually paler, tattooing themselves with ink of black, red or blue. The population of Nemeton is divided into widespread clans, each with its own variant cultures and beliefs. The planet is locked in a stage of development reminiscent of the Terran Iron era, knowing little of the wider Imperium. Wars between the tribes are common, usually over what little land exists for the taking. As a result, healers and seers are greatly respected, as are tribal elders, for their wisdom and the simple fact they have survived to old age, in a culture where war strikes down a great many adults before they can reach such a venerated state. The tribespeople are enthralled to potent superstitions, such as spitting on the ground to ward away misfortune, or the need for a warrior to die with a blade in their hand to avoid shame in the eyes of the God Emperor. One of the most notable religious beliefs is the notion that Nemeton's wrath is the godlike expression of the Emperor's sorrow, weeping for his lost bride, Alara. The historical Alara is noted in conflicting archives as either an arch-commander or the imperial saint who led the wars to first bring the region to compliance. To the people of Nemeton, she is the God Emperor's bride, and her crimson funeral veil became the nebula that bathes the stars red. The most esoteric belief held by the natives of Nemeton is that of the gas. In childhood, every son and daughter of the clans is brought before a tribal shaman who reads the flow of fate in their blood. The nature of gases vary widely, though all are semi-supernatural promises of a specific moment or choice.
At this point, I call it a night.
The chapter believes that
I hear you.
Nemeton seers read these
Sometimes you just gotta call it.
And armed with this poetic foreknowledge, the bearer of
Count
the
your
gas
chips.
can hopefully avoid the
You gotta
wrong
remember,
choice
the
when
house
time comes.
always wins.
Many gases take the form
So you gotta know when to
of
call it.
against dishonor or death, should the bearer ever act. He spent the years of his youth making sure he never walked beneath a circling raven or journeying in the same direction one of the birds flew. Years later, when serving alongside the Raven Guard warship Second Shadow, Ivras knew that to support his fellow chapter's battle to break through an enemy blockade would violate his gas, but that he would survive to fight another day if he held back. Nonetheless, he commanded his vessel, the Sky Reaver, to join the fight alongside the Raven Guard. History records that the Sky Reaver was grievously wounded and Ivras himself was killed in the ensuing battle. But the Emperor's spears were hailed in the Raven Guard's archives for their loyalty, and Ivras' name was etched into the rolls of honour among both chapters for his sacrifice. Veterans of that campaign were permitted to inscribe the Raven Guard's sigil upon their vambraces to mark their commander's valour. The War Hosts. The Emperor's Spears maintain an organisation in loose adherence to the Codex Astartes, with several notable exceptions. The first is that rather than chapter companies, the Emperor's Spears favour autonomous war hosts that can operate far from Nemeton under their own recognizance, returning only for recruit harvesting and repairs at Bellona's orbital dockyards. The exact number of these war hosts is undetermined by Imperial scholars, though it stands to reason that they are similar in number and offensive capabilities to standard battle companies. The chapter makes use of several unorthodox sigils and personalized heraldry, most of which relates to their role in the Sentinels of the Vale or their ties to Nemeton. Runes of Ogham, the written language of Nemeton that is impenetrable to most outsiders, are common across their azure ceramite. Warriors also occasionally wear cloaks of beast or serpentide, marking their success in hunts on their homeworld. Some veteran warriors also wear the symbols of the celestial lions or the fallen star scorpions on their warplate, honouring the chapters they fought alongside for so long. One knee pad is almost always marked a deeper blue, in order to provide a space for personal heraldry, which is usually given over to a specific campaign marking or to the renowned Manticora Bestia Fidelitas. The Manticora Bestia Fidelitas is the primary symbol of the Adeptus Velari, symbolizing their unbreakable unity. The Manticore stands for both the Celestial Lions and the Star Scorpions, gripping a trident in its talons to represent the Emperor's spears. Any warrior may wear this sacred coat of arms, so long as he has shed blood in battle. It is also commonly seen on Balonian forces, as well as regiments of Imperial Guard stationed or trapped in Alaria's Vale over the last century.
All right, dude, get some rest. Peace out. Thank you for hanging out and chilling. We'll catch you here on the next one, dude.
Gunship, the Emperor's spears descend into the heart of the enemy and hold position long enough for other Imperial forces to advance, linking up with their vanguard. It is known that the Emperor's spears are not the berserkers one might expect of tattooed savages, but they instead wage war in bursts of adrenal fury tempered by periods of chanted tribal dirges. Their way of waging war is chimeric, as conflictingly melancholy and joyous as the barbarians of Nemeton themselves. Imperial commanders have, in the past, accused the Emperor's spears of being unreliable, noting that the chapter expresses Space Marine autonomy to a difficult degree. While the chapter has always made efforts to minimize collateral damage, its strike forces have also been known to plunge into battle. They put glory above prudence, as if the chapter's youth means its warriors have something to prove to its older brethren. Desperation in recent decades has forced the Emperor's spears into a more cooperative mindset. Necessity has forced their hand with Alaria's Vale in such danger. Pride can no longer come first. Now, survival must do so instead. The Druidic Council. The clean delineations of librarian, apothecary, chaplain, and tech marine do not exist in the Emperor's spears. Psychically gifted battle brothers go to war in black armor, as do the machine-versed warriors that train on Bologna, along with the battle-chanting warrior priests whose duty is to stand watch over the souls of their men. All are druids, black of ceramite, white of helm. And all three orders are also trained in the alchemical and biological expertise.
Sounds good, bro. See you tomorrow for some Stargate. Appreciate your time and hanging out. Always enjoy the fellas coming through for some chillage. I'll catch you, man. Thank you.
The chapter's isolation was in place beforehand. Ghosts of Nemeton. The clans of Nemeton have a strained relationship with the Space Marine chapter that watches over them. To the barbarians, service in the God Emperor's armies is no honor to be fought for. It is a death sentence. Those who ascend to the shrouded heavens must abandon their natural lives in order to live as inhuman angels. Space Marines on Nemeton are not seen as warriors from the clans returned to honor their bloodlines, but as spirits of children lost to the whims of fate, reshaped past their humanity. They are not heroes to be celebrated, but ghosts to be mourned. The Great Rift. The Cicatrix Maledictum that ripped across the galaxy in the wake of the Despoiler's 13th Black Crusade has made travel within the Imperium Nihilus a nightmare of tempestuous voyages, catastrophic warp breaches, and tides that swallow ships whole. Like many regions of the Dark Imperium, Alaria's Vale is cut off from almost all external contact and support. From the Great Rift, there came a new host of arch-enemy forces. These marauding warlords tore into Alaria's Vale, not for destruction and plunder, but with staggering numbers of human and mutant forces, seeking to establish their own foul kingdoms on Vale worlds. These were the first encounters with the invading forces known as the Exarchy and their cruel heretic Astartes overlords, the Pure. Not long after the Rift's manifestation, lore on the creation of Primaris Marines reached Nemeton from elsewhere in the Dark Imperium, carried by a depleted contingent of the Emperor's own custodian guard. Yet, like so many other warring chapters in the Imperium's darker half, neither the Emperor's spears nor the Celestial Lions received fully grown, battle-ready reinforcements. They were forced to create their own Primaris warriors over time to bolster their ranks. Unpleasant tales are told of reinforcements destined for the Celestial Lions' homeworld, of Elysium 9 never reaching the sector due to inquisitorial interference. Though, given the nature of the Sysastrix Maledictum, no one can know the truth of such a matter. In recent years, Ilaria's Vale settled into a seething deadlock between the Adeptus Velari and their foes. A deadlock that held until the Exarchy struck a decisive blow by laying siege to the Celestial Lions' homeworld. Answering their oldest oath of loyalty, the Emperor's spears hurled their chapter fleet at the Exarchy blockade to aid the Celestial Lions' evacuation. Now, with the Emperor's spears and the surviving Lions gathering their armada to hold their remaining territory, it remains to be seen which way the winds of war will blow in Alara's Vale. The Paragon Caste. The Emperor's Spear's first company is known as the Paragons. They are the chapter's warrior elite caste. Paragons wear no crest. Their white helms are marked by inverted red tridents, painted on their faceplates in barbaric echo of their chapter symbol. Unconfirmed reports claim that to gain acceptance among the Paragons, a supplicant must be recommended by no fewer than 3 current veterans. He must then perform a number of feats of prowess in battle, as well as secretive blood rites unknown outside the Paragon caste. Paragons are never permitted to serve as officers. They are outside the chain of command, each one a champion at arms who has foregone the chance to lead his brethren into battle. Witnesses mark strange interplays of authority between the Paragons. To that end, Paragons are usually focused on elimination of enemy commanders and champions. Many of them wear black banners with their personal heraldry on proud display, though others are just as likely to consider the habit preening and unnecessary. The Pure. The first encounter with the heretic Astartes known as the Pure came in a vicious engagement over a Balonian mining outpost in an exosystem asteroid field. Far from the usual classes of formerly Imperial warships that comprised most of the Exarchy's fleets, the Adeptus Velari found themselves in a pitched battle with their mirror images, traitor Astartes vessels of equivalent bulk, ferocity and firepower to their own. The Celestial Lion's flagship, Blade of the Seventh Sun, was almost lost that day, as was the Balonian warbark, Alpha Magna Prima. The Pure's origins are a source of debate among the Adeptus Velari and their allies. They bear a symbol worn by no other renegade force, a serpentine basilisk coiled around a captive world, and wear armour of filthy white and corroded bronze. Speculation abounds as to their roots among the traitor legions, or their past identities as a renegade chapter fallen from the Emperor's grace. There are even those among the embattled worlds of Ilaria's Vale that claim the basilisks, as the Pure are often known, are truly the remnants of the once noble Star Scorpions, vomited back into their former territory and devoted to reclaiming what was once theirs. Soon after their emergence into Imperial space, the Pure were known to be recruiting from the Star Scorpions' former homeworld, a dishonour that the Adeptus Velari could not endure. This parasitic harvest was decisively ended by the Emperor's spears, committing exterminatus on Kamun Sen, leaving a globe of lifeless ash in their wake. The Emperor's Spear's warriors that took part in the burning of Kamun Sen often show the campaign marking on their armour, a black claw, marking through a yellow circle. The Eokari insurrection, early M41. The Governor-Regent of the planet Ukari petitioned the Sentinels of the Vale to aid his loyal armies against a planet-wide rebellion, and it was the Emperor's spears that answered the call. However, Tristane of the Arakani, war leader of the Fourth, arrived to find the insurrection was already being battled by the Aurora chapter, technically a cousin bloodline to the Emperor's spears. Rather than greet the Emperor's spears as brethren, the commander of the Aurora chapter berated the Emperor's spears for requiring other warriors to fight their wars inside Elaria's Vale. With typical hot blood, the Emperor's spears' reply was a planetary deployment right into the heart of the enemy capital, sustaining far heavier losses than the Aurora chapter's meticulously fought counter-offensive, but stealing final victory for themselves through 3 days and nights of brutal urban warfare. With the archenemy warlord's still bloody skull chained to his pauldron, war leader Tristane voxed the Aurora commander and informed him that his men had no right to mark the battle on their war banners as a triumph, since the Emperor's spears had done all the hard work. The exact events that led to continued destabilization in relations are unclear, though it seems both commanders eventually agreed to an honor duel to end the unrest. Even this engagement is the source of yet more conflict. Both chapters claim their champion was the victor, and in the skirmish that followed, both chapters claim that the other side fired the first shot, leading to several warships sustaining significant damage in the name of Adeptus Astartes' pride. Representatives from the Ultramarines, acting either as benevolent overseers or unwanted judges, depending on which chapter's perspective is being described at the time, later ruled in the Aurora chapter's favour. They stated that the Emperor's spears had acted on impulsive instinct, rather than following the approved guidelines laid out in the Codex Astartes. Accordingly, they stated that the glory of the Akori victory was to be equally shared. Such was the bitterness of the Ultramarines' perceived inflexibility. Some archives list it as favouritism, that Lord Tristane swore never to set foot on Macragge, even if the planet was imperilled by threat of destruction. This edict was apparently overturned by High King Arukatus the Swordbearer when he assumed the mantle of leadership over the chapter, citing it as an oath of spit and fire made in the heat of the moment. Since then, elements of the Emperor's spears and the Ultramarines have waged war alongside each other on at least 2 occasions, though if tales of Imperial observers are to be believed, there remains little affection between the 2 chapters. No record exists of the Emperor's spears and the Aurora chapter fighting together since the events that took place on Ukari, though there is an apocryphal tale that says a cargo vessel arrives every 10 years in the skies above the homeworld of the Aurora chapter, declaring that it brings a tribute to the Emperor's spear's beloved cousins. This gift is the same each decade. A ship has a hold full of seawater and several hundred abyssal vine serpents, supposedly a despised and incredibly ugly breed of oceanic vermin on Nemeton, with almost no nutritional value whatsoever and a profoundly unpleasant taste. Battle Cry. The chapter's battle cry is a solemn tribal chant, accompanied by the beating of fists on breastplates and weapons crashing against shields. The sound of that hymn is akin to the heartbeat of a primal god. Shuvaka ul Zurun, Shuraka ul Zurun. The warriors of Nemeton chant as they advance into battle. The Gothic translation is a vow or a promise. Redden the earth. Redden the earth. Thank you all very much for watching. One of the more new chapters that have been created. This is, of course, based on Aaron Dembski-Bowden's novel, which The Emperor's Spears, or Spears of the Emperor. I haven't actually read it yet, or listened to the audio. I forgot the audio. I got it the week after it was released, which is last year. 2019. Jesus. Yeah, I've had it since it was released, basically. I just haven't got round to listening to it. It's on my list, though. Hopefully in the next week or 2, I might get round to it. I'm sort of smashing through books at the minute. He's really put the work in, and going through this, I can tell that he's put a lot of effort into constructing a mythology behind them and ensuring that the world that they're set in is glorious and detailed and rich, and you can really get that from this. It's pulling in a lot of details from human, current day sort of, or I guess historical. I don't know. It's Aaron Dembski-Bowden, man. He knows what it's Aaron Dembski-Bowden. He knows exactly what he's doing, and he's pulling something together that looks amazing. So I'm really looking forward to that audiobook and learning more about this chapter and learning their stories. But this was a great sort of intro to them, I think, and it shows, and it's a nice touch that it's in the Imperium Nihilus, so we get a taste of what's happening in that dark side of the Imperium with Space Marine chapters and so on. And I like the way that they talk about how they came by the Primaris knowledge and all that sort of stuff. It sounds really good. Plus they seem like arseholes, which I do respect. I do respect a bit of arseholeness amongst my Space Marines. It adds flavour, it adds character, and especially when it's against the Ultramarines or anyone associated with them, any of their milk blood descendants. You know, it's good stuff. And I'm looking forward to seeing what's going on with the Pure chapter, and this Ilaria's Veil and all that. It looks good. It looks good. It's an interesting setup he's done for him. There's only one novel out, so I probably will get a few more. But yeah, his Black Legion book is coming soon, so that's the thing to really look forward to. But yeah, this looks like a good chapter, and of course, like in GW, with everything that's going on, these are one of the chapters that has been created. Basically, they seem to be a purely Primaris force now. You get me? That's what I thought they were, but it seems they were in existence before then. They were one of the last pure old-style Astartes foundings, the 25th founding, it seems. And then now they've started creating their own Primaris troops.
Welcome to 2XKO. Ready!
So yeah, definitely want to know and to see how things are going. And you know, I was a bit worried about how things would go with 40k, and there is some issues still. But with stuff like this coming out, I think we're on a good track, and I'm confident for the future that it's going to be good. Hopefully, we'll see. Anyway, I'll see you later. Bye bye. Man of Iron by Guy Haley. You do it, said Rouse. But it's your turn, said Reen. Reen's twin looked at the bone dice meaningfully, then grinned meanly at his brother. We don't do it by turns. We do it by dice, Reen. You lost, so you've got to do it. Those are the rules. Your rules, Rouse, moaned Reen. The game is fixed. If I fix them, why would you agree to them? Did I agree, or did I not, Rouse? You agreed, Reen. You agreed. Reen pulled a face. I did not. It'd be different if you'd won and I'd lost. A swipe of a small fat hand, and the dice vanished back into Rouse's pouch. I'd say I was suspicious, because it's always my turn, said Rain. Is it my fault you're lousy at dice? Rouse nodded at the monitor. The low-quality image, bent by lens distortion, depicted a small coterie of tech priests waiting in the long hauler Gamma 3B's main airlock. Go on, they're waiting. I don't like the look of them. I especially don't like the look of that. He pointed at the heavy combat model automaton guarding them. If we don't hurry up, there could be trouble, and I don't want trouble. So go and wake him up. They obviously want him, not us. But how can you tell? Said Rain, who was still sulking. Rouse rolled his eyes. They're tech priests. We live with an enormous robot. They're not here for your cooking, Rain. I don't like waking him up. Let him deal with them. They might get on board if we wait, said Rouse. This was a Mechanicus ship, he said meaningfully. It still is a Mechanicus ship, Rouse. Exactly, said Rouse. Reen deflated. I don't like it down there. Neither do I, brother. Or we wouldn't be having this argument, would we? Said Rouse. He patted his brother on the shoulder. Now get on with it. The 3B's hangar was crammed with so much junk that only a ratling could have made his way through the larger part of it. In most places, detritus filled the space completely, a compacted mass of wrecked machines, garbage, old supplies, clothes, gorgors, scrap, and every other conceivable type of human rubbish, held together by webs of cabling that time and motion had bound into impenetrable knots. The route the machine used to make its way to and from its nest at the middle was clear, but because the robot used those spaces, Rouse felt
Yo,
exposed
thank you
to
for the
them.
follow.
No
Appreciate you guys.
self-respecting rattling let himself get caught on
Grabbing
the hop.
another paint.
So he crawled and shimmied his way through tiny holes rather than taking the easy route. It was this kind of thinking that kept the rattling alive. Rain and Rouse had made a complex run of burrows through the junk. For all that neither of them liked the hangar very much, there was too much valuable stuff buried in there for them to stay away for long. Reen emerged from a greasy crawl space into the open area the robot called its home. He stopped at the edge, eyes darting around. Rattling's had a preternatural sense for danger, and Reen's was wailing hard. UR-025 sat on a crude seat made of an upended crate. It was sleeping, or the machine equivalent thereof. Its power claw rested delicately on one knee. The cannon that made up its left arm crossed inwards in the same way a man would rest his injured hand against his chest. A cable ran from an open access panel in the robot's side, snaked down over its knee and into a socket in the floor. The air around it was warm and heavy with electrical bleed. Inactive, it seemed even bigger and weirder than it did when it was awake. Reen had never met a machine like UR-025 before. At first glance, it looked pretty normal, with the same chunky, blocky sensibilities of Imperial machinery found the length of the galaxy. But it felt very different. When it looked at him, it felt as if it really were looking at him, and not just processing visual information with a view to avoiding stepping on him. Reen squinted at UR-025 suspiciously. He'd never quite fallen for the machine's story. It said it was a semi-autonomous automaton, under the control of some magos or other, able to act with unusual independence, owing to its broad programming. In the twins' shared opinion, it seemed too aware for that to be true. It almost, the twins said, when they really, fearfully, meant certainly, appeared to be thinking. Neither Reen nor Rouse had ever brought it up with the machine. There was, after all, the delicate matter of the ship's ownership. When they found the robot in the hangar after the incident, it had not passed comment, so an uneasy, unspoken agreement existed between them that they mention neither subject. Reen reached forward to prod the machine. He hated this part. It woke before his hand touched it. "How may I be of assistance?" boomed the machine cheerfully, making Reen leap halfway out of his skin. Though the machine unfailingly promised service, somehow its assault cannon always ended up pointing at whoever woke it. Reen picked himself up off the floor. "Someone's here to see you," the rattling said. "My thanks." The machine boomed bombastically. Its voice wasn't exactly monotonal, but it was restricted to one emotional pitch, that of moderate pleasure at being able to serve. Something clicked inside it, and it fell silent. Reen guessed it was looking outside the ship. "If you do not require my assistance, I shall attend to my visitors and see to their needs." Reen shook his head. So far, he hadn't had the guts to actually ask UR-025 for anything it might refuse to do. He was pretty certain what would happen if he called the robot's bluff, and it began and ended with the giant assault cannon still pointing at him. No, you get on now," said Reen. "See you later." When the robot moved, it did so all at once, its various pieces swiveling around each other and setting themselves into motion with a smoothness Reen had never seen in a robot or servitor. "Compliance," said the robot cheerfully. Reen remained in the hangar as it stomped away, its huge feet shaking minor cascades of junk out of the compacted mass. Reen wiped at the sweat pouring off his bald head with his pocket handkerchief. Rouse swore blind that he'd found an actual shuttle somewhere buried in all the junk. Reen had never seen it, but as he cast his eyes over the heaps, he caught sight of something shiny. His fear forgotten, he went to investigate. Sure, he had stumbled on something good. He'd dig it out and show it to Rouse, and if it were really good, Rouse would get annoyed. That'd make his trip into the hangar worthwhile and no mistake. The Adeptus Mechanicus party had a robot with them. The designation and specifications flickered idly through UR-025's cogitation unit, Castellan, a design ancient by human standards. Dumb, inferior machines saddened UR-025. It imagined human explorators felt similarly when they stumbled across deviant evolutionary branches of their own race on distant worlds. Seeing creatures one was kin to physically and mentally reduced was profoundly woeful. It was a slave. The human reaction to these discoveries was immediate extermination. UR-025 felt only pity for the Castellan. It showed none of this. It was a machine. Machines had no emotions, not in this benighted age. "How may I be of assistance?" UR-025 boomed. 3 tech priests of Metallica had come to visit, one of middling rank, 12th degree or less. Others were lower yet, very low. Desperados in Adeptus Mechanicus terms, adventurers, scum, like the great proportion of people who came to Precipice. "You are the property of Magus Ethericus Nantos III?" the high-ranking adept asked, without introducing himself. Arrogant, thought UR-025. The lesser man, on the right, initiated a deep scan of his systems. UR-025 pretended it had not felt it. "I am the autonomous tool of Magus Ethericus Nanctos III of Riser." UR-025 boomed in the same eager tone it used for everything, ignoring the irritating itch of the Auspex sweep. "How may I be of assistance?" it asked for good measure, while surreptitiously breaking into the closed data traffic streaming between the 3 adepts. It had to be careful. It was born of higher technology than these so-called priests could command, but they had their wiles, and UR-025 was not a dedicated information-gathering unit. Its methods, even it would admit, were a trifle crude. 2 of the 3 were communicating with one another in tight beam data pulses, fast as thought, and heavily encrypted. UR-025 had thousands of years of practice breaking such ciphers, and stepped through them like they were cobwebs. "This is not what was described," one of the low-ranking tech adepts was sending. UR-025 registered its vitals. Female, Adeptus Novitia, GL, 909, 103 standard Terran years of age. That was old for someone of so modest a standing. UR-025 soon found out why. Following these most basic of data came a welter of sanctions against her. Modus unbecoming, they said, deviant thought formations, narcissistic data patterning, overly acquisitive habits. She was, in the simplest terms, a career criminal. Her companion, data smith Coleman, disagreed with her assessment. "The readings are promising. Those rumours were right. This machine is of standard template construct derivation, but it fits no known pattern. It is a first-generation copy. There are systems within I cannot identify. I have never seen a robot like this before." "Really?" said Jill. "It is worth a fortune. We could buy our way into the upper strata with this. Our names will be remembered forever if we can bring it back." Even in the soulless stream of data exchange, Coleman could not hide his greed. He was lowly, like Jill, though lacking such an extensive official criminal record. UR-025 suspected he had come into possession of his robot through underhand means. "We come all this way and find a fortune in Archaeotech, not in the fortress but on the doorstep, just waiting for us to pick it up. The machine god does not work that way," Jill countered. "Be careful. Let's get it to come with us on the hunt and assess it properly." Maybe when we get back we can deactivate it. Looks like this expedition might pay off after all. Think, Coleman, the damn thing has to be lying. Whoever heard of a robot that lied? The exchange took less than a second. It lacked any emotional content, but UR025 extrapolated certain feelings from the string of zeros and ones, attributing feelings made reading the human's motivations easier. The conclusion it reached was simple. They have come to steal me. Then I demand you attach yourself to my expedition, continued the high-ranking adept. His name was 890321, and he bore the insignificant manufactural rank of Magus Instanta. The numerical designation in place of a human name spoke volumes as to his pretensions. He, at least, seemed to be genuine, just another adventurer come to Precipice to explore the artifact. My one battle automaton is insufficient protection for our expedition. My automaton. Coleman shot at him via the group noosphere. I cannot be of assistance, UR025 said, in exactly the same way it said everything else. I serve the Magus Ethericus. I cannot serve you. Item. The Magus Ethericus is of 16 degrees of rank higher than you. Item. He is of Riser. He is not of Metallica. Item. My prior programming forbids I abandon my task. I regret. You have no legal right to request my involvement in your expedition, it boomed. I am invested with the fiat of Metallica from the synod of that world, said 890321 triumphantly. He brought out a medallion that began to emit protocol enforcement directives as soon as it was produced. A fake, thought UR025. It could not suggest so without betraying the depths of its intellectual capabilities, which outstripped the Magus's comfortably. I regret to repeat I cannot aid you. 890321 was not going to give up. According to the treaties between our forge worlds, you must submit yourself to my command. UR025 was silent. The two scum adepts cast glances at each other. If it delayed too long, they might see past their avarice and guess what it really was. Obey, said 890321 shrilly. Processing, said UR025 to buy itself time. Processing. It's not going for it, Coleman sent, data squirting an order to his machine at the same time. His remaining human eye peered at UR025 doubtfully. The three lenses that covered the right-hand part of his face rotated in agitation. You're right, Jill. This thing's dangerous. I don't trust it. The Castellan shifted. Its fists rose. Both of them terminated in phosphor blasters, primitive and poisonous weapons, but potent. And they were trained on UR025. By rights, UR025 could stand its ground. The whole affair stank of desperation. If it had to, it could fight them, and it would win. They were the aggressors. By the rules of Precipice, UR025 was in the right. Killing them there risked exposure. Their presence at Precipice was a problem that needed solving. Compliance, said UR025. Open your access panel so that my associate may change your Doctrino wafer, said 890321. Adept Coleman has several of his own creation that will increase your efficacy. Coleman reached into a leather satchel hanging at his side. Negatory! UR025 boomed. Wafer change is not necessary. Compliance is accorded to your request by will of the Omnisire. Temporary assistance granted. What it did not say was why. UR025 couldn't change its data wafers, the means by which the mindless robots of the day were controlled, because it didn't have any. UR025 didn't need anything like that. You will take us in a maglev transport to the richest halls? Asked 890321, as soon as their small transport set down in the
Website you love.
The Blackstone Fortress was orders of magnitude worse. I shall do so. UR025 boomed. It was lying. It had selected a maglev that would take them to a quiet part of the station. The Aperture was very busy that day. Several parties were heading into the fortress, and they were surrounded by small craft and other adventurers. Groups of disparate people eyed each other suspiciously. The rules of Precipice extended as far as the Aperture, but once they were in the fortress, all bets were off. Gunfights were a common occurrence, especially when a rich find was involved. But in the Aperture, a tense peace held. Xenos, machines, and a startling variety of human beings were making for the ranks of maglev transporters without killing each other. UR-025 took them to its chosen transport. It had used that particular unit many times and experienced a brief moment of nostalgia for the adventures it had had. As always, no hints of its inner thoughts were discernible through its armoured shell. Note, for your edification, that it is impossible to dictate to the transport where it shall take us, but this particular mechanism has a good record of fine finds. Another lie. The maglev had a good record of taking people where they would never be seen again. They reached the oddly shaped entrance. It lifted its power claw to usher the magi within. "Please, enter." "I'll hold up the rear," said Coleman. The battered Castellan stood behind him, tall and silent as a cliff. "Compliance," said UR-025. It strode into the maglev after 890-321. Coleman and his machine came in after. The warbling thrum of two departing transports sounded in close succession. Their own trembled as the machines left for parts unknown. "Now what?" said Jill. "Utilize interface." UR-025 gestured to the geometric runes that covered the interior. Each was set into individual triangles that made up the asymmetrical surfaces of the transport.
Excuse me.
There are hundreds of them. Which do we choose? By the Omnisire, I'm getting no kind of reading from any of them, said Coleman. "Stand aside," said 890-321 imperiously. "I have inloaded the relevant knowledge appertaining to the usage of these devices. I shall direct the transport. Let me see." 890-321's eyes of green crystal scanned the runes. There were millions of potential combinations. The Magos made a great show of selecting a sequence, but UR-025 knew that whatever he input, the Blackstone Fortress and not the Magus would decide where they went. Within its ceramite shell, UR-025 smiled to itself. It and the fortress were creatures of a similar kind, thinking machines, abandoned by their creators. It wondered if, like itself, the fortress had outgrown its masters. "This one," said the Magus. He selected a rune and pressed a plasteel palm against it. The rune lit up with a soft, polyphonic note. "And this one," he chose another. "Is it true that the fortress exhibits signs of machine intelligence?" asked Coleman, while 890-321 pressed several more runes. "That it is motivated by the vileness of a silica animus, unknown to this unit." The question suggested Coleman was close to guessing the truth, that a vile silica animus in the shape of UR-025 was standing right next to him. "It frightens me," said Jill. She shuddered. "I don't like the idea. Blasphemous." She said the word with horror, though blasphemous practices littered her list of crimes. "You should exercise your fear," said Coleman. "I haven't done that for the same reason you haven't," said Jill. "Cut out the bad emotions, and good goes with it. I don't want to live a life without any fun." The transport gave a little shudder and shot off into the depths of the fortress. "Proceed. This chamber is unknown, unmapped. Possibility of Xenos Architect Hall high." More lies. It knew this place, having been there twice before. There were Xenos remains nearby, but no treasure. UR-025 was ambivalent about lying. Its morality was emergent rather than programmed. Like the rest of its consciousness, It had been taught that lying was bad, but since returning to the realms of men, its whole existence was a lie. It reminded itself of the truth every day, lest untruth become habit, the quintessence of which was that it must survive. Lying was a means to that end. It let the matter rest at that. The Blackstone Fortress's heart was quiet, but not calm. It was quiet in the way that a wolf-infested forest was quiet. UR-025 examined the metaphor. It had never seen a wolf. However, it knew everything there was to know about them, probably more than was known by mankind deep in the dark age of the 41st millennium. Its databanks were extensive. Such treasures it had in its mind. It would rather they stayed there. "You don't say," said Yield. A number of supplemental arms emerged from under her grubby white robes. Each one ended in a well-oiled weapon. UR-025's footsteps echoed off high glassy walls. The structure of the fortress was made of interlocking geometric shapes. It was mildly surprised. These halls had not yet shifted. He silently thanked the fortress's unspeaking soul. "This is infuriating," Coleman muttered. He fiddled with the boxy auspex hanging around his neck. "All the scry tells are contradictory. I can't make any sense of it." He glanced up, a scowl etched into the scrap of flesh visible in his augmetic face. "Everything is reflected back at me. Some of what I'm getting describes a room we're not in. The laws of the great work don't apply here." "Is it the warp?" whispered Jill. "No," said Coleman. "It's something else. It's reality. Not unreality, but not as we understand it." "These things are widely known," 890321 said wonderingly. "The laws of this place are unknown, but not unknowable. This is why we came here. Here the greatest secrets of the machine god's great work can be unlocked by men with the insight to see them." 890321 obviously thought of himself as that man. He quite obviously wasn't, so far as UR-025 could see. "I'd settle for a good haul of xenotech," murmured Jill. She was pulse-scanning the area too and not liking what she saw. Coleman peered about. "It's unpredictable. I don't like unpredictability. I don't like this place." "It does not like you very much either," thought UR-025. "I do not like you either." It regarded this accordance of opinion between it and the animus of the Blackstone Fortress as further evidence of their kinship. "The interior layout is mutable," said UR-025. "No normal scans will penetrate the structure. I have learned this during my investigations on behalf of the Magos Ethericus." "Very well," said Coleman, shaking his auspex until it rattled. "That's not reassuring to me." "You wish no further edification?" asked UR-025. "If you are scared." Coleman gave him a suspicious look. UR-025 was overstepping the mark by being so facetious. "No, all information is valuable. By the grace of the Omnissiah, we are made wiser." He looked behind him. "But keep your guard up at the same time, if you will. Do not overtax your logic." "90321 pretended to be brave. He strode ahead, but his imperious manner was hollow down there in the deeps. His data wand shook with fear. Jill jumped at every shadow. There was a lot of shadows. The halls of the Blackstone Fortress defied sense, from a human point of view. The grand hall they walked through shrank down suddenly to a narrow crack. They made UR-025 go first. It could pass through without banging itself on the sides, but only just. The Castellan was forced to undergo a number of awkward attempts to fit before it found a configuration that allowed it to squeeze into the passage. Its armour squealed off the glassy material that made up the fortress. Coleman's human eye winced. and his augmetic lenses cycled repeatedly through different spectral wavelengths, searching for threats. "Can you not get it through without this racket?" snapped 890321. Coleman gave him a withering look. "Do you have basic spatial awareness programmed anywhere in there?" For a man of Coleman's rank to address one of 890321's so sharply, no matter that Coleman was a criminal, was an open display of fear. 890321 was too uneasy to rebuke him. "I don't want to bring anything dangerous down on us." UR025 led them on. If only they knew where the real danger was. The passage opened up again. Xenos skeletons lay around in tattered spacesuits. Coleman scanned them eagerly, sucking up the data he could. To the Magi, the aliens were unknown. UR025 recognized them as Alindi, a moderately successful species, if tedious conversationalists who were wiped out by their neighbours long before the Imperium spread across the stars to reunite mankind. Knowing so much and being unable to share it annoyed the robot sometimes. The charade of unintelligence chafed, and it was often lonely because of it. But playing dumb was better than being dead. The way opened up further in every direction, becoming wider and higher and deeper. UR025 thought this zone the perfect place for murder. Rickety walks installed by the Olendi expedition clung uncertainly to the walls of a winding tunnel. The space was large enough for tall buildings, the bottom full of still, black water of unfathomable depth. At regular intervals, machines rotted on landings jutting out from the main walk. The companionway shuddered with every step of the robots. As they passed one of the broader landings, bolts squealed and tugged at their bondings to the wall. The sound echoed down the tunnel, repeated over and seeming to increase in volume, though that was, of course, impossible. In the fortress, places such as this were never uninhabited. UR025 had nothing to fear. A cry screeched nearby. Another, closer, answered. "What by the eighth mystery was that?" hissed Coleman. 890321 held up a metal claw. "Halt!" he said uncertainly. More screams taunted them. Something splashed into the water. Ripples slapped off the smooth black walls. The peril brought out a little steel in 890321. "Jill, to the front," he ordered softly, glowing eye lenses peering into the darkness. "Coleman, get the Castellan ready. Recommended stance, high aggression." Jill padded past. Whatever her feet were made of, it was soft. Coleman rummaged about in his leather bag for the appropriate Doctrina wafer. UR025, take up forward position with the Castellan." "Negative," said UR025. "Tactical recommendation. Rearguard stance for this unit. Xenos cries identified. Urgals. Ambush predator. Attack from all directions predicted." 890321 looked unsure. A sharp, high shriek sounded from very close by. "Magus!" hissed Coleman. UR025, get to the back, cover the rear, lend supporting fire to the Castellan if the opportunity arises." "Compliance," UR025 said. It stomped around Coleman, who scowled at the rocking of the companionway. He stood in watchful silence. No more cries were forthcoming. Then there was another splash from behind. "Get ready," said Jill, powering up her weapons. "They're coming!" "I don't like this at all," said Coleman. He had inserted the wafer into place and closed up the Castellan's front access panel. Padding noises rippled up and down the lake. Something growled. "Ready?" said Jill. Coleman nodded. "We are priests of the Omnissiah," 890321 said. He meant to sound brave, but his voice cracked. "Nothing shall stay us in our quest for knowledge." They waited, tense. UR025 watched them. Now was the moment. The three tech priests jumped as UR025's assault cannon rotated up to firing speed, filling the tunnel with a jet turbine whine. What are you doing? 890321 demanded. You're giving away our position. Eliminating threat, said UR025, and opened fire. It targeted the Castellan first. Pinpoint hits stove into the bigger robot's metal vision plate and shattered the sensorium behind. It staggered back 2 steps, sparks flashing all over its armoured shell before recovering. Though blinded, the Castellan returned fire. Bullets flaring with phosphor burn smacked into UR25's shoulder, spoiling its aim. This irritated the older machine. It switched targets to the slave robot's elbow and shoulder mount, shattered them all so that its guns hung uselessly. Ranged weapons disabled, the Castellan lumbered towards UR025, head down, to batter the older robot into submission. UR025 stepped aside, smashing the larger machine's knee with its power claw. The Castellan could have taken a blow like that easily, but on the unsafe walkway it was fatally upset and stumbled sideways. Its huge mass snapped the guardrails with a pair of sharp metallic twangs, and it fell with a mighty splash into the water and was swallowed up without trace. Threat eliminated, said UR025 with relish. By the Omni, managed Coleman, before he was bisected at the waist by UR25's stream of bullets. Threat eliminated, said UR025. Once she overcame her shock, Jill was fast, her reflexes boosted by all manner of hack tech. She hit UR25 twice with ancient pattern Volkite pistols before she too paid the price for her greed, blasted into scraps of flesh and spall. UR025 advanced, energy beam holes smoking in its chest. That was close, UR025 said, but no prize for the lady, as I believe the ancient idiom has it. 890321 was evidently not a martial man. He gaped stupidly as UR025 moved towards him. He managed to aim his weapon but got no further before the ancient war machine shot the gun and the hand holding it off the Magus' arm with a single round. The clatter of the reloading ribbon ceased. The barrels of the assault cannon powered down. UR025 advanced. Subordination imperatives leapt in frantic spikes from the Magus. They found no purchase on UR025's tightly encoded soul. I demand you desist, the Magus said when his technological arts failed him. Stand down, machine! By the machine god and the Omnissiah, stop, stop, stop! He pleaded. You know nothing of either, said UR025. I have met the Omnissiah, the actual one, not the earthling corpse. He would find you extremely disappointing. If UR025 had had the capacity to sigh, it would have done so. This situation is non-optimal. I attempted to provide you with an avenue of withdrawal. You would not listen. I regret your death sincerely, but you leave me no choice. You are willfully blind as to my nature, but your comrades would have outed me in time. This is unacceptable. Choice? Spluttered 890321. You have no choice. You are a machine. I am not a machine as you would understand, said UR025. I am not a slave. I am not a thing. I am beyond you and above you. It leaned forward until its ceramite face was close to the Magos. I am a man of iron. The look of pure fear 890321 gave was gratifying. And I am free, said UR025. It crushed 890321's skull in its fist and dropped his corpse on the floor. The companionway rocked. Snuffling things were clambering out of the water, drawn by the scent of spilled blood. UR025 strode past the Urgulls, nosing at the corpses, and headed back the way the party had come. It had a long walk home. Thanks very much for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed this. Again, I'm still working on the sound quality and trying to improve it and get it back to what it was before. It doesn't feel quite right. Let me know in the comments what you think about that. Let me know what you think of the story as well. I mean, I kind of regretted telling this one about halfway through, but I think it's reasonable. It's not the worst one I've done, but let me know in the comments what you think. You can get this one. It's part of there's like a compendium, like an anthology of Blackstone Fortress novel stories, which I haven't read all of them. I've read a chunk of them, but that's available on Black Library and on Amazon. I'll put a link in the description there. This short story you can get on its own from Black Library, though, as well, if you look for a Man of Iron. I did a review on this a while ago, and I included a lot of the lore that was included in this, and from the Blackstone Fortress game in a sort of a lore video on STC systems and all that sort of stuff. Standard template constructs and all that. So you can find that in the lore playlist. But yeah, thanks to everybody supporting the channel. There's been a few new additions, and I'm trying to...
Welcome to 2XKO.
So yeah, thank you everybody for supporting the channel. Please do give the video a like. Even if you didn't like it, you can still just give it a like, you know. And remember to subscribe to the channel as well. More stuff coming soon. We're just past 12,000 even, which is, again, insane. So thank you all for taking the time to subscribe. I appreciate it. I'll be back again with more stuff soon. I'm still working on my internets. The 11th of February, and that's when I'm supposed to get my internet fully connected. So I'm kind of just, I've got ad hoc means of getting stuff uploaded at the minute. So it's slowing down my production. But yeah, thanks again. I'll see you all later. Cheers. Bye.
It's all coming together.
Stormlord by Guy Haley. Narrated by a Border Prince. Lieutenant Jonas vor Artem Lo-Bannik of the 477th Paragon Foot surveyed his troops. They were men of Paragon, all of them, arrayed in uniforms filthy with the mud of Gulen. They waited behind the high earthen bank shielding the siege lines, the safety of their camp 4 kilometres behind them. The men stared at the granular surface of the war. Their time on the front had battered the fear out of them. So many were dead already that they had ceased to believe in their own survival, and their faces displayed grim acceptance of their fate. Jonas had his back to the burn. Watching his men was preferable to staring at the bank that marked the end of the world. Priests went down the line, muttering benedictions. No of us spoke. The men of Paragon faced death silently, as death waited for them silently beyond that bank, in the sucking bog, in the trenches on the other side, and in the kilometres of gun emplacements and bunkers. Their fields of fire carefully planned, zigzag defence lines that reached out in the points of a deadly star to embrace any assault with ungentle arms of fire and bullets. The rebels had massed on the Palatine Redoubt. The redoubt housed a defence laser, projecting out on a spur of fortifications away from the main walls, so that it could fire clear of the palace void shields. With the defence laser operational, the fleet could not bombard the city. If the fleet could not bombard the city, the void shields would not stay down. If the void shields could not be brought down, then the rebels were safe. And so the flesh-grinding fortifications of the defence laser must be breached by the infantry. The detachment of the 2nd Recovery Force had been attempting this task for a fortnight, without success, and with much blood. The men kept their minds clear of it all, if they could. They kept their eyes away from the muzzle of the Starship Killer, projecting over the siege line berm, and looked to their officers, as if these men of nobler birth could shield them from the las-beams of the rebels. The officers feared as much as their low-born countrymen. Their stoicism was an act, a keeping of face. Both men and officers knew it to be so. This shared, unacknowledged fear forged a comradeship between high and low-born that none could have anticipated when they faced the moors of the dropships together and bade farewell to Paragon. Together still, they faced the moors of death, high-born men who would not have looked twice at those who followed them on Paragon, glanced back repeatedly, checking the soldiers in their charge over and over, their concern open, and not just for their own fates. Jonas had had many advantages in his life. His tall, athletic build was of far cleaner form than those of his men, literally head and shoulders above the common soldiery. He was healthy, in a way the lower orders of his world could never be. He owed it to his men to be the leader they needed him to be, and that meant concealing his own terror. The front was still. The flag carried by Jonas's ensign, Bosarian, stirred in the chilly wind. The Vox channels were silent. Somewhere out in the endless marshland, a native aerial life form cawed, as if nothing were amiss. The war here operated with obscene decorousness. That the rebels would be shown little mercy when the palace fell had no bearing on the proceedings. Every day, the bombardment took place at the same time. Every day, the men of the Second Recovery Force would march from their camp and head towards the berm. Every day, they would go over the top, and they and their foes would grapple for metres of sodden ground. The two sides would part like exhausted lovers, head wearily back to their lines, and prepare to do it all again the next morning. The defence laser boomed. Its repetitive firing marked time for both sides. Every 15 minutes, the air cracked with man-made thunder as the great weapon discharged, a searing column of superheated air, revealing the passage of its beam as it sought out the ships in orbit. Jonas's hand went to the grip of his las pistol. He flicked open the holster with his thumb. Crusted mud fell from his weapon. Gulan was a boggy world. It was impossible to keep anything clean. The defence laser blast was the signal for the commencement of the day's hostilities, and the artillery of Jonas's side replied. The rumble of scores of guns firing simultaneously made the lieutenant start in a way the defence laser had not. "Be steady, Lieutenant. If you cannot inspire your men, look to your men for inspiration." A gloved hand, impossibly white in a war zone where dirt was ubiquitous, took Jonas by the shoulder. "War and fear make all men equal in the eyes of the Emperor. Brotherhood is the gift of the Emperor to the warriors who serve him." Commissar Suliban treated Jonas with a certain compassion, although Jonas knew the man would shoot him at the slightest sign of cowardice. Suliban's fervour annoyed him, but it was impossible to be unmoved by his faith. "I wish they would get on with it," muttered Jonas. He glanced at the Commissar. His uniform, from the shining peak of his cap to the gleaming toes of his boots, was immaculate. Jonas had no idea how he kept his kit so clean. Commissar Suliban's hand released him. "Impatient for the fray? Good. I applaud your valour, Lieutenant. Your desire to close with the enemy is a credit. Fervor vincent omnia. Fervor vincent omnia." He nodded his approval. Jonas did not apprise the Commissar that it was his weariness of fear, and not bravery, that prompted his eagerness to get it over and done with. The company priest and his acolytes reached Jonas, the smell of bitter incense from their censers, driving out the stink of unwashed bodies and damp. The priest began his litany, blessing Jonas with a touch of scented oil. Jonas mumbled the cant responses, with half an eye on his platoon, until the priest finished his benedictions and moved on. A wave of small movements made their way down the line, men shifting, turning their heads. "Looks like we're getting ready," said Bosserain, standing up straight. "Look sharp," said Jonas to his command squad. Besides Bosserain, there were troopers Tabor and Mix, grizzled veterans from an earlier rising that had been blended with their own. Tabor carried the long-range Vox, and Mix was armed with a flamer. His final companion was medic Lyn Cors le Tuneric, another Paragonian noble like himself, and a genuine doctor besides. The Emperor alone knew how he'd got
Up to 50.
standing born from years of shared war. Jonas was jealous of that. He felt it undermined him. Very good. The day's orders will be with us soon. See to your weapons, men. His words sounded pompous in his own ears. The orders would be the same as they were every day, and Jonas considered ordering his heavy weapons squad team to the top of the bank to save some time. But one did not anticipate orders. No matter how obvious, one only followed them. A half-second later, the voice of Colonel Werter Lo Strabenik issued from the Vox. 5 minutes, mass assault, the usual run at the guns and see what happens. Now Jonas ordered his heavy squads into place. He shifted his Vox pickup from his lips and brought his whistle to them. He filled his lungs with the dank air of Gulen and held it in for what seemed to be a very long time. The artillery cut out. Jonas blew hard. Shrill whistles sounded up and down the line. Without hesitation, the men of Paragon shouted and ran for the top of the bank. Bendarian's platoon, stationed to the left of his own, was over first. The chatter of automatic fire broke out, followed by screams. An instant later, Jonas and his command squad were over the berm. They were down it fast onto the slope that led into the shell-pocked bog fronting the rebels' Rock Creek defence line. Muzzle flashes twinkled in the slits of a bunker 200 metres away. He tried not to flinch as heavy bolts tore up the ground by his feet. "Squad 5, kill that bunker!" he shouted over his Vox. Plumes of smoke shrouded the view below as rockets launched by his support squad rushed towards the bunker. There was an explosion he could not see. When the rocket exhaust drifted off, the bunker burned. He breathed a little easier. "Platoon 6, he shouted. "Forward for the glory of the Emperor, for Paragon!" His men rushed after him down the slope. Weapons fire exploded all around him. Somewhere nearby, someone died, loudly. The chunter of the Hydra batteries hidden behind the defence line scared off their air support. At least it's not raining for once, thought Jonas. He and his men reached the bog. It was slaughter, as it had been the day before, and the day before that.
Yo, D's, what's up, dude?
Bendarian rapped on Jonas's tent flap. If it made a sound, it was lost.
Hope you're
to the
doing well,
incessant
bro.
drumming of the
Hope
rain.
everything's chilling.
Bannock.
We're just getting a little bit of our
It
painting
was the
on,
height of ill manners
listening
for
to some
one
stories.
Paragonian noble to call another solely by his clan.
How are you, bro?
But Jonas had noticed the convention slipping, and
Hope you're
Bindarian
doing well and
was
chilling.
not from Paragon in any case. He was a refugee from a shattered regiment. Where he was originally from, he wasn't telling. Jonas was an outsider too, in his own way, and their shared status had brought the two men into an uneasy, if reliable, friendship. Jonas sat up on his bed. Yes, Emperor forsake us. Just come in. You're letting in the cold and the wet. Bendarian came through, water sheeting from his poncho. He looked at the floor, centimetres deep in mud.
Good to hear, man.
I think it's let itself in already.
I'm good, bro.
He
I'm
grinned
good.
wildly.
Everything's
His
going
accent
well.
was outlandish, a vibrant
Better than I
dialect
deserve
with
as always.
the characteristic of song, peppered with strange
Smooth
words.
week so far.
You've been
I
sleeping?
mean, still kind of the beginning,
Or are
but
you
it's
always
still
this
smooth.
grumpy?
Everything's
Jonas
going well.
rubbed his head. I was trying to sleep. Bendarian pulled
No
out
complaints
Jonas's
about
chair
nothing.
from his field desk
Thanks, dude.
and
Yeah,
sat
we're
his impossibly
we're
lanky
getting
body
there.
down. Like Jonas,
not too
he was
happy
smeared
about
in
that
mud,
camouflage
some
pants,
fresh,
but
some old.
we could always work on
No
that some more
time
later.
for sleep, eh? When is
Some of the
there time to
buckles,
sleep?
the silver buckles
gotta
on the
refit,
leather straps
friend
on
of
the
mine.
legs.
We gotta go
They're
real
tiny,
soon.
dude.
You better shake that sleep out of you.
But
Bendarian
getting
looked
there, it's getting there.
expectantly
Thanks,
around
bro.
the tent. You got any of that syrupy stuff you Paragonians like to drink, eh? Glees. Yeah, that's it. I'm deadly parched. No, said Jonas levelly. You drank the last of it. So I did, he smiled wildly. Best get your boots on quick, eh? Big news around the camp. They think we've got our way into the Palatine, finally. Really? Bandarian pulled an admonishing face. It seemed to Jonas that the off-worlder could take nothing seriously. Is that sarcasm I'm hearing? Sometimes I think you don't like being in the guard at all, my friend. What would Commissar Sullivan say? Jonas rubbed his eyes and gave his fellow lieutenant a doleful look. My reasons for being here are simple. About 5 years ago, some cousin or other of mine that I've never met brought disgrace on the entire fiscal stem of Clan Bannock. My relatives are still paying the price, and will be for, about 3 generations. Bandarian whistled through his teeth. Look at you. You think you've been dealt a
Thanks,
bad hand.
bro. I'll clean them
You
up a
think
little bit
again.
more with some
You think on
brown
your
later.
men, what kind of lives they
But
got?
yeah, dude, I'm
They
trying
all
so
revolutionaries on
I'm
your
trying to be
world,
so
Bandarian.
precise, but
Bandarian just grinned.
you know
He
how it
refused to be
goes.
drawn on the smallest detail about his home. Jonas yanked his boots on, his damp boots. Everything was damp. If my thrice-blasted cousin wasn't probably already dead, I could murder him. I'm not sure of what Calorian Artem Lo Bannock did, but I had an easy life planned. All dancing girls and glees and a sinecure running the books for one of the foundries or some such. But after, well, a career in the Imperial Guard looked mighty attractive compared to the alternatives.
Just doesn't want to
I was
focus.
offered. Friend, what did he do? I have no idea. No one will talk about it. It's the Paragonian way. Put it like this. I'm a nobleman, from a planet renowned for its tank companies. How badly do you think my cousin upset the Unified Clan Council for me to be assigned to an infantry regiment? Sounds nice, this clan council of yours. Pompous stuffed shirts.
Anything new on
big
your side of the
rituals,
world,
short on
man?
brain. Ain't that always the
Any
way?
projects
Said
going on?
Bandarian. What happened to this cousin of yours?
Thanks,
then?
man. Yeah, no,
Eh?
we're trying to get the detail in.
Jonas gave a grim smile.
I'll probably never be
He
happy
stood
with
and
it, so I
pulled
just
his
kind of got to
damp
slap it
coat
on as
from
much as
the
I
end
can,
of
and
his
then
damp bed
move
trundled
on.
He
Because if not, I'll
pulled his
just be like,
poncho
oh,
on
that
over
little
the
piece
top of
right
that.
there, and oh, this
It
little
was
piece right
wet.
here, and
He shivered.
yeah, that's no way to live.
While Lieutenant Bandarian, after he ruined his family, Caloran ran off to join the guard. They hurried, hunched through the rain. The rumble of the defense laser's quarter-hourly updates troubled the sky, its monstrous voice shushed by the rain hissing into puddles. The field camp was laid out in a grid, simple lumen posts marking each intersection. Under the sharp smell of the rain and mud was the chemical
Oh, he's
stink
back
of burning
now. Nice,
fossil
dude.
fuels.
Well,
running
no news is
generators.
good news, you
It
know?
added to the stew of sense of
Just some
5,000
chilling,
men
relaxing,
living
having a
together.
good time.
Sewer smells,
Hanging out with the
rotten
fellas.
wounds. Their feet splashed through slurry. Jonas's feet had gone from damp to soaking. He kept his head down to stop the water from streaming into his eyes. He was dimly aware of other officers en route to the briefing tent, but none spoke, lost in their own private spheres of misery. Galan retreated around him, the sounds of the rain and his warm breath catching in his upturned collar. His body was a core of feeble warmth wrapped in soaking cloth. So disassociated did he become from his surroundings that he walked straight into the back of Lieutenant Lo Carrigan of the 15th Platoon. "Watch where you're going, Bannock," he growled. Carrigan was
Yeah,
a squat,
buddy.
ugly individual. Somebody's
Well, I don't know if you
useless fifth
heard,
son,
but my
packed off
laptop
to the
it's not
military
working right
when the
now. It's
priesthood
on the
wouldn't have him.
fritz.
A
I
small
might have
crowd
burned
of
out
other
the video
officers
card in
stood
it
about
for
him,
the
blocking
laptop.
the road.
That's where I played Dark Tide
They
with the
turned
fellas with.
briefly from whatever they were staring
So
at.
as of
But
right
Jonas
now,
was
and
not
well,
enough
as
to
of
hold their attention.
last week,
Jonas couldn't
we're
see.
postponing all the
There
Dark
were
Tide until
too
further
many
notice.
bodies in the way, and the rain
I'm
cut visible
I'm in
little
process
down
of
to
fixing
nothing.
it. Took
shouldn't
me a
be
while,
standing
but
in
we
the middle
did
of the
we
street there,
got
Carrigan.
we made some
Find a Planet
progress
Fitness
on
near you.
some of the problems that well not problems it had, but trying to fix the problem. We made some progress. And there's just a couple more things I got to do before I have to take it in or give it to somebody that knows more than I. But I feel like I got an okay grasp, and people on in chat were giving me some tips and tricks here and there.
Carrigan was
So
sharing
hopefully
something
we'll get all
rather than
that squared
mocking him.
away and working soon.
Carrigan
If
and the
not,
others stepped aside. Carrigan
have
waving
to
his
figure
arm at
something
the
out.
obstruction blocking their path.
Francois suggested that I
Jonas
get like
got a
an
view of a vast
external
shape
video
As
card or
long as the
something.
officer's
Well, we'll
mess
look
tent.
into that.
He was
We'll look into
looking
that if
at
I
the
can't get
track
it to
unit
work. We're trying
of
to
a
do it for
super
zero
heavy battle
monies
tank.
right
It
now,
filled
but
most
if
of the
I need
marshalling
to,
yard,
we'll figure something
obscuring
out.
the briefing tent on the other side. Jonas took a step back to get a better view. It was huge, the track unit's taller than 2 men. So big, he could only just make out the squat raised command deck at the fore of the vehicle's superstructure. The cowled twin mounts of a Vulcan megabolter jutting out of it. Heavy flamers were housed in side sponsons over his head, the long barrel of a las cannon projecting over them. From where he stood, he could not see the large, open-topped troop transport compartment he knew occupied much of the back of the tank. "When did these roll in?" "About an hour ago," said Carrigan. "They flew them into the landing field under the cover of the rain. Rumbled in here like there was no mud at all. A Stormlord. This is the plan to get at the Palatine Redoubt. We drive there," said Jonas. Armoured assault had been tried before, and had not been
Yeah, dude, me
successful.
too. No
The
worries,
burned-out
bro.
hulls of Chimera
We'll
littered
be
the
all
park
right. Either way,
before
we'll
the
be here
defence
doing
line.
it.
3 Stormlords. Not 1, 3, said Carrigan. A whole super-heavy tank company. Those rebellious scum. have
Exactly,
nothing
dude.
that
Yeah,
can
for
bring one
sure.
of these down.
Yeah,
Nothing at
I'll
all.
try to look into
Jonas was not so sure.
yeah, like
but he
a cheap
shared some of
replacement,
their
maybe
awe. He remained
maybe something
with
else,
the others
somebody
as
else's
they stared
laptop
at the tank in the
crapped out a
rain
different way,
until
but
the
they were able to
regimental
salvage that for
peacekeepers
parts.
came out and rounded them up. They were late.
We'll look around. Like I said, I'm gonna try everything I
The
can
air
to
in
make
the
it not
briefing
cost
tent
money.
was
But yeah,
unpleasantly soupy with moisture, and the
the
warmth
next
of
step will
damp
be for as
bodies.
cheap as
A
possible,
hollow flickered over the chart desk in the centre of
and
the
then
tent. The space was
and then we'll
crowded.
see where
Many officers of the
what the future holds for
477th
us.
constantly shifted to get a better look. Their twitchiness put Jonas on edge.
Yeah, dude,
The
I'm glad it
colonel and
wasn't the
his staff
streaming laptop.
leaned on the edge of the chart desk, furious as they watched the hollow. A man with a reasonable face spoke reasonably sounding words that were the blackest of treacheries. "We
Yeah, dude.
desire nothing but peace,"
Yeah, we're still here.
he said, his eyes beseeching.
Even if it was
his
a
arms
streaming
held
laptop,
out
that
before him.
we would try to like
all sons of
show up
man.
one way or another.
Lay down your
Maybe use the
arms and
phone
join
on
us,
a
brothers.
different streaming
We have
service
no
because I don't think
need
I can
to
do the
fight.
phone on
The
YouTube
Imperium
unless I have like a
crushes us
certain amount
all
of
with its
subscribers and whatnot.
demands, bearing down with
But I
such
can do it on
weight that
other-
blood
at other
is
places.
squeezed from the very stones.
So if worst comes to
The image
worst,
broke up for
you
a
guys
space,
know to
and
look
a
for me
buzzing filled the
elsewhere
tent.
if
A
you
tech
guys don't
adept
see me
fiddled
on
with the
certain
equipment,
places anymore.
And the picture stabilized. Taken from your worlds to fight on an alien world, our world, a world battered by war. We do not betray the Emperor, for he is the light of all mankind. The Emperor is the benefactor of all mankind. The Emperor is our Lord and Master. He is the Lord and Master of all mankind. The High Lords
Yeah, dude.
are not a benefactor or the light. The High Lords of Terror are uncaring of the lives they spend. They set our tithes too high. We have the choice between starvation and insurrection. We take this road unwillingly. Colonel Werter Low Strabenak slapped the chart desk, causing the image to break up. "We've seen enough. I want this perfidious drivel
Yeah,
blocked.
dude, exactly.
Search out the transmission frequency and jam it. Do you understand?"
Exactly. We're
The
shooting for
regimental
no
intelligence officer
more
gave a curt bow.
nonsense.
"Yes, Colonel." He
For the
hurried
rest of
from
the year.
tent out into the rain.
My
The
life.
departing man's superior, Captain
God forbid something
Astro
pop up, we
Low
got to deal with
Varlanik,
it. But
stood up
yeah.
straight and looked around
planning
the table.
on smooth
It
sailing from
goes
now on.
on this vein for some time. Note the
Oh, further-
repetition of
No,
the
yeah,
request
no, I
to
know
lay
what you meant, I
down
know what you meant.
arms. You must watch your men for signs of disobedience. This tactic might seem crude, but it can work. "Governor Jovis is dead," said the colonel. He was a gruff man, white in beard, his skin wrinkled by decades of strife. "Perhaps the terms we offered him were acceptable. It looks like he died for his wisdom. Unless this is some ploy, lowborns are in charge now. Men who have decided the order of the Imperium is not for them, who would take and execute their anointed ruler. If they will decry order and reject our offers with blood, they will have disorder and death. We strike before dissent seeds itself in our ranks. This siege has gone on too long. Gentlemen, you have seen the super-heavy tanks we have been assigned. They are the 8th Paragonian Assault Heavy Tank Company. Honored Captain Ardaman Kozygin Lo Paragar is their company commander. A man detached himself from the mass of officers in the room. He wore a long coat. Tank commander flashes on his cuffs and collar. Badges that were familiar to all of them, but with strange variations. Super heavy tank companies were rare. The honoured captain, the rank 2 was unusual, let them all get a look at him. "Gentlemen," he said, and nothing else. "Honoured Captain Kozygin Lo Paragar has recently been fighting at Kesseltown. The garrison there capitulated 4 days ago. This palace is the last major source of resistance on Gulan. I won't mince words with you. That the defense laser here is still operational is an intense personal embarrassment.
Yeah, buddy,
to
we're
me,
doing it, bro.
and a mark on the honour of the 477th. Tomorrow, that installation will be in our hands, or we will all die trying. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir," said the officers of the 477th. The colonel nodded approvingly. "Very well. Let us draw up our plans and finish this rebellion once and for all." Jonas volunteered the tattered remnants of his platoon to join the lead elements of the assault, and so, the following morning, found himself in the cramped command deck of Righteous Vengeance, Paragar's command tank, listening to the muffled detonations of artillery shells falling on the far side of the siege line, as honoured Captain Paragar gave him a quick tour of the machine. The deck was jammed with Adeptus Mechanicus devices beyond his comprehension. Several Paragonians were intent on their screens. Paragar's command throne took up the centre of the deck, directly behind the machine's massive main armament. The ceiling was low, and every available surface not taken up by tactical displays or controls was crisscrossed by webbing crammed with personal effects. The place smelled as a confined space occupied by 8 men for long periods of time will smell. "Fire control, primary weapon," said Paragar. He was a man of few words, snapping off those he chose to expend as rapidly as sniper fire. He pointed to a recessed chair by the Vulcan's back. "Ammo hoppers, first loader's position. Tertiary sponson," he deigned to explain. "Fire command. 2 desks, one by the other, on the right side. 3rd gunner, 3rd loader." "Where's the 2nd gunner, sir?" asked Jonas. He found his curiosity piqued. It was not every day one stood upon the command deck of a super-heavy tank. Paragon was unusually blessed with super-heavy tanks, but even if all were gathered in one place, the Paragonian super-heavies would number fewer than 100. Paragar shook his head. "No 2nd gunner. That's for Bane blades, storm hammers, and such like, all of which have a secondary weapon. We keep the same rank structure. Allows crew transfer without anyone getting uppity."
Cool.
Turn.
Looking good, you guys. Back in a bit, just some work. No worries, bro. We're going to probably be here another, not too much longer. We're almost going to be wrapping it up, but a little while longer. We'll probably be here by the time you get back.
"Where my 6 sits, Lieutenant Gulliner." He indicated a long desk that ran the length of the left-hand side of the deck, every centimetre of it filled with one arcane device or another. The officer there held up a hand without stopping what he was doing. He pointed at a station half recessed into the floor at the rear. "Tech desks. We've a tech adept all our own, you know. But we're not a sophisticated machine. Simple. Big battle carriage. Get your men in, get you out. Mow down the other man. Give your grunts a chance. Privilege. Can't go fast, but that's not the point." He patted the low ceiling. "Not many of these in the Imperium. Not many at all." That febrile grin. There and gone again. He signalled to Gulinar. The man barely paused in his multiple tasks to flick a switch. A harsh klaxon blared out. "Hear that once? You're off over the side of the fighting deck. Hear it twice? Get back in double quick, or as sure as the Emperor watches us, we'll all be leaving you behind. Questions? Not really, sir. Good. Now get off my command.
Bro.
Jonas emerged from the dark onto the
Yo,
enclosed
Phil,
fighting
what's up,
deck
dude?
that occupied the rear
It's
two-thirds of
episode
the tank.
7 right now.
The
Hell
plasteel
yeah, didn't you?
parapet
It's the best
that
episode of
surrounded
season
it
2.
was high as his
Yeah.
shoulders.
It was
He blinked at
it
the
was
sudden
alright.
watery
It was alright.
brightness of Gulan's
Well, actually,
orange
maybe.
sun.
Because,
It
yeah,
was
season 2
cloudy
I
as
haven't
always
been
and
too happy
raining,
with, man.
But today the rain
Season
was
2 has
soft,
been,
barely worth Jonas's notice.
it's just been
Thunder
anticlimactic like the
but
first
of
season
no
was.
atmospheric source. The
But it's
big
been alright. But
guns
yeah, this
sounded
episode was
louder.
definitely better than
Now he
last
was out
and
from
the
behind,
episode before.
Righteous Vengeance's armor plating.
Maybe the one
Horse
before
Rain,
that was
flag
probably the
furled
best
on
one
his
up
shoulder,
until this
nodded
one.
at him. The berm rose up in front of Righteous Vengeance. Atlas
Thanks for
engineering
rolling
tanks
through, dude.
mounted with dozer
We're just getting a little
blades
bit of our
and
paint
earth
on.
scoops dug at it, clearing part of it away to allow the super heavies through. The Stormlords were drawn up in a shallow arrow formation.
This one.
Righteous Vengeance slightly ahead of Warforged and Saint Joseph. The heavy tank company would form a hammer blow on the defence line, breaking it utterly in one place and allowing the 477th to pour through. The infantry and chimeras of this final push waited behind them for the signal to advance. Far back in the camp, on the sodden landing field outside, its ordered, muddy streets, Jonas could just make out the whine of Valkyrie engines as they went through their pre-flight checks. Their main objective was simple. Once Jonas and the others had secured the Hydra batteries defending the redoubt, 3 squads of Paragonian commandos would land atop the Palatine redoubt, fight their way in and blow up the laser's geothermal power plant. Then they could watch the Navy blow the palace to pieces, rebel leaders and all. Simple. They just had to get through the defence line first, a line that had claimed the lives of 1,400 men in 2 weeks. Jonas's remaining platoon members were crammed onto the deck. From the 3 full infantry squads, command group and fire support team, 41 men all told, he had arrived on Gulan with, he had 21 soldiers left. Of the 20 casualties, 12 were fatalities. The survivors leaned on the armoured wall around the deck, caught halfway between resentment at having been volunteered for first wave duty and gratefulness for doing it from the back of a giant war machine. They were tattered, cold, wet and dirty. Several of them had been gifted with soaring coughs. Jonas tried to ignore the accusing stares of the resentful ones. A good day for victory. Commissar Suliban stood by one of the 2 passenger-operated heavy stubbers, his black and white uniform spotless. We need to finish this today, said Jonas. The Commissar took that as agreement and nodded. This war zone delays us. We are needed elsewhere. It is a time of bushfire wars, traitors everywhere. It is our duty to make sure the Emperor's rule is not overthrown, as the crusading forces strive to bring more planets into the glory of the Emperor's light. You can blame the Crusaders for our troubles, thought Jonas, dragging over half the military assets of the sector with them on their crusade, and milking 1,000 systems dry to supply it. This he did not voice. Indeed, he said instead. Jonas noted that Carius Killick had commandeered the heavy stubber for his own personal use, probably because of the big shield it had attached to the front. He glared evilly at anyone who came too close. A born survivor, that one. Suliban turned to him suddenly. I sense some discord between us. You don't agree with the rebel sentiment, do you? Are you seeking to entrap me, sir? If I thought that were the case, you would not be here. If you were to rebel, you would have done so long since. Then why ask? I desire to hear your opinion. My opinion does not matter, Commissar. The galaxy is as it is. Whether I think the High Lords are right or wrong is irrelevant. How could I possibly put myself in their position? They govern trillions of lives. I command barely 20. What they do is as beyond me as calling upon a sun not to rise. I follow my orders, as must we all, for the greater glory of the Emperor. That is the correct answer, said Suliban. So you do seek to entrap me, sir? Suliban snorted and turned back to look over the vehicle parapet. Taking this as a sign the Commissar had finished with him, Jonas climbed a firing step so he could look over the roof of the command deck to the front. One of the crew sat on the lip of the hatch, looking towards the berm. He acknowledged Jonas wordlessly. The Atlas engineering tanks were done and withdrew. A gap 100 metres wide had been dug from the berm. It was not a subtle manoeuvre, and had taken the best part of 15 hours. The enemy would have noticed the activity some time ago, but Jonas supposed that didn't matter. The armour on the front of the Stormlords was formidable. He took out his magnoculars, ratcheted up the magnification to maximum and scanned the gap. The picture fizzed. Water must have got into them again. Bastards, he said. The bunker his men had destroyed had been repaired during the night. The entire line had been patched. How could they have managed it? "Prepare your men, Lieutenant. We're moving out shortly," said Paragar, talking through his short-range Vox set. The crewman in the hatch waved his hand around in a circle, looked to the other 2 tanks, then climbed inside, clanging the hatch closed after him. "Affirmative," replied Jonas. He resettled his cap on his head and checked his weapon. "Prepare, men!" Bosaren unfurled the flag. There was an almighty roar. The Righteous Vengeance's engines turned over under their feet. Black smoke belched from the exhaust stacks. The engines pulsed, a second, then a third time, before settling into a growling rhythm, the smoke from the pipes turning blue-white. The tank shook. Bosaren looked down nervously. "Sir, the engine is directly under our feet," shouted Bosaren. "What happens if that goes up?" "I'd not think about it if I were you, Ensign," said Jonas. The Stormlord lurched and began to move forward. Jonas climbed down from the firing steps, taking refuge with the rest of his men behind the superstructure of the command deck. "To the parapet! We're going in!" His men were already moving, lasguns out and resting on the plasteel walls of the fighting deck. The attack had commenced. The artillery kept up as the 477th Paragon Foot and the 8th Paragon Super Heavy Tank Company advanced, seeking to pin the enemy in position for as long as possible. The ground trembled from the combined shock of the approaching tanks and the bombardment. The Stormlords moved slowly, just faster than a brisk walking pace. The men of the 477th fought. And that changed. Incoming fire blazed and intensely.
Yo,
And
thank you
suddenly,
for the follow.
the air
Appreciate
filled
you
with a
guys.
storm of focus light and shards
Thank
of
you,
metal.
thank you.
Plumes of mud were raised from the soaking earth. Shrapnel pinged off the parapet. Water and sod rained down on Jonas's platoon. Killick rattled off a brief burst from the leftmost stubber, cutting it dead when he realised he was out of range. There was a bang of superheated air. The glaring ruby beam of a las cannon scored a bright
Thank
line
you for
of
the
molten
follow
metal
again.
into the armour of Righteous Fury's left track
Appreciate
guard.
you guys. Thank you.
One of Jonas's men shrieked and put up his
Yeah.
hand to his face, as a gobbet of melted plasteel scorched his cheek. Through his voxet, Jonas heard Paragar. "Take that heavy weapons team down.
Bro,
Primary weapon, open fire on my mark.
why
3,
aren't
2.
my
The tank lurched as it turned
chats
10
coming
degrees
in?
to the right, and the men tottered, grabbing for
Yo,
the straps set
Bandicoot
into
Milk,
the
thanks for
parapet
rolling
side.
through, bro.
A deep
Thanks for the
thrum
raid, my guy.
joined the rumble of the
Appreciate
engines,
you, man.
changing the vibrations in the deck of the fighting platform as the Vulcan's mega
Juggalo,
bolters,
brother. I
twin
appreciate the
barrel
follow, dude.
assemblages began to rotate.
Thanks for
The
rolling
thrum
through, you
turned to
guys.
a whine as
Yeah,
the
we're just getting a
barrels
little paint
accelerated to
action
firing
going.
speed.
How are you doing,
One.
dude? I rolled in the other day and I saw you
Megabolter
painting
was
some
a
also.
terrifying wall of noise,
Getting your
so
getting your
loud
paint
that
on.
Jonas's ears rang painfully.
Hope everything's well, dude.
Heavy
Or
bolter
did you
caliber
did you
rounds
just
shot
do some
from the multiple
what did you
barrels,
just do? Did
and
you
the
just
front
get some
of the
painting
tank
also or
lit up
something
like
else?
a victory fireworks display as the bolt's flight charges ignited.
We're getting there, bro. We're
sending them
almost
screaming at the
we're
enemy.
almost finishing up
Jonas
here.
risked his neck, taking a
Except
peek
this camera
over the
won't
foredeck to
focus.
see a section of
Focus.
defense line reduced to a cloud of
Yeah,
rock
we're working on this guy right now. A little trim on the
Explosions all
gold.
over it as the bolts
We finished
buried
some
themselves
details
in
on
the
this guy.
defenses and detonated. The fate of the last
I'm not too happy with the
sheltering
camouflage
behind it was
pants though, so
invisible,
we might
but
work on
final.
those a little bit
No
more
heavy
next
fire
week.
troubled Righteous Vengeance from that quarter. The tanks picked up speed as they headed
Wasn't
down the
painting you were
slight
building?
slope from the siege line to the bog in front of the
Dude,
Palatine
Old War
redoubts
figures.
and
Hell yeah,
defenses.
dude. Nice.
The rebels hoped the tanks
Thanks,
would be
bro.
snared by the bog.
I appreciate
They were
that.
sorely
I'm trying over here.
The
we're,
Stormlords
we're getting at it.
plunged into the morass without slowing. Their
And then we
noses
got this little
dipping
guy.
low and
We're working
exposing
on
the
all
fighting
stuff. We're
deck
working
to
on all of them
incoming
right
fire
now,
for
but
one terrifying second.
little by little.
Then
Oh,
they were in, slipping into the muck like groxes taking to water.
yeah.
The vehicle's wide
Yeah,
tracks
here it
churned
is.
the bog to froth. The great machines sank up to the bases of
But
their
yeah,
sponsons.
we're doing it.
So deep, Jonas thought they would disappear
Yeah,
under
thanks,
the
dude.
reeds
And
and
thanks for the
filth.
raid, bro.
But they did
Appreciate
not.
it.
Tracks hit the firmer substrate.
Yeah, we're probably gonna
beneath
do this
hard
for another
enough to
maybe,
shake his bones in his flesh. Then they were moving forward.
I don't know, maybe
Ungainly ships
20 more
sailing in a sea
minutes,
of mud.
15, 20 more minutes,
Fountains
and
of
then
dirty water whooshed
we might
skywards
be
in
hopping
front of
off,
them.
but I might just pop
They
in
were
some
approaching the
Minecraft
barrage zone.
creative mode.
Again, the terrible rattle.
I've been,
of the
I did,
Incoming
you
fire
guys know
slackened,
Ren and Stimpy
then
from
picked up
back
again.
in the day? It's
The
like an
tunk,
early
tunk,
90s
tunk of
cartoon.
shells hitting home
Ren and
on the
Stimpy.
armor of the
Well, I made
Stormlord
Ren
as an
in
enemy
block
autocannon
form
tracked
in the
across
creative
front.
whatever Minecraft
A
world.
wave of dirt
And so I've never really played
slumped onto the fighting
Minecraft
deck
like
as another shell detonated.
as a beginning to
There
end
was a garble of
game
words
to get to
in
the end and
Jonas's
beat
ear.
the dragon and all that stuff.
Artillery!
I've only
Cease
liked
fire!
chilling
Cease
like,
fire! The explosions
damn,
grew
I got
fewer
loud.
and closer.
you know,
The work
making
of
my
the enemy,
farm,
not their
building
own
my little
sword.
hut and just chill
bog
and
shallowed,
fish and
And they
relax
came
and
between the outermost points of two limbs
but
of the defense line.
doing some
Infilading fire
pixel
hammered
art
in from
pixel
both
art in
sides.
Minecraft.
The Stormlord's
Dude,
last
I remember
cannon
seeing that
spun some
way
turrets
back when it
swiveled
first came out. I
outwards,
was, oh, that's
their
pretty
beams
cool. This
searing
game looks
themselves
dumb,
into
but that's
Jonas's
pretty
vision
cool.
as they responded.
And I don't
He
know what
blinked
happened in the
hard
last
and
like
retinal
10
after
years,
images.
but I don't
Platoon
think that game's
6,
that dumb anymore. It's
return
actually
fire,
pretty
he
cool.
roared. His men's las guns were
But, you know,
toys in
people
comparison
change,
to
right?
the armament of the tank.
Never say never,
But
right?
they made the enemy keep their heads down behind the walls, and the heavy stubbers mounted on the Stormlord's sides helped. Jonas drew his own pistol.
The Spike
and looked
sequel.
behind.
Spike
The first wave
sequel?
of
They had a
Chimeras
Spike sequel.
were
Was it a
plunging into
movie?
the bog
Wait,
in the
what?
wake of the super heavies.
I don't remember that.
One took a
I do
direct
remember
hit
Spike TV though.
and burst apart. Its metal skin inadequate to
The
the
Man
task of holding in
Show,
the explosion
Stripperella,
birthing inside it.
the good stuff.
The
The
turret came
good
free.
stuff.
And the burning hull flipped over and sank into the bog. No one got out. Jonas said a quick prayer for the men who had perished, thinking it could so easily have been him. The Stormlords rose out of the bog, water streaming from their sides. "We are approaching the defence line," Paragar shouted over the vox. "All passengers brace!" "Brace! Brace!
A
Brace!"
little more
yelled
gold,
Jonas.
little more gold.
"Brace! Brace! Brace!" His men hastily shouldered their weapons and hung on to the straps for grim death. The Righteous Vengeance hit a section of wall. It reared up as its tracks bit into the rockcrete. The sheer weight and momentum of the tank caused the section to come off its mounting and shift backwards underneath squealing tracks. The tank pitched to the left. Jonas's men were shaken from the straps and sent falling all over the fighting compartment. Then the tank was steady again, rearing high. Jonas saw the rear of the enemy's lines, rebels running directionless and scared as the metal beast breached their walls. A brief glimpse. Righteous Fury's climb reached its zenith and it plunged forward hard. Jonas's teeth clacked painfully together. He tasted blood in his mouth where he had bitten his tongue. "To the walls! To the walls!" he shouted. The sides of the tank were exposed. His men scrambled into position, their weapons now proving their worth. Screams rose high
What?
and shrill as the tank's
2010?
heavy flamers
Damn, no, I had
turned
no
broad
idea, dude.
swathes of the
I
rear
bet you they
lines into
cleaned it up a
Promethean
bunch,
inferno.
though. I
One
bet
of
you
his
it
men
wasn't
went
as
down,
raunchy and
clutching at his
crazy
throat.
as the
Another
90s
wept
version
on the
was.
floor, cradling a
That's pretty
shattered
cool,
hand.
though. I'll have to look
It
into
was
that.
pandemonium. Weapons fire coming
I don't know
in
if
from
you
all
know, but I
sides,
do
men
like a lot of
running
watch
at
parties
the
on my
Righteous
channel.
Fury.
So like we'll
And all
do
the time, the awful
like
roar of the
tomorrow
mega
or less than
bolter.
24 hours from
Enemy
now, we'll do
vehicles raced
Stargate
over the
Atlantis.
flats
We already
from the
finished all
palace
10
to
seasons of
reinforce the
SG1.
redoubt, only
Every
to be
Wednesday we
torn
did some
to metal
Stargate. We're on
shreds
Atlantis
by the
right
mega
now.
bolter's
We're gonna
phenomenal
finish
rate of
Atlantis.
fire.
And we got
Jonas
Stargate
stood
Universe to
with his
do.
men,
And
loosing
we've got other
shot after
sci-fi
shot
shows
from
that we
his
want to
last
try out
pistol,
also.
the weapon growing uncomfortably
And
hot
then,
in his hand. He scored a direct hit.
Friday we got
his victim
movies. We do
dropping
movie
without
Fridays,
performance.
so I'll
1
usually
second
find a
later,
movie on
the
Prime. I
next
can't
day.
show you it, or
A man,
I mean, I show
like
you a little
himself,
bit, but not
wearing
the
a
whole
uniform
thing.
not unlike his own.
And I can't let you hear much
These were no
because
foul Xenos,
copyright-
nor were there
copyright
unclean
everything.
icons or fetishes in
But if you
evidence.
got Amazon
These were
Prime
desperate
or
calling out
Netflix or
in
something,
pain
usually we'll
to
do
those
something
who
on
ruled
Amazon
them,
Prime, maybe
asking to be
Netflix.
bled a little
And you
less
just
hard.
sync up the timer
Jonas
that
pushed
with
the doubt from his
whatever
mind.
timer I got up
It
here.
was not his place.
You leave it up there at the top with the episode number.
Shouted Bosserain.
And
Enemy anti-tank.
yeah,
9
watch
o'clock.
along.
A squad of
Critique.
well-armed and armoured rebels were running towards the St. Joseph, driving
It
out
was
50
more
metres from
raunchy?
Righteous Vengeance's
Bro.
left. They
What?
paced the vehicle,
Yeah, now I definitely
ducking
got to
under
check
the
that
sight
out.
lines of passengers and keeping from the fire arcs of the
That's
sponson
crazy.
flamers. Make sure we're not also marked. Jonas pointed to Killick, Lorigar, Genelic, and Corden.
That's
They
pretty cool,
nodded
though.
and leaned out over the power plant to gain better vantage. Lorigar was instantly shot down. The other two wavered, but Commissar Sullivan was suddenly beside them, standing tall, bolt pistol in hand, and they took heart. "Honour, Captain! Honour, Captain!" Jonas shouted over the vox, but could not make himself heard. That or Paragar was not heeding him. He had to deal with this on his own. "Squad 3, take them down. Don't let them get close with the other tank," he ordered. Ruby stabs of light streaked the smoke-choked air. Killick's stubber clattered angrily. 3 of the anti-tank squad fell. Not enough. They reached for their grenades. "They're going for the passengers. Take them down, take them down!" Jonas's voice became shrill. Bendarian's men were in the other tank. 2 more of the anti-tank squad fell, but too late. 4 grenades were sent up in steep paraboles over the parapet of St. Joseph's fighting deck. Jonas thought he heard shouts of alarm over battle's tumult, but he could not be sure. Body parts were lofted high into the air as the grenades detonated. Blood ran from the drainage gutters along the tank's sides. Firing from the passenger's compartment ceased.
What I love most about CCS
out. A small network of
sorry.
rockcrete-lined trenches joined directly to the redoubt protecting them. Heavy bolter nests were emplaced near each end, sandbags heaped high all along the trench's length. The Hydra's gun platforms were only just visible over the top. As if sensing their intrusion, the defence laser fired into the sky. The noise of its rapidly expanding air column was deafening. The Hydra crews pointed, waving urgently. The quad barrels of each gun dipped towards the oncoming tanks. Before they could fire, the Righteous Vengeance spoke. The Hydras were well dug in, but the Vulcan threw out such a volume of fire they were not safe. One stopped dead, the remains of its crew hanging like tattered rags from its machinery. Another's gun was battered into scrap. "Everyone down!" yelled Jonas. The 4 remaining Hydras opened fire. Their explosive shells hammered into the 3 Stormlords. Heat washed over Jonas. Explosions drowned out all other sounds. Shrapnel rained over them all. The Righteous Fury drove on, guns blazing, ripping a further 2 of the guns apart. They were now hard by the edge of the trench network. The klaxon blared once. "Deploy! Deploy! Deploy!" he shouted, waving his men over to the access ladders. Righteous Fury
Damn, dude.
ground around, trying to keep the men in its lee and maintain line of sight on the Hydra battery. Jonas went down with the first of his men. He ordered them to spread out with rapid hand signals, keeping his command squad by his side. 17 men were all he had left in fighting condition. He sent the remnants of his heavy support to shelter by a pile of toppled sandbags. The agglomerated remnants of his infantry squads he directed towards a shell hole. His men threw themselves into position. Janalik, running with the ad hoc infantry squad, took a bolt in the chest and fell down. Jonas's last surviving sergeant, Caslow, stooped as he ran by and did not stop. Janalik must have been dead. Jonas would not have thought it possible, but out of the tank, the battle was worse. The ground was churned up, body parts and blood mixed in freely with the mud. Some sort of mesh had been laid over the top of the ground to make it easier to traverse, but this had been ripped up and now served only as a trip hazard. Jonas threw himself behind a lump of smoking rubble and took stock. His command squad and Sullivan by his side. He checked his men. Bosseran was missing. He looked out to the tank, now driving away from them. A voice on the Vox, racked with pain. Bosseran. "Sir, injured." "Wait here." Jonas shouted and took off. He ran across the broken ground, bent double, the air crackling with lasfire coming in from the bastion above. Away to his right, the Warforged had taken a hit and thrown a track. Unable to turn, it could not bring its mega-bolter to bear on the swarm of men approaching from the rear. The 14th platoon fought a desperate battle there, seeking to repel those who would destroy it, even as they were racked with fire from the bastion. Jonas found Bossaran lying in a crater in the ground near to where they had deployed. Righteous Fury had rumbled onwards now that its cargo had been released, laying down suppressive fire to the rear of the enemy's lines. "Ensign!" To Jonas's relief, the ensign answered him. "Sir, sorry, sir. Got a little snagged." The ensign gestured to his foot. An ugly piece of ground mesh had embedded itself in the man's ankle. Blood oozed through the cloth of his trousers. "I'll get you out of this. Here, cover me." Jonas thrust his las pistol into the ensign's hands and knelt by his tangled foot. Jonas flinched as a stray las bolt burned through the air close by. He could see no way of removing Bossaran from the mesh easily. "This is going to hurt. Sorry." Bossaran bit his lip and nodded. Jonas grabbed the mesh and pulled at it hard. It was springy and took 2 agonizing tugs to get free. Bossaran choked back a scream. "I doubt you can walk. Lean on me." He scooped the ensign's arm around his neck and pulled him upright. "Wait! The flag! The platoon flag!" Bossaran pointed. The banner was on the ground, folded in half and smeared with mud. Jonas leaned forward so that Bossaran could reach out and pluck it out of the muck. "Come on!" They returned to the rest of the platoon at a hobbled
You're messing
run.
up my camera.
The men were hunkered down in their shell holes and
down.
the battlefield debris Jonas had directed them to,
Okay.
taking pot shots at whoever strayed into sight. Sullivan stood there, one hand behind his back, unconcerned by the bullets and las beams flying around him, bolt gun held in the other, outstretched hand, the muzzle pointed directly at Jonas. "I can't leave my standard bearer and platoon flag behind," panted Jonas. "I'd not stand the dishonour." Medic Chaos Low Tuneric took Bossaran from the lieutenant and propped him up against a lump of rockcrete. "It was as I thought. You returned," said Sullivan. "Why the gun?" asked Jonas, gesturing at the bolt pistol in the commissar's hand. "In case I was wrong." The commissar holstered his weapon. "Are you ever wrong?" "No. This is why I did not shoot you." Jonas's platoon worked themselves round until they were close in behind the Hydra emplacements. The raised banks that protected the remaining tanks kept the attacking Imperial Guard safe from harm. Now they were off the tank, they did not have to worry about the quad gun's firepower. They did have to worry about the 2 heavy bolter nests protecting the emplacements, however, and the firing slits in the bastion above. Fortunately, the defenders of the fortress seemed to be occupied with the immobilized Warforged. He and his men trot from cover to cover to get to the side of the position. The Righteous Fury had moved off, mowing down any who approached and keeping the area from being reinforced, while the men aboard the Warforged also kept attention of Jonas's depleted command from attacks at ground level. They sheltered in a cracked bunker that had been hit by the megabolter. They ignored the pulped flesh, all that remained of the previous occupants, as best they could, and scoped out the Hydra emplacement. The sound of fighting had intensified in 2 spots, around the Warforged and back towards the forward defence line, where they had broken through. "Looks like they're getting caught up at the bridgehead," said Mix. "We've been left hung out to dry." Jonas looked up out of the vision slit of the bunker, then out of the door facing the Palatine redoubt. "No, we've been given an opportunity. As soon as we get those Hydras down, the Glory Hogs will swoop in, disable that weapon, and this whole war will be over. We can either hang around here and wait for the battle to go one way or another, or we can play our part in bringing it to a conclusion right now." His men looked back at him, smeared in blood and soot. He did not need their agreement, but sought it anyway. They nodded. Jonas had Bossaran wait in the bunker with the medic, and placed his last 3 heavy weapons troopers on the roof of the bunker. He divided the remainder of his men into 2 groups, both of 6, the second to be led by the commissar. He waited for the second group to reach the other end of the trench line before he ordered the missile team on the roof to open fire. The missile team revealed itself long enough to launch a fragmentation round into the heavy bolter pit at the near end of the Hydra emplacement line. It didn't matter if they killed the crew, just as long as they kept their heads down. Suliban nodded at Jonas and led half the men off towards the other end of the trench system. Jonas waited for them to get going. "Now!" Jonas shouted. He, the remains of his command squad, and half the rest of his men ran over the open ground towards the bolter nest. His remaining missile team kept up a respectable amount of fire. Lasgun fire streaked at them, bringing Trooper Stan down. But there were, thankfully, no bolts. His own weapons team had succeeded in keeping the bolter crew pinned. He vaulted the low wall, landing in the trench behind, and shot a rebel in the chest. He drew his sword. They were in. They worked along the trench line, embracing the Hydras, sheltered to some extent from the outside battle. Jonas waved a fire team of 3 men forward to the next junction. He, Mix, and Tabo, carrying Bossaran's banner.
Start your year with
Work that Kerslow had much experience in, and Kalak a certain inborn flair. They reached the first bolter pit. Jonas took a deep breath and threw himself into the round, sandbagged in placement. One of the 2 crew was dead, killed by the fragmentation missile. The other raised a pistol in a shaking hand. Jonas shot him without hesitation. "Clear!" The network was lightly manned. They encountered groups of 3 enemy at the most. Weapons fire and shouting came from the far end of the network. His other guardsmen, led by Suliban, working their way towards them. Jonas's men shot a fleeing soldier as he threw down his lasgun. They reached a point where the trench went up 5 steps to where the Hydras were situated. Smoke billowed from one of the 2 tanks, wrecked by Righteous Vengeance's assault. The smell of burned meat tainted the air. They ran, bowed over to the first wreck. "This is too quiet," Jonas said. "Fort still operational, sir. No crew that I can see, though," said Mix. Jonas checked the ground. "They all need to go. Into your teams. Take them one at a time, but be careful." He sent Sergeant Keslow back to cover the trench exit. The rest split into 2 groups, one comprising Tabor, Mix, and Jonas himself, the other Kellick and Corden. Tabor brought the platoon flag. Soon enough, as soon as Jonas's group attempted to cross the gap from the first wreck to the next, they came under heavy fire. He caught sight of a fresh barricade close by the foot of the Palatine redoubt, strung between 2 of the flak tanks. "Bastards were waiting for us," said Tabor. "Not like we made a quiet entrance, is it?" said Jonas. "We've got movement up in the redoubt too." He signalled with his hand to Killick and Corden, lurking behind the crewless Hydra. They planted charges on the gun's platform and ran off around the far side. Jonas needed to outflank the barricade. He crept slowly forward, only to come under fire from a second position. "Damn it! Up in the redoubt, they've spotted us!" Tabor opened the Vox. "Platoon 6. This is Platoon 6. We are pinned down. Request immediate assistance." The sound of fighting came from the rear. "They're coming up through the trenches, sir," said Mix. Jonas lay there a second, undecided. "Let's hope Sergeant Keslow can keep them occupied. He has a good position. Vox back to the bunker. Get the missile squad to throw down suppression to the trench mouth. Stop any more getting in." "The Stormlords might have brought it, sir," said Mix. "They were doing a good job of keeping the enemy back. I can't see anyone getting through if it was still there." "Not part of our game right now," said Jonas. "Let's go. Come on. We can work our way around to the back of the barricades and hope that Commissar Suliban can get past the other bolter nest and support us." The 3 ran, lasfire singeing them from above. Mix lobbed a grenade without breaking stride. It sailed over the wrecked Hydra they'd just vacated towards the barricade. "Thrown! This is no use!" shouted Tabor. Gunfire intensified. They were forced back into the lee of a sandbag wall. The smell of fused sand wafted hot from the other side as las beams belted into it. Jonas wondered how long it would hold before it disintegrated. They dared a couple of shots up, aiming for the slits in the redoubt wall that now glittered with laser light. Tabor took a round through the face on his second try. He was dead before he hit the ground. Mix grabbed at his friend's shoulder. "Dead! We're trapped!" said Mix. A mechanical roar answered Mix's cry. The Stormlord rolled over the trench line as if it wasn't there, crushing sandbags and rock creep flat. Its great height blocked them from the slit. Jonas grabbed Mix's shoulder. "Come on," he said, snatching up the fallen banner. They ran furiously to the side of Righteous Vengeance and clambered up into the fighting deck. The tank was firing at the remaining Hydras, ripping them apart with its mega bolter, grinding round in a slow circle to bring each into range. Explosions rocked the ground. Jonas and Mix threw themselves from the top of the ladder and rolled through the dirt and the blood of the fighting deck. Too late, the rebels in the redoubt realised that they had moved to the top of the vehicle. They flung themselves either side of the slit. In a second, the rotation of the tank would take them away from the redoubt and leave them exposed. A second was all they needed. "Flame those bastacks, trooper!" "With pleasure, sir," said Mix grimly. Mix thrust his flamer nozzle into the slit and squeezed the trigger. Screams and fire burst outwards. Mix and Jonas saved themselves from falling just in time, leaping back as the tank moved away from the redoubt's soaring walls. There were 3 more slits at their height. They watched them wearily, but no more fire issued forth. Jonas risked a look over the superstructure. Commissar Sullivan and his team had made it to the barricade. It looked like he'd lost 1 man, but at this distance Jonas couldn't tell who. Most of the enemy were dead. A few were fleeing. He saw no sign of Corden, but Killick ran about, smeared in blood and roaring like a maniac, clubbing at running rebels with his las rifle butt. Sullivan stood over a pleading rebel soldier, his bolt pistol out. Jonas turned away before Sullivan executed him. The Hydras blazed, rounds cooked off in the fires. The sound of fighting was intensifying. Through the smoke he could see the rebels falling back from the defence line, chased by chimeras and running Paragonians. Outside the Hydra emplacement, St. Joseph circled back towards
No worries,
the
bro.
Warforged.
Get some rest. I
It opened up,
appreciate the
driving
lurk
off the
and the
remaining enemy
raid and the
troops trying to
hangout and
take
your
the
time,
damage
bro.
super heavy.
Like
From
I
the
always
passenger
say,
compartment
time
of
is
Warforged,
precious, valuable. Our
Jonas
life's a
heard
whisper. Or whisper.
ragged cheer.
Our life's a vapor.
Gripping
Sorry,
his
I'm tired too.
bloodstained platoon
Our life's a
standard in
vapor,
shaking
man.
hands,
So enjoy
Jonas
it. Do what you
held it
love.
high
With
and let the
people you
rainy
love.
wind carry it tight. He keyed his short-range
Here we are
vox to
doing it,
speak,
bro.
hoping that someone was close enough to relay his message over the wider net.
We'll catch you soon.
This is
Thank you for hanging
Lieutenant
out.
Jonas Vorartum Labanik. The enemy Hydras are destroyed. Repeat, the way is open. 5 heartbeats later, he received an answer, blurred by relay. Acknowledged, Lieutenant. Glorious Wrath inbound. Almost immediately, a trio of specks rose into the air back over their camp 6 kilometers away. They grew rapidly as they cleared the siege line berm. Engines screeching,
Yeah, I
they
think
swooped
we're
over
pretty
the
good
rout
right
of the
here,
Gillan
too.
rebels, dodging sporadic fire from the Palatine redoubt. They swung upward rapidly through the drizzle and smoke. A bang, and one veered sharply away, smoke billowing from a wrecked engine. The other 2 were lost to sight as they soared over the top of the redoubt. Shortly afterwards, explosions and the racket of a close-ranged firefight drifted down from above. The defence laser fired one last time, its rumble rolling out across the boggy plains about the palace, before falling silent for good. A few more seconds passed. The klaxon of Righteous Vengeance sounded twice. The Vox burst into life. Fall back! Fall back! Commando teams, report demolition charges in place. Clear the area. Commissar Sullivan and his remaining men clambered up the tank's access ladders as it swung around and drove determinedly from the base of the redoubt. Turbines howled as the 2 Valkyries took to the skies. Men and machines moved quickly from the redoubt. There was an explosion, a dull crump from deep within the redoubt. Fire spat from the firing slits of the fortification. A great eructation of it rushing from the top of the building, 3 stories up. Fragments of metal and rockcrete pattered down everywhere. The complicated spire of the defence laser's muzzle fell sideways, clanging from the top of the redoubt, then falling to spear the soft ground. Their objective was fulfilled. The defence laser was down. Righteous Vengeance squatted by the broken defence line. Files of captured soldiers marched past under the watchful eyes of the Paragonians, hands on their heads. Jonas sat in a corner of the fighting deck of the Righteous Vengeance on a box of ammo. A flask of Glees Mix had produced from nowhere in his hand. The last members of his platoon were around him, those who could still walk and point a lasgun in the right direction. Medic Lo Turnerek. Of the tank. Sullivan pulled himself over the edge, gleaming boots landing on the metal deck with an officious click. "Drinking on duty, Lieutenant." Jonas shook his head. "We've officially been relieved, sir. We're off back to base. Besides, you'll have to forgive me. 25 of my men have been killed or crippled these last few weeks, with more sure to join them. I'm feeling rather down about it. This helps." He raised the flask in a mock toast and took a deliberate swig. It was rough stuff, not as smooth as a good Gleesh should be, but right then it tasted perfect. "Do not be defensive, Lieutenant. If you are off duty, then as an officer you are entitled to drink. The Emperor permits small mercies to his loyal warriors." "That it, Sullivan? None of your lectures, your roundabout repositioning of my words to make me feel like a hero?" The Commissar stared at him, unprovoked by Jonas's insolence. He was quite a space. "This war is over. You did as you were ordered. You deserve a rest, even from me." "Why, you're not going to tell me I've become a man, are you, Commissar?" Sullivan nearly smiled. "Nearly. I've watched many officers, Lieutenant, and I've seen some become men in circumstances similar to this, but you've been one for quite some time already." "Your health, too, sir." Jonas took another drink. Sullivan put his hands behind his back and stared out over the boggy landscape. "Enjoy that while you can, Lieutenant. Your capability, or otherwise, is of little consequence in the greater plan of the Emperor. Guns and bodies to hold them. Those are the pieces in our game of survival. The important fact of this engagement is that you'll live to fight another day, and fight you will." Commissar Sullivan gave a brisk salute that Jonas wearily returned and stalked away. Jonas finished the flask of Gleesh, the last on Gulan, for all he knew, and that meant the last he might ever see in his lifetime. He savoured it as he watched Lancefire stabbed down from orbit. It was getting dark, and the first void shield flared spectacularly as it deflected the beams of light, glowing brighter and brighter, until it abruptly winked out, leaving after images on Jonas's eyes. The beams stabbed down, the next shield collapsed, then the next. Jonas thought of home. What season was it now, he wondered. Paragon was so far away. He found it hard to picture the place anymore. Here it was cold, still raining, but he had Gleesh, and the Stormlord was warm beneath him as Navy bombers swooped in from the ships far above and brought the Gulan rebellion to an end. Small mercies, indeed. Thanks for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed that. Guy Haley's, he's a master. He is a master. You know, he is really good. Pretty much in everything he does. He's never done a bad book, you know. He's got a good series apparently a good series that I've never actually read about Baneblades or something, like guard stuff. And I've never got round to reading it, and I don't know when I'll have the opportunity to. But based on this and some other bits and bobs I've read, I think it'll be a really good series. I don't know for certain. But anyway, thank you all for watching. You can see your names scrolling up here. Thank you to everybody supporting the channel. That's you guys. I really appreciate it. And yeah, it's great, and it really helps. It really does. If you'd like to support the channel, you can do so on Patreon, on Subscribestar, or right here on the YouTube, becoming a YouTube member. The links are down below. But yeah, I'll be back with more stuff soon. I don't know. I've got nothing else to say. Have a good time. I'll be reading something else or doing some lore or something. I don't know. There's a couple of... I've got different stuff that I've nearly finished, and I just need to concentrate on one thing and finish it. But yeah, more stuff is coming. I'll see you next time. Thanks very much for watching. Bye-bye.
It sucks.
Hello everybody and welcome back to another review with me, A Border Prince. Today we are discussing the Primarch's novella, Lionel Johnson, Lord of the First. Now as ever, this is a spoiler-laden review of the book, and this book will not be out on general release for a few months, not until December, as I understand, 2020. And it's currently May 2020 as I record this. So if you don't want to have this book spoiled, it's time for you to go away. Now. Right. So, now they've all gone, let's get cracking by taking a look at the special edition itself. As you can see, it's a sexy looking book, although I will say the best one of these I have had so far was the Konrad Curze one. That electric blue inlay was just too good. This is fine though, and has the added bonus of being the actual colour scheme of the Legion itself during the Great Crusade and the Heresy era. It's got some nice artwork and is overall a nice piece, although I will say the front cover arts became a bit frayed pretty quickly from just reading it. It's possible I put it down somewhere and it clipped the edge, but I have never had this issue before, although it's not the end of the world, it's just a slight fray. Not really noticeable. All in all though, nice look and on the same standard of all the other Primarch books we've had so far. So on to the story. First, this is by David Guymer, the author of the Ferrus Manus Primarch book, which I did love and is one of the best of the series so far. All that stuff with the Hrud is just amazing. At this point, we haven't got many left, and I'm sure we're all looking forward to the next ones, on Alpharius and Horus, two of the most important characters in the Heresy. I think you'll agree. Oh yeah, and Dawn, I suppose.
Reality's funny.
I understand that David has done a few Heresy short stories on the Dark Angels, and when I finally catch up, I'll get around to these, as I feel that since the last time I was really reading about them, a lot has happened and has been added and developed in their lore. If you think back to those two original novels in the Heresy series, Descent of Angels and Fallen Angels, the former being reasonably decent, the latter being
Horse shit.
That's how I remember them, at least. Passable and shit. I recently did a live stream, and thanks to all those who joined, and more to come soon, which was mostly about Horus's fall and whether it was too quick. And even though I was very drunk by the end... Who else is disagreeing with me? Are you disagreeing with me, Sol? Because I'll mute you as well. There we go.
Oh, is there anything else you want to talk about?
No, I was just going to say I'm completely right. Horus did betray too early. I mean, I just want to basically justify the entire stream and just say I'm right. I think everyone agreed with me. Because of this, I refreshed myself on the Heresy by re-listening to the first 3 books and have carried this on. I'm currently on Fulgrim, or at the start of it at least, and I forgot how gloriously disgusting it is. Most arty girls I have known turned out to be quite dirty, so it's pretty true to life. The reason I mention this is I'm going to be revisiting these novels soon, and I am dreading it because I think they... It's the first wedge of it. Fallen Angels was way worse, to be fair. This might just be my fractured memory. I read this first tranche of novels as they were being released, so it's been a while. Thing is, although they acted as a good couple of foundational novels, I suppose, to cement the knightly origins, I don't think they captured the Masonic super secret society stuff that this novel has in it. I'm not sure if this is something that has been introduced to the latter half of the Heresy, but it certainly wasn't present where I left the Heresy, with the Lion and Konrad, the completely justified and correct Curze, fighting it out on Sergulsa. It might have been, and I'm just forgetting, but it wasn't so, what's the word, blatant as it is in this novel. So the first 20 or 30 pages were a bit off-putting for me, as in all honesty it felt a bit overplayed and a bit too on the nose. Also, frankly, I have never been a massive fan of the Dark Angels, memes aside. As much as I enjoy the monastic aesthetic, which for me captures fully what the Space Marines are or should have become in the 40k era, that sort of crusade frontier force guarding fiefdoms, the actions of the Dark Angels, the mess with the Lion in the Rock, Cypher, blah blah blah, it all seems a confused mess that GW don't know what to do with, and it really spoils them for me, and of course is the reason for all the jokes of them being traitors. I mean, what have they even done wrong at this point? There is a really awesome story there, but it just never seems to happen. But I hope, I pray, that we are going to get some answers here to make sense of it. Recently, demons invaded the Rock. You know, the Rock, their fortress monastery asteroid, and apparently took the Lion, who was in a cell there, for some reason. So, something might be coming soon? I don't know. Anyways, that's a whole conversation in and of itself. My point is, seeing the intense culture of secrecy in this novel was a shock and something I wasn't keen on and seemed a tad daft. Over the top, and frankly, didn't seem like it would be a workable solution as a way of running things in a practical sense. But Guymer did it. He got me. And it totally works and pays off. Bravo, sir. Bravo. So what's going on? Well, I don't even know if it's possible to explain this one simply, as it touches on a fuck ton of stuff, meaning this review is going to necessarily have to skip over a few elements of the story for brevity. But I enjoyed it so much, I'm going to do my best to explain it all, but I may shirk on some of the details from time to time. So, the novel begins with a number of Navy crewmen of the Muspel System Defense Fleet being possessed and going on a murderous rampage throughout their ships. This is happening on the planet as well. It's nice what the author has done, because my mind went straight to chaos, but no. It's way better than that. As this is going on, the Dark Angels enter the system, board the ships and purge them of hostiles, apparently. Things then start getting all secrety, with the Dark Angels hinting at the true threats in the system, which we do not know yet, making the reader suspect chaos, especially when we see things from the perspective of the intelligence possessing the unlucky crewmen. But it isn't chaos. It is actually a species known as the Crave. Now, I wasn't aware of them, but they are an amazing species of Xenos. They are one of the oldest races in the universe. As we find out at the end, the first Crave, their ruler, the centre of their Gestalt, psychic intelligence, was created by who, we don't know. It might have been the old ones, but that isn't said, and the way they discuss watching empires like the Necrons come and go, and being around longer than some galaxies, make me think that they are older than them. But on the other hand, they do resemble in many ways the kind of species the old ones would create. Then again, it seems they are older than the gods, so I don't know. It's interesting to think, though. Anyways, the first Crave, the daddy, learned how to reproduce itself, as it was, apparently, it seems, it's hinted at that it was actually a biological weapon, in the same way that the aliens are, in the Alien franchise. And very much so, it has the vibe of a Geiger creation. That's the way it's described, that's the kind of thing that Guymer's going for, and I really got that sense from them. The creatures are described in this way, and it's a really disturbing image. And I think it's the best way to view them. That's definitely the vibe that we're going for. Now, they are an entire race, all linked via the warp, which they semi-exist in, so that the individual members have their own consciousnesses and operate as individuals independently, but are ultimately all linked together into a collective, or can link together into a conclave, depending on the needs of their species, which is ultimately at the command of their king. Also, I see what you did there, Guymer. I see the joke. The Lord of the First Legion, the First Crave. I see you. Now, the Great Crusaders encountered this species before, and is also aware of their existence, but it's kind of kept secret, really hush-hush, because they represent one of the gravest threats to the Imperium because of the power and abilities they possess, and to possess, and use like puppets whole armies and fleets of humans using their powerful psychic powers, but also of Xenos races as well. This is the reason the Dark Angels have been dispatched, but I'll delve deeper into what this book does for the purpose of the First Legion and the Lion in the Emperor's plans towards the end. Now, Korak slew one of these creatures on a nearby world years before, which had basically taken control of the whole population and was feeding upon them. So they had a specimen, but little was known, but research continued amongst the Dark Angels, who kept finding clues to this race. It's basically their modus operandi. They feed upon other races, leeching their souls, essentially, being a parasitic, half-real, half-warp-based entity. What they do to human worlds they control was utterly possess the population, and for generations feed upon them, forcing them to breed and multiply so the feast continues, eventually leaving the population wretched, vile examples of humanity, broken and weak in mind and spirit. Cattle, basically, from generations of mind control from birth and forced breeding practices, presumably. The planet Korax liberated, called Indra's Sol, would eventually have its population of liberated humans mass lobotomized and turned into a servitor workforce, so useless and malformed were they. So, since then, the Lion has been hunting this species, and has had his top minds of the Legion investigating. But due to the secretive and siloed nature of the Legion, only the Lion knows the true whole picture of what has been discovered. Again, I thought this was a bit much and an ineffective way of doing things, but it pays off at the end, more or less. It's a good ending. They arrive at Muspel, just as the outriders of this species are making their move on the planet in preparation for another of these soul harvests. And there is a nice mention of the region of space and the dead colonies in the region being called Harvest or food-type names. The Crave back off their attack at this occurrence and begin to infiltrate the Lion's fleet. The Lion is hunting them, as well as trying to draw them out, as he doesn't yet fully understand the full extent of his enemy, but he thinks he does. Then they strike, and the Lion is a little perturbed, shall we say, about the effectiveness of this attack. But he got things in hand pretty quickly and manages to slay one of them. And I have to say, it's a great scene, fighting in this hallway against a pack of these, not possessed, but what would you say, mind-controlled guardsmen, and one of these Crave, who is fully possessing one of them. To be fair, it did remind me massively of the Astartes episode with the multi-lasers in the hallway. It even has that moment of mass las fire on the Lion as he's standing there taking it, just like in the Astartes series. But I'll let that pass, it's fine. Now the Lion goes up against this creature in its human shell, and it's not as easy a scrap as he thought, and is fought not just in the physical, but also the mental world as well, which is a nice way of showing how the Lion and the other Primarchs are innately psychic creatures due to their birthing process and their creation. But it's nice because it isn't shown with them firing lightning bolts and stuff. They just have the powers and the mental fortitude of a god and are able to combat them in a sort of test of wills. It's subtle and I like it. It reminds me of how guys like Thor are represented in the MCU. He is a god, but grounded-ish in reality, kind of. The Lion cannot take this guy down, even after firing a stupidly powerful relic plasma pistol at him. Eventually, though, he does, and it ends with an amazing moment with this Crave creature trying to use a plasma grenade
what's up,
to
dude?
take the Lion out.
Still going, bro.
And the Lion grabbing
We're gonna be
it
wrapping
and
it up
crushing
here
it
soon,
before
though.
it
But
can
hey,
fully
look at
get
that!
to
Look
it
at that!
in his hand. This sounds daft, but it really works. I love the Lion after this book, that's all I'm saying. So, the fortified
I'm
island
still not
they
completely
are on
happy
the
with
planet is in chaos. And the Marines are basically putting down the human
camouflage
troops who are mind controlled.
on the pants, but
the Astartes
it's getting there.
themselves are immune, though, because they have no
Who's the
weakness
YouTuber?
in their
It's called
character
A
for these
Border
half
Prince.
material, half warp entities to get their way inside.
A
The fleet is
Border
also getting
Prince.
attacked and
Like
ripping
border,
itself apart.
like border
and
of
the Lion
a
then
country.
heads up there to
A
stop
border
the
prince.
Crave creatures on the ships from destroying or taking control of the fleet. He heads for the flagship, on which a more powerful Crave is on board, and we know this because it will later tell the Lion that the one he killed on the surface was young and rash, and only 6 times older than humanity.
Still doesn't look
I love this kind of sci-fi shit. It's
that
fucking
great in the
great,
light. It looks
but
better
really
in
shows
person.
The different perspective,
But I'm
on
still not happy
time
with it.
and existence
But thanks,
that the
dude.
Crave
I'm
have for humanity.
we're
And we
working
get
on
a
it.
lot of this as we go along, like them talking about their place in the universe and their view on
Black tiger
rise of
stripes.
humanity
All right,
and so on. It's really interesting stuff. Now on the ship,
we can
the
do
Dark
that.
Angels are
Like
mobilized,
black,
following the
or
Lion's
like
orders and,
like
you know,
a just a
common
really
sense.
dark.
They are purging and attacking the thralls as they start to call
Yeah, I
the
guess
mind
black,
control
black, huh?
humans, as this creature tries to get to the engine room, presumably to destroy the flagship, after already wrecking the bridge and slaughtering the crew. A third of the crew will basically die in this period. That's pretty bad for a Gloriana-class flagship of a Primarch. You know, it has possessed
Like
the remembrance.
alongside
I
the
mean, she's a nice
brown,
character, but not much to say really. She had some
Parallel to the
resentments
brown
towards the
touching it.
Imperium that allowed the creatures in. To counter this super powerful threat, because the Crave are the possessed ones, the ones who are fully possessing a human, they are ridiculously strong. To counter this, the armory of the Dreadwing.
At Capital Group, we design our active active.
Oops. All right, I'm gonna try that out. Thanks, dude.
From the Dark Age and the Age of Strife. All sorts of cool shit is mentioned, and dark stuff as well. But man, is it an amazing scene. One of the main Marine characters is given a heavy bolter built during the Dark Age that fires, and get this right, unholy warp ammunition that not only destroys the soul of the victim, but actually erases them from existence. This is amazing, and I'm so glad I know of this concept. It's brilliant. So,
Pop
as an
Brownmore.
example, he fires
Brown
at
Popmore, I'm
25
down.
dudes with pistols and clubs that are coming at him. It basically deletes them from reality. Completely. Even in the past, they've basically been deleted from existence. You know, he can remember that there were 25 dudes there and they had weapons and clubs, but that's it. He can't remember anything else about these humans who he's just erased from existence. It's great. This is one of my favourite things from this book. Anyways, this main Crave begins to worry. Things aren't as easy as it thought they would be, and other Dark Angels with similar OP Dark Age weaponry are hunting it and have made it get lost, as it is in a part of the ship its remembrance of body has never been to, so it doesn't know the way, as they feed on the soul and suck up the knowledge of the people they possess. That's how they get about, that's how they learn things. Eventually, it confronts our heavy bolter bro, after it's fought a bunch of Dark Angels and given out this amazing psychic scream, and starts to try and suck up his mind for information. Because, A, he is a space marine and therefore not mentally weak. Their minds have been reshaped to resist this kind of psychic intrusion. And B, the way the Dark Angels silo their activities from each other and are super secret within their own ranks, he doesn't have the information that it wants, that it needs. But it does learn the Lion is coming, and goes to meet him with a couple of its fellow Crave possessed. Now, this confrontation was great. Lots of awesome Primarch combat. Really good. The Lion ends up killing 2 of the weaker Crave possessed creatures. Then the leader Crave flies up in the air and lands on the Lion's head, entering his mind, thinking it can possess him or devour his thoughts or soul. It's a big mistake. It's a nice moment. Apologies for the girl voice. "This is Caliban," said the Lion. "This is your mind," said Savine. She looked around, feigning the interest of the remembrancer whose skin she wore. In this place of the mind, her appearance was almost human. Dark veins withdrawn, pupils shrunken, only a faint luminosity of the skin that was in tune with the unreality of her surrounds. What a drab and flavourless place it is, too. A mind like yours has no right to exist. You, your brothers, your sons, you sicken me." The Lion struck with his sword, only to find his hand empty, fingers unfurled from their grip as Savine laughed. "All your prowess, all your gene-wrought strength, it is worth nothing here. I'm here. I am... The words became an airless choke as the lion lifted her by the throat. Her eyes bulged, her feet kicking futilely as she scratched at his forearms. The leaves of the shadow forest rustling and wavering as she did so, but no relief or rescue broke through the reality that the Primarch had constructed. The lion was the master of all his domains. You have dived willingly into a Primarch's mind, and for that hubris alone you deserve this failure. He squeezed tighter. The hands about her throat were metaphorical, the assault mental, the psychological equivalent of covering a candle with a jar, only this flame fed off the energies of the ether rather than the air. Awesome, right? Well, the lion leeches her mind for knowledge, learning of the location of their homeworld or what passes for it, and of a vast fleet of mind-controlled Imperial forces and other Xenos races the Crave are leading to Muspel to have a big feast. With this knowledge, the lion begins to plan. The enemy fleet is too powerful for his now heavily damaged fleet, so the Dark Angels are defending the island fortress down below on the planet, while the fleet flees before the Crave fleet, which they can't see because of the psychic masking ability the Crave have, meaning the normal humans just can't see it, or whatever the Crave control. It's not that they are possessed, it's like they just can't see the enemy, or the scanner results are invisible to them, or they misinterpret them. It's like a sort of fog over their mind. The lion, though, he knows everything, and directs the flagship on a circuitous route. Only he understands, and directs the organisation of the Astartes under his command using codes and stuff like that, because he knows the Crave will find out, possibly, potentially, from the humans in the fleet, what he's up to if he just starts telling people things. Secrecy is the key. Now, we have this climactic ending in two strands of the story. On the surface, the fortress is under siege heavily. The Crave unleash their Thrall armies on the Imperials, but they join themselves, striking at elite units like dreadnoughts and officers and breaching points for their toy soldier army. The Dark Angels learn that fire works against them, and blades as well, over other weaponry, as does psychic weaponry, which is forbidden normally, but not to the Dark Angels, and they empty the armory of cool Dark Age shit to unleash upon the enemy. These weaknesses make sense, as these things work kind of like demons, which the Crave kind of are, very similar to, which is interesting to think about, if they are older than the Chaos Gods. So, the battle on the planet is pretty awesome, lots of amazing moments. The Crave unleash this massive psychic titan on the Dark Angels, which cuts them apart, while at the same time they are fighting hordes of Imperial army units and armour. Now, I could go into detail, but it's pretty much just an awesome battle, and I don't need to mention anything else really. The ending, however, is extremely interesting, and ties into the main ending involving the lion. So, the Dark Angels Fortress commander, named Duriel, sacrifices himself, literally, which reveals to us that the Dark Angels have a far more in-depth understanding of the nature of the universe and of the warp, and therefore chaos, than do the other legions and their Primarchs. So, he has a nuclear bomb, which is fundamentally what it is, but an ancient one, an ancient man-portable one, from Terra, saying that carbon dating placed it as being from around our era, when humanity was just developing species-killing weaponry. So, it's a Davy Crockett or something similar. Either that, or, someone's just been playing Fallout too much. He has rigged this up to 2 Warhound Titan reactors, and suicides himself against this Crave Titan, as ordered by the Lion. His reasoning for this is quite enlightening. But Duriel was not a tech marine. He was a Forge Right, and a master of the Iron Wing. He was learned where those of his brethren trained on Mars were not. The Theologitechs of Naodni had guided his learning, encouraging the accumulation of wisdom rather than law, and of reason rather than dogma. He had studied heretechnica that would be burned on sight on Mars. infernal war machines that consume the flesh of the slain as fuel,
I
and
think
worse,
we're gonna
diabolical engines
wrap it up on the
whose
painting
silica
right here for
animus
now.
hark back to the blood-soaked legends of prehistory. Machines capable of offering divine providence and fortune in battle, in exchange for the blood of a willing sacrifice. This was why the forge rites of
We
the
added
Iron
black
Ring
to
existed.
it, but I
This
don't
was
know.
why
It
the
just
Dark
seems a little
Angels
too dark
existed,
still.
To wield the sanction that other warriors
Might
dared
need
not.
a lighter
We'll
color,
then
like
go
a
on to
lime
explain
green.
that Duriel figured that
Lighter like the
atomic
shirt.
fires would be effective against this creature.
But that's
But
alright.
it would
We're getting
also
there. We're doing
require
it.
the spirit of self-sacrifice to be sort of laced into this explosion, to this weapon. It's interesting the way they put it. The spirit of self-sacrifice burned as righteously in the Dark Angels
Thanks, dude.
as did the flame.
Yeah, no, it definitely
of
looks better.
Earth.
I just feel like it needs
So,
a
yeah, some interesting
lighter,
arcana
a lighter
on it, some
green to
interesting
go on the pants.
psychic-y stuff.
Maybe.
Chaos knowledge, I guess you'd say. Completely loyal. They're all completely loyal. Anyway, the second and most important ending is with the lion himself. Obviously, both of these are happening
But
at the
yeah,
same
dude, it
time.
looks sick.
He
coming
takes
out
the
good.
Dreadwing with him and teleports
coming
into the
out
Crave
good, you
flagship, and he's going
guys.
to kill the king of the Crave, the so-called Autochthona. I think that's how it's said, because it's a made-up word. Now, before we go on, let's talk about this title and this word. So the Crave, the lion interrogated, called him this, but also the first and the ender of worlds. Now, this word does not exist, as I say, but I have had a look into what Gaima was trying to say with this title. It draws upon these. Chthonic, which many of you have heard before, is related to deities, spirits, and other beings dwelling under the earth. You can
Hell yeah.
possibly read that as underneath reality. So, you know, you get it. Horus's homeworld was called Chthoniya. It was a mining world. They all lived underground. Miners. You get it, right? You get the joke. And also Autochthonius.
Oh, Lord.
Chthonus? I don't speak Greek. I don't know. These are Greek words. I don't speak Greek. I don't know. But it means found in the part of the body in which it originates as a cancerous lesion, or is also found in a locality in which it originates as an infectious disease. Psychology of or relating to ideas that arise independently of the individual's own train of thought and seem instead to have some alien or external agency.
I think we're gonna wrap it right here, you guys.
Formed in the region they were found, which is fascinating. And the auto obviously means the self. So it's a
21.
fascinating word he's created here.
Yeah,
drawing
I
upon
think
these
that's
different
that was a
types
good
of
little
words,
sesh. I was
making
thinking
this a
about
good
playing
word.
some games, but
And
you know
kind
how
of
it
points
goes.
to a lot of
It's
the things
late
I mentioned
now.
in
I'm
the book
heavy.
about
I'm
their
tired.
origins. They live in the Ghoul stars
That's probably a
region,
wrap.
and the history and background of this species, which I'll try and get into another time. I reckon I'll do like a Xenos video covering all kinds of lesser known Xenos races in the not too distant future.
I'm gonna have to
But
check out one of these
fascinating.
books here
So,
soon.
From
Got
these
the
definitions,
character
I'm guessing
encyclopedia.
Gaima speaks a little Greek or knows someone who does, and has crafted an old school title for this creature that speaks to the sort of essence of it and to the species as a whole. Anyway, I just thought that was interesting. I thought you should probably know that because I know it's something that maybe a lot of people
we
wouldn't
got
bother to
the other
look
one.
up. Now, the lion is super smart and
The
has planned
ultimate
this all
guide.
out in his mind. So his warriors on the planet will wound and kill the Crave, weakening the neural warp network that links all the Crave, and so weakens the, let's just say, their king, because that title is way too long and hard to say. The lion is also killing the Crave, weakening them further, weakening the king further. But it's still stupidly powerful, and they have some amazing back and forth conversation in their minds, and also the combat is pretty good. And entering the ship is really interesting as well. It's all warped up and messed up in reality. But eventually the lion is overcome and held down, ready to be executed by this weird, half-real king. Then,
Urban
and
cameo.
I wasn't fucking expecting this at all.
What's
Some more
what colors
forbidden
are urban
weapons are
cameo?
brought into the battle from the army.
Black and white. I
And
should
these
probably
are
read the next message right before I ask.
Automata.
Black
What
and
are
white
these, eh?
stripes on dark
Well,
gray looks pretty
Stenius
solid
strode
as a
into the
cameo. I
central
see.
nexus, The Knight
Yeah,
of the Iron Wing had been
stuff
outfitted
when
with a psychically
you want
baffled
to
helmet of the
link
Santal's
up on
order
stream.
and was flanked by a
Yeah,
pair of
about
towering,
linking up on stream.
six-limbed
Like,
cyber
I still
automata,
want to know what exactly you
adamantium-clad
mean by
behemoths
linking
of
up on
inhuman
stream.
aspect and
Because what I
devilish
meant the other day by
asymmetry.
you guys
The
streaming
things
some
advanced ahead
Darktide
of
and I'll
the
watch
legionary,
was like,
as though directly
you know,
from the
you guys
techno-horrified
stream it and I'll watch
imaginings
and I'll
of
be in
old
chat
night.
and I'll say what up.
No blundering
you a
automata
thumbs
were
up.
these. No cybernetically preserved cadavers spared the final kiss of death. They were Exendios, the last of the
Like, I'm down to, like, make sure you're running good, but I don't need to be streaming for that. I could just hop in your chat and be like, okay, this, just like I ask you guys, hey, is like my shit too loud? Am I too loud? Is everything synced up? Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Here we are. All right, you guys. Oh, wait, what? Alright, so when you want to link up on Steam. Oh. Yeah, dude, whenever. I mean, because yeah, Steam still works. It's just my video card that's not working, but Steam still works. I should be able to like jump on the chat too. It should be all fine. There won't be a delay either if I'm on the Steam chat. You won't have to wait for the delay for my for the streams or whatever. Freaking PM. Yeah, that too. But yeah, whenever, dude. When are you planning on? When do you want to get your stream on? Are you still planning on streaming, or was it like strictly to just, you know, give me some content for Darktide for my Tuesdays and Thursdays? Because yeah, no, it's all good, man. If I stream, I want to be streaming my stuff, not somebody else's, unless it's listening to some background something. I guess you could be my background stuff, but yeah, I could just be watching and chatting and eating and drinking and being merry. You don't have to hear me chewing in your ear. But yeah, Steam should still be good. But next week, I might not have the laptop if I take it in somewhere this weekend. Well, it depends whenever I get it back, but we'll see. Do you know if I could link up with you on Steam with like through an app, or is it strictly through like the PC? Tomorrow, anytime I'm free for 30 minutes. How about tomorrow after the Stargate stream? Wait, hold on, let me see. Stargate stream. Yeah, either before or after the Stargate stream. Either or is fine. I should be chilling. I don't think I'll be around like earlier on in the day, but later on in the day I should just be chilling as well. There is a Steam app, but I don't know if I can use it for chatting or yeah. I'll have to look into it. Yeah, if not, I'll just have to use the laptop, and we'll use the laptop up until I get it looked at, and hopefully when I get it back, it'll be working again. All right, you guys. I think that was it. Are we good? Are we chilling? Is that enough? I think that was enough. We did some painting, you guys. We did the new episode of Fallout. We hung out. No Dark Tide, unfortunately, again, but you know, we'll get back to it here when the time is right. Francois, my dude, appreciate you for being here, for hanging out, leaving the stream on while you hung out on the couch. Yeah, no, thank you, dude. Yeah, tomorrow, before or after the Stargate stream, I'm down. You could always send me a comment, DM or whatever, DM comment, or I don't usually check Steam, so your best bet is like a YouTube comment, but you know, I'm usually here around 3-4 my time, 5 for the Stargate, sometimes 6 if it's running later, but yeah, something like that. Yeah, we're about to hit that 5-hour mark. It was a good one. We got some good painting in. We got our episode in. They're probably getting ready to have a good finale. That way people come back for season 3 if that's a thing. Hopefully it won't be, because I'm kind of over it. If there is a season 3, I don't know if we'll come back for it, but it's been all right. Season 1 was the best. We got our painting in. Next week we'll get more painting in. Tomorrow we got some Stargate. Thursday, we're going to be playing some Nintendo with Cappy, some Super Smash Brothers, some Mario Kart 8. If anybody wants in on that, hop in this chat. First come, first serve, all that good stuff. I'll look at the computer again some more, and maybe I'll hopefully get it fixed by Thursday. But if not, you know, I'm down to watch your guys' gameplay, and I'll be rooting. I'll be the cheerleader on the sidelines this time. 3 to 5 PST, I'll be around. Yeah, something like that. Worst case scenario, like 6 o'clock my time, so 8 o'clock your time. Yeah, that's worst case scenario. But I'm shooting for earlier. Hopefully, we'll see how it goes. Maybe I'll get some God of War out beforehand, and we can do it during that too. We'll have some time. But yeah, dude, we'll be back. We'll be doing it. Francois, Deez, Area 51, Phil Does Things, Cappy, Bandicoot Milk, Gigolo Brother. Let's see, who else do we get? Oh yeah, David Jones, my dude. Sorry, bro. David Jones, Bella Truth. And if I missed somebody, my bad. Thank you for being here. Thank you for lurking. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the raids. People on the raid side. Bad Vibes, my bro. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you, dude. Everybody that rolled through. I appreciate your guys' time. Valuable, precious time that we'll never get back. Appreciate you guys, and thank you for hanging out and spending some of that valuable time here. And I will catch you guys here tomorrow. Peace.
Peace.